wickets patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act. But people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Morning, welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. Now Ben Stokes said he felt 300 should have been well within England's range, and that opportunity had once again knocked and been spurned. England won the toss. The ball was red, not pink. The pitch, hardly a twin-headed cobra, yet still they fell to 205 all out. 5 overs before the second new ball would have been due. Once again, 8 of those wickets fell to spin, often to the arm ball rather than the sharp turner. Ashwin and Patel continuing to bamboozle England. Hope does remain for England, albeit that odds are now stacked in the home side's favour. An early wicket in a spell of 1 for none off 5 overs from Jimmy Anderson means India will start the day on 24 for 1 with Rohit Sharma and Cheteshwar Pujara at the crease. England need early wickets, but do they have the depth and guile to take them on Indian soil? Plenty of discussion points to get our teeth into. I'm Tony Bishop, Tony Bishop1 on Twitter. At the top end of our order today are the Patriarch of Perth, Messi Jez.
Good morning, Danny.
And the Sage of Singapore, Aninda Dutta.
Good morning, Tony. Good morning, everyone. Hi, Tony.
Well, where do we start? Is it all just the same thing all over again? Let's start with the wicket and quickly talk about that. Anindo, it looked a good day one pitch to me. Nothing more than bit of life, bit of turn, bit of bounce, something in it for both bat and ball.
Well, the pitch was so good that even Michael Vaughan couldn't say anything bad about it. Now, I think that says something. So I thought it was a good pitch. I was expecting a good pitch because if you look at the last 2 matches, I think India desperately needed to be ahead after being down in the first match. So, I mean, having seen the way the Indian cricket thinks, by the time we came to this one, and the stakes were not so high, I think there was no percentage in having another rank turner for the fourth test. So I was expecting something which would play well up front, and it did. Yeah, I mean, there's the first wicket which went down. I mean, and a few subsequent ones, as you said, the balls just went with the arm, and the Englishmen were still playing the previous two tests in their mind. I think that was the issue. And what was interesting for me right at the end was that the fortitude that Rohit Sharma displayed in wanting to stay out there because he wants to play this morning is reflected in the fact that Cheteshwar Pujara scored at double the pace that he did.
Yes.
Which is saying something.
Yeah, now I was going to come on and ask Messi Jez that. I mean, one of the things, Messrs, I noticed was run rates. Jack Leach bowled tidily enough. Jimmy Anderson, of course, bowled magnificently. But a couple of things, really. Are England a bit undergunned now in the bowling department? And two, the run rate that Jack Leach went for was pretty much double what most of the Indian bowlers had gone for. So he was going at 4 and over, and they were going for 2 point something.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And what's pretty scary is the Bess has bowled 1 over 4 runs, and I think only 2 of those balls pitched anywhere near where he wanted them to. I think in terms of undergunned, you're dead right, particularly if Stokes isn't feeling well, which was suggested yesterday. I heard a lot of people say they understand the England selection process of going for as many spinners as they can, but frankly, if the choice is between a brilliant seamer on a tough pitch and a very ordinary spinner on a pitch you don't know for sure, I'd go for the brilliant seamer any day of the week, because there's a lot of work in there that can be done by Jofra or Broady, whoever, and it's not easy to make runs on this pitch. It's not going to be easy. So I do think they're undergunned, and I think frankly the selection of Bess may prove to be a real problem for them.
Well, there was that 1 over I was going to ask an Indo, because I know an Indo's an admirer, maybe that might be too strong a word, of Dom Bess. There was one ball which turned beautifully, but he started off with a no ball and also served up 2 rank half trackers in that 1 over, which kind of sums up the potential and the pitfalls, doesn't it, of Dom Bess at the moment?
Absolutely, and I think he has basically the same problem that Moeen Ali did when he started that in that test match where he played. When he started, where he was all over the place, he was bowling some really good balls and he was all over the place. But Moeen was helped by the fact that pitch really helped spinners. And at the moment, I'm not sure if Bess bowls like this, that is going to work for him with only 1 or 2 deliveries in an over which are effective. So he needs to get it together very quickly.
Well, he does, and we shall find out today. Jimmy Anderson, not surprisingly, is going to open the attack, and we're going to jingle up the openers and the bowler.
Say you don't need no IPL and I'll be satisfied. Tell me that you want to do well inside of the test side. I don't care too much for run rate of Cheteshwar Pujara, Cheteshwar Pujara, Pujara, Cheteshwar Pujara. Oh.
Well, yes, indeed. 2 slips and a gully will be in place. And Jimmy does get one to swing in, but it's beautifully eased off the legs of Rohit Sharma away into the onside to mid-wicket. And India can start the day with 2 comparatively straightforward runs.
I just love that Jimmy Anderson jingle, though.
Yeah.
That's from my early teen years, Hindi movie, and it's just fantastic.
Well, there we go. And one thing we were discussing yesterday was Jimmy's tousling and running of his fingers through his hair yesterday.
The receding hair, like mine. Yeah.
We noticed it become something of a habit. In he comes, and that jags into Rohit, whose shoulders, arms, pitched outside off. I would imagine height would have meant that there was a little interest there.
It's almost at hip height, I think.
Yeah, it was. And indeed it was. Some encouragement, though, for Jimmy, some encouragement for England. Definitely movement in the air. Now, in Indo, I have noticed that there's a sort of a misty, sort of, what's the word, pall over the stadium early on in the morning. Is that characteristic, early morning India?
Yeah, and
it meets this nice tidily.
It's probably just pollution. It's I think it's it's the change of season right now. So the smog cover, I would say, more than it's a combination of smoke, and smog is something which is very popular a popular term in India. So it's
I was going to say popular. I don't see that mainly in the tourist brochures, I've got to be honest.
Yeah.
Come and enjoy our sunshine and smog. Rohit will stand ready, is right. Bat is raised, and he just steers this to point, and there's no run. 2 runs so far off the 4 balls that Jimmy has delivered. Straight off the first ball, in fact. Just sort of erring onto midland leg, Jimmy, with his loosener of the morning. And it was easy for Rohit just to pick off and steer away to mid-wicket. But other than that, it's been good, tight stuff.
Well, I was
not exactly a good-looking crowd. Not as in, there's not 120,000 handsome people there, as good-looking as in size.
Well, it's still a weekday. They've just started batting. I think it'll start filling up during the course of the day. I was just looking at the weather on my iPhone, and it says Ahmedabad smoke.
Smoke.
Yes.
Smoke on the water. Although, as we've discovered, there's not a sea at Ahmedabad. And in comes Anderson, driven again, straight to point. And there is no runner. There goes Jimmy, tousling that hair, pushing it back as he trudges back to his mark. Well, he sort of seems to be cultivating he's a good-looking fellow, and he's got the sort of slight matinee idol looks, doesn't he? And he just seems to be really working that in a rather theatrically lovely way.
As long as he has the hair, let him do it.
Well,
this is be like us very soon, so then he won't have the opportunity.
I like the way you say us. That one comes in. Anderson shouts, and umpire Menon is implacid. No, what's the word I'm looking for? You're the writer. Thank you. That's the one.
So
I got lost with placid and implacable. End of the over anyway. 26 for 1, and 13 overs have been completed. Messers, who's joined us?
Lots of people. Sivan Nag is with us. Says, morning England. Is it a Rohit Pujara century today, or England bowling India for less than 200? And he says, all of Australia is behind you, England. Let's go.
Except David Warner, remember.
Yeah, except David Warner. Jeff Perkins wants to know if I'm in charge of Hendo rants tonight. Well, I'm more than happy to if the occasion arises. The Light Roller is with us. Says, joining you, good folk again from down under. Interesting comment from Ben Stokes overnight. Certainly no attempt to hide the disappointment. England need wickets today. Yeah.
No, I seem to be alone yesterday. I'd said I thought England were 100 short, and actually, curiously enough, Ben Stokes, 95 short. So, Ben and I, about the same sort of place.
But you weren't alone.
The
division
was split.
I mean, you guys really should put money into the GPL.
Yeah. Well, that's a very good cue, and we will talk about that at the end of this over. Speaking of Ben Stokes, and interesting spat he had yesterday with Shubman Gill. Hopefully that's all been swept
Siraj.
to the carpet. Now, Siraj, I beg your pardon. Thank you so much. Stokes is going to be in. He has 2 slips. A little bit of bounce off the pitch. And Pujara, who's facing his first ball of the morning, just pops it down to his toes, and there is no run. Let's jingle up Ben.
Ben?
Ben Stokes.
Yeah. The thing with Jimmy's, we're looking at the replay. I think Jimmy has that. His quiff now just drops down in front of his eyes. We'll worry about Stokes now, who gets a little bit of very harmless swing, and it's through to Ben Folkes at ankle height. I should tell you, the GPL, the Guerrilla Prediction League, guess how many runs you will be scored in the day. You have until lunchtime. You go to our website, you can find the information there. It's £1 a bet, am I right there? For £1 a guess. If you get it right, you get your share of what's in the pot. If lots of you get it right, it's a share. If one of you gets it right, then you get all the money. Stokes in, full wide of off stump through to Ben Stokes. Through Ben Folkes. Oh, we've got Stokes and Folkes now behind the stumps. All we need is Wokes, but obviously that isn't going to happen in this test match. And yes, I should tell you then, 76 of our English pounds are in there. Get them while they're still worth anything, because it may not last that long. 76 of our English pounds are in there to be won, and the more you put in, the more it will be. Stokes in, solidly played by Pujara. Dabs it down to gully, no run.
That's what one expects to hear. It's solidly played by Pujara for the next few hours.
Well, I thought it was quite a fruitless attempt in the last over of the day yesterday when Root was trying to disturb Pujara. Pujara doesn't get disturbed by nonsense like that, right? It's just complete waste of time.
Well, and this is what worried me about England's run rate to an extent. I mean, it wasn't desperately bad. I'll just hold that thought for a second as Stokes barrels in again. He cuts that away, and Folkes takes that one at shoulder height. But there's no run. Yeah, remember they were very much in battening down the hatches, getting ready to go home mode for much of that innings. And yet still the runs conceded by the England attack were rather more per over than India had in the whole of their innings.
And it was interesting because the first 5 overs they scored virtually nothing.
That's true. In comes Stokes, up onto his toes goes Pujara, pushes that one to mid-wicket. There is no run. It is the end of the over. It's a maiden for Ben Stokes. Perhaps not a surprise as Pujara settles in for what he hopes will be a long session. Messers.
Diana Patterson is with us, giving me some technical direction. Thank you, Diana. Leah is with us. Good morning, everyone. Here's hoping for a good day too. Jeff Perkins says, for Guerrilla Cricket, it's come and enjoy our sunny dispositions and Mog. Which is a bit mean, because Mog is seriously discombobulated by the fact that his foot is in a moon boot at the moment.
Poor chap. Oh no, Mog. Oh yeah, I remember. I guess I remember you talking about that. I think in the last Test match. Well, the good news, Mog, is that the bars are shut, so you don't have to limp into the bars at the moment. You can get your beer at home.
And now Dan De Castro is with us on YouTube and says it's time to face the reality that India and New Zealand are a class above the rest of us and deserve the World Cup final, World Championship final.
I would just add the word "at home" to that sentence. As in comes Anderson. That one again rather squares Rohit up as he tried to play across the line. It was going down leg. There's no run.
I take exception to that. For New Zealand, I agree. But I think India's just proven in Australia that it's not only at home.
Do you know what? I will take that one on the chin and let you have that one in there. It's a very fair point.
And Diana Craddock is also with us from Junquera in Spain on YouTube.
In Andalusia? Is it Andalusia?
Yunquera.
I was talking about the area. I think it's in Andalusia. I'm sure Diana will tell us. This one's worked away to mid-wicket and they amble an easy single. No undue alarm yet for this pair. Remember Shubman Gill, the one batsman to depart.
Shubman Gill, I think, needs to sort out. Yeah, he needs to sort out that issue of the incoming ball. I mean, this must be the 3rd or 4th time he's been dismissed in exactly the same fashion.
Shubman Gill? Yeah.
He needs to sort that out before he gets to England, for sure.
Yes. yes. You would definitely be right there. 27 for 1 are India. Remember 205 was what England rather limped to. 10 from Jimmy, not out, didn't help them along in that cause. That one is left and is through to Ben Foakes, and Jimmy, of course, just strokes back his lustrous locks and turns to reach the top of his mark again. 178 behind our India. England will be so desperate if they can get one, maybe two in the earlier part of this morning. It would look a different game again, as it always does. India will be desperate, and we're looking at some gloves lined up.
That's a lot of gloves.
It was a lot of gloves, that one. Just a little bit of movement in, really beautifully met by Pujara, who is looking, I have to say, somewhat immovable at the moment. Solid, dependable. You know, you'd take him home to meet your mum, wouldn't you, Pujara? He may not.
Well,
he may not tell rude jokes at the dinner.
Exactly.
He may not tell rude jokes at the dinner table.
Don't
match. But nonetheless, he's Mr. Dependable, as this one is away again. To Ben Foakes takes it wide to his right. Yeah, well, yes, I do appreciate that. Perhaps you two might not, or indeed nor would I. But I meant it in a more general sense.
Yeah,
let's put it the other way. If you're a dad and your daughter brought Pujara home, you go, he's solid. He's probably a solicitor or a banker. No disrespect, obviously, to any financial folk on this commentary team.
I'd have to take him to the graveyard to actually meet my mum.
And this one, oh dear, this one is away on to the passed off stump into the gloves of Foakes. Do you know there's a restaurant in a graveyard in Ahmedabad? Apparently it's all lit up at night, and it is actually has the tables are in amongst the graves indoors in an old cemetery.
Do they serve spirits?
Very funny. Well, do you know what?
Very
extraordinarily, it's called Lucky's.
But
my research tells me.
But you know what? It's a dry state, so they do not serve spirits. I can answer that.
Well, they don't. Very good. Anyway, 27 for 1. 15 overs have been completed.
Leah, commenting on the forecast of smoke, says it puts the local weather in perspective and makes me appreciate the fog here much more. Someone Nag says if England are going to have Stokes bowl, it seems like it's going to be a long day for Australian fans. And he wants to know where Knackle is, whereupon Knackle actually says, "Morning everyone, news from the cricket versus South Africa have appointed Dean Elgar as the men's test coach."
Stokes is in, that one kept rather low. He's getting a little bit of gentle swing in Indo, isn't he? But gentle being the operative word.
But he's quite far outside the off stump for it to have an impact, though.
Well, that is the thing. I mean, Stokes, somehow you feel he's the go-to bowler when you want impact. He's not your stock bowler, is he? And they've been managing him with his various injuries. He may have industries as well. He's certainly industrious. It's an interesting position for him to be in, to be a strike bowler. And this one again hurries Rohit a bit, angles the bat away to backward point. It goes, no run.
I'd be interested in your comment in relation to Broad. My sense as an Australian watching Broad is that if he's on, he's on, but if he's off, he gets bored pretty quickly. Is that a fair comment?
No, not really. I mean, he played one test in this series, and it scarcely went well. Of course, he bowled one magnificent spell in Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
As this one is dabbed away to mid-wicket. Jimmy goes trotting after it, and India get a single. But yeah, I look at how Siraj bowled yesterday. I look at Ishant Sharma, and I mean, clearly they have the greater familiarity with the conditions.
It's not so much that.
I don't know he's bowled enough to be truly judged. I just think England have made a call, and the call hasn't included him.
The general attitude in adverse conditions. Someone like Jimmy will bowl and bowl and bowl no matter what. Someone like Broad, I get the feeling that if things are not going his way, he just takes his energy out of it and doesn't have that soldier-on attitude.
Now, Pujara is, I think, looking at some movement behind Ben Stokes' arm and his.
Yeah, it's been bothering him since yesterday, I think.
Yeah, he was. I thought he might have just been playing for time yesterday, but the same thing is true this morning. That's a horrible ball, speared down the leg side, and the ever lively Folkes is alert to it, dives to his left and prevents any byes, and there's no runs. But it wasn't a great delivery, was it?
No, but having that, I think to your point, what you were saying just now, that having Stokes as a frontline opening bowler, that is the problem that you have, right?
Yeah,
it's not the role that he plays. So
no, and he's obviously been struggling as well. I think with a tummy upset. In he comes, right arm over, but well, you say that 137 kilometres and a little bit of extra lift. I think surprised Pujara.
That was a Jofra-like delivery.
It was, yes, it was. Well, again, and you mentioned Jofra. There was even talk, I think, light-heartedly, but you never know somehow, that we might have seen Jofra bowling some left-arm spin, which he's
I saw that.
Quite capable of. But I'm sure. I think he might have been in England's thinking, to be fair, Nindo. And
but he was unwell, I believe, just before the match.
Unwell, dodgy elbow, as well as a couple of things that didn't work out. This one's wide of the off-stop again, taken above shoulder height by Ben Folkes. But it's the end of the over. It's a tidy one, just the single from it for Ben Stokes. 28 for 1, India trail by 177. Messers.
So I'll continue with Knackles news that Dean Elgar is the men's test captain for South Africa, and Temba Bavuma is the ODI and T20I captain, first permanent black captain. And that England women are 63 for 2 off 8, chasing 124 in the second T20I in New Zealand.
Sorry, can you say that again? What was the? I saw about 129. Was it New Zealand?
124 they're chasing.
124, yeah.
63 for 2 off 8. It's more than that now, but I haven't got time to look at this moment. The light roller says the bowlers Stokes, the keepers Folkes, is not as funny as the bowlers holding the batsman's willy.
No, as Jimmy Anderson is in from the Adani end, and Rohit tidily behind it. No run, which is what's on your backdrop there, Messers. I notice.
Indeed, it is.
Except it says no N, because your head is in front of the R and the U.
And you can get it on a T-shirt, a dress, a phone case, anything.
A shower curtain, perhaps? A bath
A shower curtain, a bedspread. I'm not sure if bath mats are there, but pretty well
sure you'd want it on your bed.
Well, we'll tell you about that in a minute. Now you've raised that particular issue, Messers. In comes Jimmy. Forward comes Rohit. Pushes it to mid-on and no run. Yes, you can go to our Redbubble store. You either go directly to Redbubble or you search Guerrilla Cricket, or you can go to our website and it will link from there. And there is some wonderful designs, and it is an extraordinary range. If you need a clock to get you up in the morning, you will find one. If you are bored with your old shower curtain, you will find one extraordinarily, and all sorts of bits and pieces in between. As this one is past the outside edge of Rohit Sharma through again to Ben Folkes. And some of those t-shirts, like if you're watching us on YouTube or Facebook, in which case we should say hello to some people as well at the end of the over, Messers, then you will see, well, it's now disappeared from behind you.
Yes, I was just getting you another one.
Well, unfortunately, all you can see is an arse.
Yeah. I know.
I would be careful and say and a backdrop, but as this one is left alone and goes through once more to Ben Folkes. Now you're talking. The one of the Bears' favourite phrases, right out the John Arlott good commentary handbook. 28 for 1.
I can tell you that Fat Black Cat Mustafa and Steve are both with us on Hot Mic.
Brilliant. Welcome to you. Very glad to have you with us. Jimmy Anderson is about to bowl outside of Rohit's off stump, and again, 5th ball of the over, 5th dot of the over. Jimmy, who went 5 overs last night, took a wicket, didn't concede a single run, still has only conceded 3 in the what is it now? He's bowled 7.5, nearly 8 overs. Extraordinary. extraordinarily frugal has Jimmy been, but crucially for England, not yet penetrative. We shall see as this one's full, and Rohit just pushes it back to Jimmy Anderson. 28 runs off 100 balls, this partnership. And the deficit 177 messes.
So Mog says, and top of the fucking afternoon to you.
Hello,
Leah
Mog.
says, I really hope the WTC final will be an amazing game so I can keep bringing it up as my sole argument for neutral test venues in years to come. Mog says, insert necrophilia reference here.
Oh, was this talking about Lucky's grave? The graveyard without spirits. Yes.
Simon Nag says, do you think Root will come into bowl soon here?
It's an interesting one. The psychology.
During the day for sure, I think.
Oh, I definitely think during the day, yeah. Well, Ben Stokes is for now going to be continuing. He's going to be bowling his 5th over, none for 5 for him so far. So again, tight bowling from him, but no real signs of beating the bat, and not that time because it was on leg stump, just tickled round the corner by Pujara. He'll get a single. In fact, it's a leg by, signalled by umpire Menon. Umpire Menon, who became a bit of a bowling referee, a boxing referee yesterday, as he had to stand between Siraj and Stokes in that all rather unseemly incident that we were witness to. Yeah, he didn't. I thought he'd laid some bat on it, but didn't quite, did he? We don't know what was said. At least I don't believe so. I just think
Siraj just said he was abused.
Yeah, and he went and then told his dad.
Yep.
As this one is high, it's a full toss, and Rohit feels he's missed out there, and he grimaces in self-admonishment because he really feels he should have tucked that away, and then all he did was to steer it to cover.
Yeah, I think that there might be something in Siraj's response, because if you remember the racist comment episode in Australia, where his reaction was actually to go directly to the umpire and tell him, right? So he may have got something which said that no, first go to the captain.
Yes, again, that's a full toss, and this time Rohit, having had a dress rehearsal, gets it. It's all right on the night for him, because that's the first boundary of the morning, and it was a gift. 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Early signs in Indo, perhaps, that Ben Stokes is wearying a tad.
Yeah, I think he's tiring a bit. You're probably going to see spin coming in the changeover.
Well, for once, England are well stocked in that department. It will be really interesting to see how they manage their resources generally today. But Dom Bess, when and how he's, you can't really leave him on the sidelines, can you?
No.
And is Lawrence any good?
And that one is steered again around the corner. Was that a leg by? I'm watching umpire Menon. No, I think there will be runs that time to Rohit, just to the tune of 1. 34 for 1, 2 overs left of the over. Lawrence apparently, actually we should look up his
I thought we saw him bowling in the test which he played, right?
He has a very idiosyncratic windmilly action. I know that, but I'll at the end of my little spell, unless you want to do it, Messers, because I think you're probably already doing it, let us know what his bowling figures are in domestic cricket. I don't have them at my fingertips. Fantastic. 34 for 1. Pujara seems to be enjoying life out there. He's got a big smile on his face. He's faced 50 balls for his 15.
Which is a fantastic strike rate for him.
Yes, which is positively flying along. 2 slips in place. Good ball, that, from Ben Stokes. He must have heard me say he looks like he's tiring, because that was the sort of ball he wished he could bowl every ball. Although it was dealt with comfortably enough.
Yeah,
There's
Lawrence has bowled something like 110 overs, 112 overs, and taken 9 wickets at 44. So you wouldn't say he's hugely experienced.
No, I mean, part-time spinners.
Well, you've got 3 spinners there already for all practical purposes, right?
Yeah.
If you take
Well, yeah.
I'm not sure you're going to need 4.
No, I don't think so. The only issue is this one is nicely met by Pujara on the off stump, and there is no run. It's the end of that over. No, the issue would be only if they withdraw Best from the firing line because he just can't find his range, and we wait to see if that's the case or not.
Often handy to have a couple of shit gets wickets bowlers to toss in for an over or two. We're getting more people joining us from overseas on YouTube. Jay Avasti is enjoying us in New York. Andy Giles is enjoying in Central California. And Jeff Payne, greeting from Sydney, India, to get about 400.
I like the way you say overseas. That's wherever you are in the world. That's almost all of the world. But there you are. You can sit there in Perth and go overseas. Perth being the centre of the known universe. Everywhere is
well, considering the three of us are in England, Australia, and Singapore, whoever you talk about is overseas. At least one of us.
Exactly. Jimmy Anderson is going to continue 1 for 3 from his extremely tight 8 overs. 2 slips and left by Rohit, who's taken a lesson out the Pujara book of high-armed leaves. The periscope was up, the ball was through to folks.
I like this. Harriet Atkinson says, you know you're half asleep when you wonder why Channel 4 are showing a load of bunches of bananas, and then you realise you have the blue light filter on your laptop and it's lots of gloves sitting on the fence.
We did comment on those. They made quite an interesting photo, artistically speaking, I think. 34 for 1, 171 the deficit. Jimmy is starting at the top of his run. He's wearing that black ankle bracelet again, and it's left and it's through to Ben Foakes, who was having all sorts of trouble last night with that ankle support, which just seemed to keep working loose. It was a combination of his foot hitting the ground and possibly the lip of his shoe continually knocking it, and almost between every ball he had to crouch down and re-velcro it. And we did have the rip-off joke yesterday, Messrs, so I'm not going to repeat it in discussion about Velcro. 34 for 1. 17 for Rohit, who's on strike, and he's happy to leave that one to go through to folks. Again, it's another Jimmy Anderson dot ball. Just 3 runs from 8.5 overs. 1 wicket. England need another breakthrough. They haven't had it so far this morning. This pair of Pujara and Rohit have been watchful and resolute and effective. No fireworks, but nonetheless wall-like. And this one again, to emphasise the point, is squarely met and pushed back to Jimmy Anderson.
Mog's just asking if Elgo's filled in before as captain for South Africa.
That would be a question, I'm sure. I think he has. I'm sure Knackle will be listening somewhere out overseas as far as you two are concerned. Although I know somewhere it's probably in sort of general tooting area. This one is again left by Rohit through to Ben Foakes. I'd love to see your map of the world, Messrs. Perth, everywhere else overseas.
Yeah, basically Perth's the most isolated city in the world.
34 for 1, that was another dot ball.
Okay, Mike Roller says South Africa disputing Australia's WTC points might make the result of this test immaterial. Knackle says on Stuart Broad, given that we now know that Jofra Archer isn't playing because of elbow injury, when do we think the decision was made to play the extra seamer?
This is left alone, by the way, and is through to folks again. I love the idea of the elbow industry. Presumably you'd have to work. It's one you'd work quite hard in, I would imagine.
Yeah, sorry, I should have said the extra batter rather than the extra seamer.
34 for 1, 19 overs completed. Messrs, who have you got for us?
Jersey Oak says, morning all, has Stokes got some movement this morning, or has his stomach calmed down?
I nearly answered that.
That's a fish joke.
Now we should be due a change, actually.
Yeah.
Bear, shall we affect that now between overs?
Indeed.
Yeah, we should do. It's
I
me
shall duck away.
and Al and
Same
Jason,
here.
and who is waiting in the waiting room. So I'm just going
Then
to
I
admit
shall
him.
disappear.
and I shall be joined by those two. Yeah, England 34 for 1. Pretty steady start, really.
And Jeff Perkins is the next tweet.
We'll see you in a bit, Messi. Morning,
Yeah.
Al. Morning, Jason. How are you
Morning,
today?
good morning. Morning, Bear. Morning, everyone.
We haven't looked particularly threatening this morning, have we?
It's all been a bit wide.
Yeah, no need to play at it. I still fear. There's someone on YouTube was saying they're going to get 400, and that's what I fear.
Well, I 5 overs of spin so far for 4 and over. I think that's kind of what you're waiting for.
Yeah. Well, it might change when the spin comes along. Pujara leaves that one outside the off stump. Stokes starts his 6th over. Stokes has got the shit, so I mean that should pass reasonably quick, and they'll just give him some Imodium. So at some point he should start feeling all right throughout this test, I'd have thought.
It's a matter of energy, though, isn't it? Really.
Yeah.
Rather than the idea of things passing through you.
Well, I know. I mean, they can stop all that, and that's fine. I'm sure they'll give him lots of hydrolytes and all that kind of nonsense. Stokes in, bowls a short one. That's a decent delivery, actually. And Pujara jags his head back and lets it through the folks, and there's no run. You kind of get the feeling Pujara's due a big score, though, which will take a long time to get there, and it will just stick their innings together, and everyone else will bat around him, and they'll get to 400. Maybe not. You never know. Maybe they'll get out to a bunch of straight balls as well.
It's interesting that as much as Pujara has played like Pujara, Jason, it's been Rowett's innings that's been the thing that's been out of the ordinary so far.
Yeah, Pujara just defends that out to the offside, up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Well, maybe not out of the ordinary, because we know what Rohit will do if he gets given a chance. But I think this is perhaps the first series we've seen where he's actually knuckled down and managed to get an innings together.
Yeah, he's done it in fits and starts for India, hasn't he? Generally not away from home. And they sort of kept him out the firing line of the test side, but they've had problems with it. Much like most sides in the world, they have problems with openers. And they cycle him around and he gets back in. That's defended from the crease by Pujara, dropped out on the offside and there's no run. When I think about the LBWs, it was interesting yesterday watching, he's the analyst guy, does Channel 4.
Simon Hughes.
Simon Hughes, that's it. You know, this whole thing about DRS and spinners and blah, 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 blah. He's calculated that the stumps are 34% bigger or 37% bigger for spinners than they were in the old days, just because of umpires' call.
Well, umpire's call isn't meant to make the surface area bigger by almost 70%.
37 he worked out.
No, well, never mind. Well, we know it's bigger, but
it just gives the umpires more of a chance to, you know, having watched it over the years that it's been in action, that gives them the opportunity to give balls out that they wouldn't have given out necessarily before, plus the added bonus of the umpire's call. It does make life harder for a batsman against a spinning ball, or in this case a straight honour.
Oh, the heart bleeds.
Yeah, well, it doesn't. I'm a spinner and that's cool. It makes games go along quicker. Left alone outside the off stump by Pujara, and there's no run. This pitch has decent carry still on day 2.
I didn't get a chance to say this in the third test because I was meant to commentate on days 4 and 5. But as wonderful a stadium as this is, don't you think the seats in the lower deck are the wrong colour if you're playing with a red ball?
I agree.
Well, presumably they're all supposed to be full, aren't they? So no, colour anyway.
You know, I know it's all meant to be full, and everyone's all meant to be colourful, but
yeah, there's a bit of that. Drops his hands, Pujara, as that goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. And that's the end.
You could have the argument, perhaps, that most of the cricket that's going to be played in there is going to be white ball cricket, and therefore it will show up well against that.
Well, you have a point.
Yeah, I mean, they've got loads and loads of test grounds in India, and a lot of grounds, apart from the really prestigious ones, don't get tests that often. They go around and around the country, don't they? I mean, you might get a test every 5-6 years in some stadiums, and not even that. So
Well, that's the case for tonight because that's the last time that had a test. Was our last tour
Yeah.
in 2016.
I mean, it's only places like Eden Gardens. Where's Eden Gardens? It's Mumbai, isn't it? I mean, that tends to get more tests. Is it Kolkata?
No, Eden Gardens is Kolkata.
Okay. I don't know. I'm just spewing stuff out there. I'm tired. That's defended by Rohit into leg side, and there's no run. Didn't get a lot of sleep last night.
Do you talk at this rate when you're tired, just without having the periphery of Zoom and Test cricket to talk about? Do you just get to a point where
You just start spewing
it's just like
shit.
this at home?
Yeah, kind of. Either that or I just zombie out watching the telly. It's the way it goes. Anderson in. He's only got for 3 runs in his 9.2 overs now, and that one is defended up to mid-off, and there is no run. Dan
Hogg says,
go on.
given a chance for that thing has passed, do you think they should haul out those things that they asked for? #blokes. Speaking to...
I have no idea what he's on about. Those things that those things that were sitting on the. It's funny that someone said they were gloves. I thought they looked like German sausage. So that's defended off the outside half of the bat by Rohit. It goes down to Dan Lawrence, who's at point.
Are we to confirm then? Not only are you tired, but you're hungry as well?
No, not at all. Not at all. I just thought it's a bit odd that they what looked like sort of a bunch of German sausages. or salami sitting on the side of a cricket ground in India. I was trying to figure out what they were, and they didn't strike me as gloves. Anyway, Jimmy is in, bowls straight and defended by Rohit up to mid-on, and there's no run. It's a very cagey start this morning.
It's like as if they remember the Test match is 5 days long.
Yeah. Well, I think India probably feel that they just want to bat once, don't they? And get a big score, and England are. I thought yesterday England was shot in the head, especially early on.
No incentive for them to force a result either.
No. Well, that's fair enough. Outside the off stump, and there's no run. Look, they clearly had a strategy, and that they created that first pitch, and they didn't like that, so they came out and created 2 advantageous pitches to the home side. As I said, that's kind of fair enough. I think they were a bit too one-sided, to be fair. There was not much of a contest between bat and ball. But they no longer need to do that. So this pitch doesn't seem as hard as the last 2. And in these conditions, they probably expect to win. England have gone a bit in the head. That's left alone outside the off-stump by Rohit, and there's no run. Which is understandable, and that's what I like about longer Test series. You get the chance that one team can be on top, and then it loses it a bit in alien conditions. Yep. And then by the end, they look like a beaten side, and England do look like a beaten side.
Some more tweets. Sally R56 says, your imagination with Jimmy's tousled hair may well be trolling of Stuart and Ben and their recent hair transplants. Jimmy has always done it, by the way. Selecting a #vain cricketers 11 could be fun.
Yeah, I don't think Jimmy's had a hair transplant, has he?
Nah,
he's not one of those. I know Stokesy has. Old plugs in the head.
And also, Leah says, did any of you catch last night's good, bad, ridiculous video from Mel Farrell in her podcast with at Beastie Boy 7, where she name dropped the Gorilla's own Nakalem Pandey?
No, I did not. I was probably looking to go to bed.
I was otherwise disposed. Oh, we'll give it a look later on.
Well, we are going to have the first change in bowling. Stokesy is out, and England are going to turn to this man.
Camilla, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. Oh, Jack Leach.
Yeah, I was wondering how you came up with he has 21 wickets on his tour yesterday, Jason. He's got 16.
That was a mistake from me. I looked at the number of maidens, I think, rather than the wickets column for that. It was right. It was 16.
Yeah.
Or is Jason actually reporting from the future?
Well,
and there's a fiver here for Jack.
Oh, for 16 still.
Ooh.
That'd be nice. 5 for 16. Anyway, we got a slip. We got a silly mid off, and that's it. Close in. And Leach is going to come around the wicket, and that's a fucking
wide.
That's not going to be a wide. This is a test match, thankfully. But it was a filthy, flat, fast delivery down the leg side. Nasty first delivery, but you know it didn't go for runs as a loosener. Could have been bowled by Don Bess. I fear for Don Bess. I've got to say.
You do?
Yeah, I do. I think. He might have got the yips. I didn't think he did I thought he had a bad end of the test, the last test he played. But I think having been dropped for the last test, it might have actually got in his head. And if he's been reading social media and the papers, you know, it could do him a little bit of damage, which is always never a good thing, a pleasant thing. That's a little bit short, and Pujara is quickly onto the back foot, punches it out to Dan Lawrence, who's sweeping on the cover boundary, and it'll be a single, and they move on to 35 for 1.
He just needs a. I mean, you will need it today with the way that the bowling attack set itself up, but he just needs to be thrown a ball, and it's like, right, bowl for an hour.
Well, this is it. But if he doesn't bowl very well and he gets taken out of the attack and becomes superfluous to requirements, that's when it all goes downhill, I think. But you've got to make the decision. It's a professional sport. Jack Leach bowls, decent line. Sort of leg stump. Rohit just defends up the wicket, and it's fielded off his own bowling.
But with only having Stokes as your fourth bowler and Root as half a spinner,
yeah,
you haven't got the option to take him out the attack. Therein lies the problem.
Well, that's when Root will have to bowl himself more, I guess. That's a really good ball. That's a turner, pitched on about middle and off, turn past. Rohit prop forward, didn't get right forward, and it zipped past his outside edge, and well taken by folks. Didn't miss his edge by that much. There's a little bit of a puff of dust. It's off the straight. I mean, Leach has bowled really well, I think, on this tour. I mean, he's not equal to some of the Indian spinners. I mean, he's certainly not equal to Ashwin. Defended out into the leg side and there's no run, but I think he's probably enjoyed it. He's enjoyed the wickets. I think he's he looks like he likes to learn while he's on the job, and he's been learning whilst he's been out here. He's been, you know, studying how the Indians have bowled. I think he's taken it all in. He sort of sucked it in like a bit of a sponge, and he's in credit with me. Leach in bowled. Oh, I think that beat the outside edge and just came off Folks' gloves to Stokes in the slips, and that ends the 22nd over, 36 for 1. Good start from Leach, apart from that first ball. It was horrible down the leg side.
Mog shouts at us, yes, I should play all the effing Stokes, Wokes, Folks jingles we laboured over. Hint, hint, bear.
Oh no, it was an edge. Shit, it was an edge, and it just didn't carry. Well, yeah, I mean, I did fear that we asked you to do that, Mog, and they wouldn't actually play in a game together. And whilst those emails were flying backwards and forwards, and I realised that we ask a lot of you guys, and sometimes we ask a little bit too much for our own nefarious and selfish needs, and they're not required. I mean, I'll play one just for the hell of it, if you like, if I can find one. There's a lot of Woodstock jingles as well, actually, that we asked you for, that people keep forgetting to. Stokes Wokes downloads. Here we go. Here's a Stokes Folks Wokes jingle.
Stokes Wokes Folks, Wokes Folks Stokes. It really was just about time they all played together for the sake of the rhyme. To not select all is a jingle crime. Folks, Stokes, Wokes.
Well, It was a good jingle. It's just didn't happen.
It will be a good jingle.
It will be a good jingle when it's actually required. Defended up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Stokes has just changed ends.
He has indeed. It was an edge for Pujara.
Isn't it funny? And it's something to kind of probe Anindo about a bit more as he's backwards and forwards with us for the first couple of sessions. Is that, well, they're classing that as that because it took the edge, it was a drop.
I didn't think it carried. Maybe it was a drop by Folks. That's played off his hip by Rohit, square on the leg side out towards the boundary. There's a fielder out there to field it, and there is a single.
So the danger that Leach has posed is what you might describe as a more traditional spinner's danger, which is the danger of the spinning ball taking the edge. Whereas we seem to have created a completely new type of danger for the spinner, which is
the straight honour.
We're completely bamboozled by the non-spinning ball from the spinner.
Well, again, I think that comes down to a little bit of the DRS thing, doesn't it? Oh, that's into the pad of Pujara. He gets it out onto the leg side. Off his pad, it's a leg by. And they'll get one run for that. 38 for 1 they move on to. I think some balls will start going on for Leach, and it'll create the same problem. That's one of the things he needs to learn. They were analysing Axar Patel yesterday, and obviously Axar bowls a lot quicker. There was also more round arm, and he bowls from wider of the crease. So when the balls don't turn, they do slide into the pads with enough. That one comes back in to Rohit, who gets a little bit uncomfortable and cramped up, but defends it up to mid-on. There's no run.
Is there something in the action? Whereas as Leach spins the ball, but he's spinning the ball up.
Well, no,
whereas Patel is spinning the ball, and it's
because
the action of the arm and the hand is slightly different. Or am I?
Because Axar bowls a slightly more round arm and slingier from a wider angle, so he's kind of slinging it in. That's driven up by Rohit, and it goes out the point. And there's no run, so you get more undercut on the ball. And actually, I experimented with it once or twice. You get a lot more revs on the ball as well. But then also it allows you, with the arm like that, it allows you to angle the ball a little bit more, so you get possibly more of the leather, and then not actually hitting the seam and skidding on.
It also forces you to pivot slightly more as well, potentially, if you bowl a bit more.
And then which gives you more action on the ball if it does turn. I'm not entirely.
I did mean to ask him that same question in the Sri Lankan.
Stokes bowl short. Rohit gets underneath it and ducks, goes through the Folks, and there's no run. That ends the 23rd over.
Angelic Scutus is loving watching Tammy Beaumont in New Zealand, leading England to a dominant position. I have to say, I admit, I watched a ECB video of her doing some range hitting yesterday. She's absolutely slamming it everywhere.
They lost are they on T20s now? They were playing ODIs, weren't
they? The second or third T20.
They won the ODIs 2-1.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. The second T20, they won the first one comfortably. This one's been moved behind closed doors, and they're
because of the one person who has COVID in New Zealand.
Yeah.
Well. But
PJ Mead also says he's looking forward to another night of insomnia, but he feels like sleep when I log on for work this morning.
And Leach is going to continue. He's around the wicket, bowls it up. Well, there's an appeal for LBW. That's got to be close. I will review that unless they think there's a bat involved, which Leach seems to imply. If there wasn't any bat, I think
he's done it.
Have they reviewed? No, they haven't reviewed yet. Are they going to review?
I think Leach is giving the sign saying, I think that's close.
Yeah, I thought he was in line. He'd come down the track a little bit. It was very full, and he almost overran it.
Well, the interesting thing, traditionally, this would never be given out because...
No, there's probably bad.
That's the thing that Leach was saying, is that because essentially the bat has trapped it with the pad, that it's almost impossible for them to know
whether it's bat
first or not.
I think it was probably bat first.
But in pre-DRS days, simply the fact of coming down the track would have meant you'd never LBW. Right?
Well, exactly. Clipped into leg side and goes square. It's fielded by Bess, but they'll get themselves a run. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, umpires are more prepared to give LBWs in the modern era, which makes the game more interesting, to be fair. And the spinners were completely... It was an unfair situation previously. Yeah, it's very difficult to tell whether that was bat or pad first. Probably
I think that's bat first.
I think it's bat first. But it's difficult
Josie
to tell.
Oakes says, apropos to this, says, didn't matter if it was a spinner or a seamer. Dickie Bird gave nobody out LBW.
Well, exactly. But fortunately, that situation has changed. Left alone outside the off stump by Rohit, and there is no run.
And Forsyth Georgia says, hello all, tuning in for 15 minutes in between Vancouver, I presume it's ice hockey team.
The Canucks.
Yep.
Canucks, yep.
Up to Johnny Bairstow at mid-on. Did they go through for a single? I don't think they did they?
No. Oh, yeah, they did.
Suman Nag is loving your commentary today, Bay. He says you're right on it this morning.
Oh, thank you very much, Suman. Oh, look, Jack's here. He needs to be coming on. He's on at the change, I believe, which is in about 7 minutes. Leach in, bowls. It's a little bit short of a length, and Pujara plays in the crease out to cover, and there is no run. We should get some. Have you got YouTube up? Or should I do
have.
that? Oh, you have. Okay.
But I'm 14 minutes behind on the general tweets. I haven't even got there yet.
Okay. Well, you do that then. Leach bowls. Oh, that's a decent appeal. Give that out, and it has been given. Pujara has been given out. He's reviewed it straight away, but I don't think his bat was first. He was hit in front of the stumps. This could be the 37% that he requires extra on the stumps to be given out. It may well be turning, but I think that hit him on about middle and off.
I think he knows he hit it, but it's whether, like you said, whether it hit him first. So let's have a look, and it's pad first. Definitely is pad first.
Definitely pad first.
So I think it's going to be interesting. Umpire's call on off stump. I think it's because that's roughly where you would imagine the ball to be hitting, right?
Yeah, I think it's. We're looking from side on. It's definitely pad first.
Definitely pad first.
So in the old days, that would never be given out. But it is now, and Pujara has been out to Leach, I think 4 times in this series, or maybe 3.
I think that might be Rohit.
Rohit who what?
I think he's got Rohit 4 times.
Yeah. Okay, well he's got Pujara 3 times. So I mean, he has got 16 wickets, and
oh no, he's been. You know, we're not talking about there being too much in the way. I'll tell you what, that's
so
going
out.
With the arm a little bit. That's out.
That is so out. Pujara is out, and he is a limpet, and he is very important to get out. He may not score particularly quickly, but I fear he's one of the Indian side that I really do fear, because he can just stick around all day long. We're going to
give him credit.
Yeah, it's a decent ball, and it's one that's pretty much gone straight on again. Has got a wicket with an LBW.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
I mean, it is interesting in the modern era. I mean, you look at it, and the amount of wickets that fall in LBW in this Test series is phenomenal to the spinners. And that's the thing. I mean, that's what makes the game move on. I mean, in the old days, as we said, you just wouldn't get that many LBWs for spinners. They would hardly get any. And it's just changed the way that the game is played. You can't hide your bat behind a pad anymore.
I watched just a gnat's crotchet of the game between Afghanistan and Zimbabwe. So I kind of wanted to see what the coverage was like. And I saw the very end of Afghanistan's second innings, and there was a decision that was given not out, and it was the plumbest of plumb LBW decisions. It was hitting. It would have hit the gap, rock solid centre between middle stump and off stump, and the umpire gave it not out. And so my immediate thought was, well, they'll review that, and then 20 seconds later they're bowling another ball, which is like, and that becomes the danger about, you know, this idea of technology. It has to be that, you know, if you're having a test match,
you have to have the technology. Yeah, I mean, and it should be centralised. I think the ICC should be paying for that.
Absolutely.
I mean, they only need a certain amount. You know, you have 6 kits in a cupboard somewhere, and you just send them around the world to the different tests. I mean, there's 12 test playing nations, 14 test playing nations. The most you'd need is, I mean, none of them all play. You could probably have 5 sets, and that'd do it. A lot of it comes down to the host broadcaster, though, doesn't it? Paying for it, I believe, which is.
But like you said, if the ICC turn around and go that it's not actually, it's not a broadcast technology. It is a tool of the umpiring trade, and therefore we'll pay for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I mean, I guess test player nations who don't have it are kind of used to not having it and defer to the umpires. But if you play with it and then you have it taken away from you, it'd be bloody frustrating.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting to watch, because the first game I really ever saw that had technology like that was rugby league, and in rugby league the referee hardly makes a decision at all without going to for video help.
Yeah, it seems to be a lot of the case with tries in rugby as well, doesn't it?
So I'm not surprised that the umpire is willing to sort of give it out and then defer to the decision of the technology.
Well,
rugby league was one of the original innovators, because they were also the ones that first gave us the referees' audio feed, so we could hear what they were actually trying to work out.
Anyway,
as going through the.
Can I talk about the cricket, because we had a ball bowl? It was just left alone outside Rohit to our stump, and there is no run. We'll play a little jingle for Kohli in a second, because it's one of my favourites. And there's a little fist bump there from Jimmy to Leach, who's now on 17 wickets. Maybe your 21, your prescient 21, could be correct. Stokes is in, and Rohit defends on the back foot, and there is no run. I think England need to get them 80 for 4 to be in a chance of parity.
Yeah,
about that, which is possible with only 40 to go. Let's have the jingle for the new man.
The Indian says signals that they'll knock us on her ass. The pitches are prepared. With the Indian says signals that they'll knock us on her ass, and they've got a talking lead. We don't mind the challenges of being we don't need. He lets loose all his shots when the bowlers are fatigued. And we wait to find the match is dead, and our doom is for rat. And Davey Warner rides around and says, Kohli's the cat, Kohli's the cat.
Rohit tries to pull his bat away for the next ball. It comes off the face straight to second slip. And there ain't no run. We'll have a change at the end of this over. And who's joining me? Messers and Jack. Well, Jack's going to have a go at ball by ball. Nice.
Be nice to him, people.
He knows what's going on in the game of cricket. As long as he can see the picture, he'll be fine. India are 40 for 2 now, after 24.2 overs. And Stokes is in. Oh, big in-swinger.
That's the hooping in-swing.
It is the hooping in-swing with a bit of cut on it. Rohit judged the line pretty well, though. Left it through to Folks, and there is no run. And Pujara was the one who was dropped, wasn't he, a couple of overs ago? So he hasn't cost us too many runs for that job.
Now, is that... It's sort of a little bit of swing out of the hand and then a bit more help off the pitch, right?
A little bit, but sometimes Stokes gets the arm right over his head, doesn't he? That's how he gets that hooping in swing. He kind of almost inside out like that. If you're seeing me on YouTube.
Either that or he's ordering a beer. I'm not sure, Bear. What you doing?
A bit too early for a beer. There is one in the fridge. It's been there for a long time as well. Left alone outside the off stump by Rohit. I've been on actually a bit of a clean streak. I haven't drunk much beer in October, January even, or February. Shut up, Mason.
So are we saying that because you've not been drinking, you don't know what month it is?
Yeah, a little bit like that. A bit of clean living.
Well, I mean, it does us all some good.
It does occasionally.
I've been trying to get into a different shape because I realised the shape I was going in was round.
That's true of us all. Left alone outside the off stump. Rohit leaves it through to Folks. No run. End of the over. You two are off. Jack and Messi are going to join me. And see you in a bit. Morning, Jack.
Morning, Bear. Morning, Messers. How you doing?
I'm okay. So you're going to do your
Very good, Jack.
You're debuting on your ball by ball, I see.
It is. Yeah, I didn't necessarily ask for this. I just seem to have been promoted via Tony's email. So here I am. And England are 40. Well, India, sorry, are 40 for 2. England fighting back, or at least not letting India get away this morning. Tidy spell from Stokes, and Leach just looked threatening since he came on, Bear.
He has, yes. The pitch is starting to turn a little bit more. A few little bits of dust off the main part of the pitch as well. You can only imagine it's going to get worse. England really, I mean, I don't think it's a 200 pitch. Certainly wasn't yesterday.
That was my impression too. I thought sort of 400 might have been a good score batting first, to be honest.
Get rid of your pitcher, Jason.
Yeah, India aren't. I haven't got away from England yet. As Leach starts his 7th over of the innings. And that's nudged into the offside by Kohli. India choose not to take the run, which may have been there. And the cover fielder picks up. Kohli, of course, brings a formidable record to the game. Averages 52 from his 91 matches over his Test career, with the best of 254. There's Leach again. Comes in and dropped into the offside by Kohli for no run. Bear, you sounded like you might have been a little bit excited by that one.
Well, probably the wrong sort of line, but it's that whole thing, isn't it? You get the pad in the way and it's on the stumps, and there's a good chance there's going to be a shout. And there's quite a good chance it's going to be going on to hit the wicket.
Kohli once more dropping the ball, carbon copy of the last delivery, into the offside where it's picked up for no run. Yeah, I think from what I've seen of Leach so far this morning, he seems to have settled in really nicely, besides the first loosener.
The loosener, that was a terrible loosener as well. But it didn't go for any runs, so that's fine.
As he comes in again, and Kohli blocks again. They consider the run and decide against it as it's picked up for the 4th time in a row by that cover fielder, and the score remains 40 for 2. Do we see Don Best soon?
Well, I was saying earlier, if he has a bad...
And blocked once more by Kohli.
If he has a bad spell early up, you kind of fear for him, because he might be then out of the game, and England's strategy is shot, really. We've not got any rolling resources in this game.
And Kohli leaves to complete a maiden from Jack Leach, who maintains some control for England there. Messers, shall we have some tweets and YouTube?
Let's do that. Steve Aldersley very kindly has given some hints about how not to get your glasses foggy when you're wearing a mask, which was the subject of some discussion yesterday. That's on the stream. Knackle tells us that England have beaten New Zealand in the second T20I. Another comfortable victory. Freo Davis took 4 for 23, and Tommy Beaumont made a 4th 50 in 5 innings across formats on the tour. Mayank says, notice a few English in the stadium watching the game. Surprised they were able to make the trip to India given the entry requirements into India, unless they live there. Yeah, there must be a lot of expats there.
I'd imagine so, yeah.
And Indu says Nitin Menon is one of the best umpires in the world right now. Extremely high percentage of correct decisions. Truly admirable, even more in a series which has seen the ball do so much.
Well, that's true.
Ooh. Stokes continues his long spell this morning. Sort of skewed away from Rohit there, slightly in the air, but to point, a very thick outside edge. I have to say I've been quite impressed by the on-field umpiring in this series. It's the other bits. That,
and they seem to have sorted that now after a fair few complaints in the English, I think.
Well, justified complaints, I'd probably say as well.
I'd say they were as well. Definitely. A couple of them.
Yes, it's a long spell from Stokes considering his stomach issues yesterday. As he comes in once more for his second ball, and he's turned around the corner, out to deep square leg, from a cross-batted shot from Rohit, and I think that's just one. Maybe could have been two if they'd really pushed it, but it is hot, and why get a sweat on?
Well, they've got a lot of time left in the game.
That sounds a very village way of putting it, Jack.
Well, you don't want to be out there for hours, do you, in a sweaty shirt? And I imagine like all the extra equipment they have to wear. It probably gets quite hot in Ahmedabad, doesn't it?
Well, I imagine so, but I imagine Kohli, Rohit, and the Indians are kind of used to it.
Stokes again, angling in on stumps this time. Kohli gets his bat down, drops it into the leg side, where mid-wicket picks up. As we have a look at the Indian innings so far, Shubman Gill, of course, with a duck yesterday, caught or pinned by Anderson. Pujara falling for 17 this morning to Leach, leaving Rohit and Kohli at the crease. The powerhouse of the India batting lineup in this series so far, I think.
See, I imagine that Bess comes into his own against the lower half of that order. Oh, that's out.
That is out, yeah. Stokes wide of the off stump. He got on to really climb out of the wicket. Kohli has fenced at it, and just a little tickle through to Folkes. Caught behind.
That is sweet. Gone for a duck.
That really was quite a brutal delivery, to be honest. I mean, Kohli has tried to get on top of it and has clearly not managed to do so. Not even got close to doing so, really. As he's glanced that through to Folkes behind the stumps. He's fallen for 0. India are 41 for 3. England are well and truly back in the game, I think, here, Bear.
Well, they are. Get through Rahane, and then obviously you've got the Pant, counter attack. But this is what I mean. I think if you've got the lower middle order, you've got Sundar's left-handed, Pant's left-handed, Axar Patel's left-handed. The right arm spinners should come into it at that point. It's an interesting situation. 41 for 3.
Well, yeah, and Rahane's coming to the crease. He's not had a great series. I think he's averaging below 20. So, I mean, England probably will fancy themselves to pick up another one here. I mean, if they could get Rohit, then things really
if they could get Rohit, then things will really be on, exactly. Well, I think if you get either either of these two, obviously Pant is the X factor here. He could come out, slap a quick 90. Because he doesn't often get to 100, does he? But he could slap a quick 90 and put it way back in India's favour. I don't think India need much of a lead, but equally, I think if England could keep them down below 250, they'd be, or around about the 250 mark, they'd be in the game again. They'd be behind it, but they'd have a chance.
Here's an interesting stat for you. This is the first time that Kohli has been out for 2 ducks in the same series, ever.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? This wicket is, I imagine, what England imagined the last wicket was actually going to be like, because there's a bit of bounce and carry in this track, which there wasn't in the last one. They got the games wrong way round.
Yeah, I was joking on our podcast actually that England have selected a great team for the last Test match, but it might pay off for them here as well. I think. I mean, I think this wicket offers us a little bit to batters and bowlers of both types. So I think it's been a good pitch. I'm happy not to be talking about it too much, to be honest.
Yeah, it'll only get worse. It'll get more bowler friendly.
And Stokes immediately going for the booming in-swinger to Rahane first up, reminiscent sort of Anderson's dismissal of him from the first Test in the greatest over ever. Rahane getting his bat on this one though for no run. Do you reckon this will be Stokes' last of the day, or will he get another one?
Well, if the ball gets roughed up and it starts reversing, I imagine they'll have a break for lunch in 50 minutes, and he'll come back at some point after that.
I reckon Stokes has been bowling really well, actually, considering
he's bowled bugger all series, isn't it? Let's have a jingle for the new batsman anyway.
Jinky Rahane, you bat, and everybody comes running. Take a run, get down the other end. Jinky Rahane, quick 50. Jinky Rahane, and out.
Of course, it was these two who scored what was the innings that. The partnership which basically put us out of the second test, wasn't it?
That's true, and when you got Pant and Ashwin still to come, there's a lot of opportunity there. PJ Mead says the Pujara wicket is exactly the kind of nightmarish appeal I hate in club games. Well, in club games, that's always going to be not out.
Yeah, although
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I was going to say. I mean, I think even the umpires at club games. It depends. If your own side is umpiring against your batsman, very rarely do you get them. Occasionally you do get them, even with them doing it. I think all umpires watch the TV now and think that spinners do get more LBWs worldwide, I presume, after watching so much TV.
Leach continues a little bit of a half volley there to Rohit, who accepts the single basically on offer to the deep point fielder as he moves on to 23. And India score their first run of my little stint here. So
you've done well, Jack.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have.
a good debut. I'm going to congratulate myself on that.
Australia is cheering you on.
As we have a look at the Kohli dismissal again. Kohli not having a great series, is he?
No, he hasn't. He hasn't had a great series.
Well, by his standards, anyway.
I mean, it's pretty much been
scored some runs.
It's been a bowler's series, really, hasn't it? I mean, bar the first test where the wicket was pretty flat for a few days.
And Leach through once again. Rahane rocking onto the back foot and dropping it right down into the block hole for no run.
I mean, in Chennai they got 300 in the first innings. England got 200, and then not many in the second. India didn't get that many in the second either, and the last test was, paltry in terms of runs. So
Leach again, and Rahane back again and blocking a little bit more firmly this time, straight back to Leach for no run.
I have a theory that Kohli's baby is keeping him awake. Just can't
well, that
concentrate.
could be true. Things all do change when you have kids.
Is the baby in the bubble, or has he got like one of those
the boy in the bubble
type thing, so he can hear the baby crying but can't go to it?
That's
Leach coming through again. Rahane making a really late decision to play that one, as it excited the England fielders who thought maybe he was about to let that one slide through, but he did get his bat down and blocks it straight into the floor for no run.
Is his baby a boy or a girl?
I think it's a girl.
I was going to say, boy in the bubble would be perfect, Paul Simon. But
as Leach comes through once more, slightly short, and that gives Rahane the opportunity to knock the ball through the infielder to the deep point boundary. So Rahane's off the mark. He's on 1 from his 6 balls.
All this over's been too short. Needs to bowl a little bit fuller. Apart from that first ball, which he played late, the other 3 balls have just been a little short.
Yeah.
You've got a fan on YouTube, Jack. Hold on.
Are they calling me Daniel Radcliffe?
No, they're not. They say, "Don't worry, Jack. I'm all for the incisive village analysis."
Well, it's the same game, so they say, isn't it? Anything else through on the tweets, Messi?
Indeed, there is. Knuckles says, more impressive bowling from Jack Leach to a fine player of spin in Pujara. Pujara is normally immaculate in going right back or right forward, but Leach has managed to get him in misjudging the length a few times. Top work. Also, stat watch from Knuckle on the impressive work of Jack Leach to Chetsar Pujara in the series. Prior to this series, he's got 1,862 balls, 5 dismissals, average of for 159.8. In this series, 89 balls, 4 dismissals, average of 15.25. That's a retweet from Richard Isaacs, which is spot on. Anand says Leach has done well all series against Pujara. Considering Pujara is one of the best against spin in the world, this is very good from Leach. I think Leach is the find of the series himself.
So Stokes will continue. His first ball climbs a little bit on Rahane, who does play it quite well, dropping it into the offside, where the point fielder will pick it up before anyone can consider a run. Yeah, I think Leach has been excellent.
He has been.
I was looking at his stats compared to sort of Swan and Panesar for an India tour as well, and they compare very nicely, albeit, as you said, last over there, during a series which has probably favoured the ball over the bat.
Yeah, and after this,
as Stokes comes in, and Rahane fences at it slightly, but drops it into the ground where the gully fielder is sort of able to make a stop before there's any run.
Look, if England are going to continue, I mean, I think you've always got to have a spinner in the side, and if Moeen is now a busted flush, as it were, and Jack Leach takes prime position, right? In England, you're only ever going to have one spinner. But you look at someone like Nathan Lyon, when he started playing for Australia, we all thought, okay, he's all right, but, da-da-da-da-da. But if you keep them in the side and they play in all conditions all around the world.
Stokes in again, and once more Rahane fences at it, and it goes to gully, almost the same delivery as the ball before. No run though, and no real danger, I don't think.
Spinners learn on the job almost as you go around the world. You look at where Nathan Lyon is now, where he started in his career. If you give them the opportunity to stay on the side and keep them bowling, and they keep taking wickets and manage to stay on the side, suddenly they become a linchpin of a lot of sides around the world. Even sides that play in Australia or in England, where spinners aren't, your main weapon by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, the other thing is that Root actually believes in him.
And that's really wide of the off stump, swinging away. Rahane chooses not to play, and that will go through to folks without anything happening. Carry on, Messi.
Yeah, Root's attitude towards spinners has been problematic for some in the past.
It has
in terms of his reluctance to put them on.
Well, he trusted Moeen when Moeen was at the peak of his powers a few years ago, and he does seem to trust Leach. It's clear that he doesn't really trust Best that much, and that's probably the problem that Best has. He probably feels he's got to do something immediately or he's off.
Stokes to Rahane, who gets back, plays that sort of awkwardly. I think it's probably fair to say Rahane's not enjoyed this over too much from Stokes, but he has negotiated the first 5 balls as he drops that one into the pitch.
And I think all spinners, you do require the faith of your captain, because as a spinner you want to be bowling long spells, because your art is to try and work the batsman around and find that weakness and pin them to the crease and make them create a mistake, and that sometimes takes time. So you've got to be able to give yourself time, and that requires you to not be leaking runs all the time.
Yeah.
Stokes then, that one zeroing in on off stump, but Rahane is equal to it, and that's another maiden from Stokes, who now has figures of 1 for 12 from his 10 overs, and is doing a very capable job as England's second seamer in this match. Messi Jez, do we have anything on social?
We do indeed. So Ripwich says he thinks that Leach might well get Pujara in England as well. Let's see. Leah says, damn, this is not how it was supposed to go. Suman Nag says, guys, you've got jokes on Kohli. Daddy Siraj is listening. Cricket Maniac says he also scored 2 ducks in England in 2014, first time in India. That's a correction of my thing. I looked right through them. I'm not sure that they were in the same series. Leah says, I regret to inform you that Virat has a daughter called Vamika, Jack. Therefore, for the Bubble Boy joke has to be disqualified on the grounds of being inaccurate. That never stopped us in the past.
Bubble Girl. There was the Bubble Gum Girls. I used to watch that. I used to watch that with my children when they were little.
Leach then will continue. Rohit on strike here.
Oh.
And he's down the pitch, struck on the pads. England are interested, but the impact occurred sort of 2.5 metres down the wicket, I suspect that will be umpire's call if they did review it. So probably a little bit optimistic, that one. Back to the spinners point. I do you think that England were hoping that if they gave Dom Bess well, I think they probably were, so I'm answering my own question a little bit, that he would sort of grow into the role a little bit more than he has there?
Yeah, I think so. But
Leach once more. Rohit down the track, inside out, over the offside, over
Nice
extra
shot.
cover. That's a beautiful shot, straight out of the IPL playbook, and he'll pick up 4 for it.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
yeah, I do think they did, and he started off okay, but he just seems to. Whereas Leach is, he isn't that sort of Monty Python, which I think, is, especially in India, I said this before the series, and we talked about this on your podcast. In India, you need to let the pitch do the work and be quite metronomic, really. You've got to find your line, find your length, make the batsman work. And Leach, Besmead tries to do a little bit too much rather than just stick on that.
Leach corrects his line a little bit there, and Rohit tries to guide for a single, but only finds the point fielder.
It also depends, Bear, on how many runs you've got in the bank. You can't afford to bowl Bez in a situation like this right now, to be honest.
Well, that's the thing. You try too much, you drop a couple short and over, you get slapped for 2 forwards and an over. Your captain's going to go mental because he doesn't want that from you.
Leach and Rohit lets one slide past the off stump. He's nodding and puckering his lips in a way that suggests that maybe he thought that was going to be a little bit further away from the stumps than it was, and we're talking 2 or 3 inches there. A great leave.
Yeah, it's either a great leave or a lucky leave, one or the other. But we'll call it a great leave for Rohit.
Leach again. That spits out the wicket, and folks has taken the bails off as sort of Rohit stumbled back. I suspect they may take a look at this, although I think Rohit was in.
Rohit stumbled back and he was in the crease. It's a question of whether it did catch the edge. Rohit doesn't think so. But that did jump, didn't it? Crikey.
A lot happening. I mean, that's gone past Rohit's sort of shoulders, off a length as well. So no doubt that will terrify most of the England batting lineup.
Absolutely.
Whoa.
Well, this is the thing now. Suddenly, we've got to get them to around about parity. Once again, it comes down to a 1 innings game.
Yes, it does. So Leach in to complete his set. Full that time, and Rohit just drops the ball into the leg side, looking maybe slightly relieved to get out of the over after the excitement of the 5th delivery.
You going to go, Messi? We got anything there?
Yes, sorry. Diana Craddock, who is indeed in Andalusia, says, "Come on, wickets, catches, and stumpings, please, England." And Jeff Thomas is enjoying us from Bangkok. Many thanks for the live stream.
And that's our pleasure.
Knackle says England have bowled well today, as they did last night, but not sure they bowled as well as 2 for 19 in 17 overs would suggest. Have India erred on the side of caution a little too much? There's been little attempt to work singles around. That's true. Yeah.
That is true, but India, I think this is it. Get the runs in the first innings, but exactly that. They are in a little bit of danger of getting stuck. Pujara was never going to score a great rate of runs. The surprising thing is that Rohit scored 26 of 92 deliveries, which is very un-Rohit-like.
Yes.
I think England have been good as well. They've been tight.
Yeah, they have been good.
Stokes comes in for again in his mega spell, and that's flicked off the hips of Rahane down to the fine leg fielder for a single. I mean, I think England have turned up with the right plan this morning and have done their part in terms of strangling the India innings. I think India have also done the right thing in terms of trying to get through that to basically get to the Dom Bess buffet, but have lost 2 wickets in the process. So we've got quite a nice match set up, I think.
Well, we do, and you think Stokes has bowled. This is his 9th over on the bounce, and him and Jimmy comes back on after Stokes goes off. Ooh.
Stokes goes for the in-swinger, started it a little bit wide of off stump. It had Bear excited, but I think probably was never going to threaten the stumps. Rohit didn't look too concerned anyway.
No, it looks better than it is, isn't it, all the time. He knew where his off stump was and just let it through. I think Stokes.
Sorry, yeah.
I think Stokes continues for this spell, and there's only half an hour before lunch, so Jimmy probably comes back on. Ball's a little bit older, maybe a little bit rougher on one side, maybe a little bit more swing for Jimmy as well. He certainly doesn't go for a lot of runs.
Stokes with the bouncer, that has really climbed up on Rohit, who goes for the hook shot, which he is a very proficient player of. I think it's come off his helmet though, and it looks like the umpire's calling out the medical professional to have a look at Rohit there. They did seem to take that right on the badge. Might shake him up a little bit.
Yeah, it certainly was. It was right on the what do you call that bit?
The badge.
The badge. I'm thinking the lip. I can't remember. It's too early in the morning.
Yeah. Rohit looks right. He's taking a drink. Nobody looks too worried, to be honest. But I wouldn't have liked to be on the receiving end of that one. Stokes really did get that one to fly through. To back to the bowler point, I think England probably do turn back to Anderson, don't they? The ball is moving around a little bit. Stokes is certainly getting it to talk and certainly asking some questions of the India batters.
Yes, I mean, if they can keep Leach on from one end till lunch, this is where, clearly there's not a lot of trust in Best, but Stokes is bowling well. He does look like he's tiring a little bit. He's bowled 8-9 overs this morning. But you've only got to get through half an hour, which will probably only be 3 or 4 overs from one end. Anderson can come back and bowl them. Leach carries on till lunch. Then you have a 40-minute break, and if you want to go back, and then Stokes gets his feet up, gets a massage, put loads of hydrolytes in him. He can come out and bowl a little bit after lunch as well. I mean, they need to get wickets. It was right on the badge, actually. England need to try and get wickets, and they might have to risk it on Best, but Best might make let the game slide if he does have to come on. Equally, he could get a lucky first wicket with a shit takes wicket ball, give him a little bit of confidence, and everything comes back. But no one knows.
No, that's the nature of live sport, isn't it? As it looks like the game is set to continue. England messing around with something or other. We can't see it from that camera angle.
I think they were thinking about
cam.
I think they were thinking about flying slip for a second.
And Stokes is coming through. And again, he's looking for that in-swinger. Started that one a bit wide of off stump again. And Rahane doesn't offer a shot. I think if this surely will be Stokes' last over, because as you say, Barry's looking slightly tired now. And then if we can get Anderson back, I say we, as a completely biased England fan there.
Absolutely.
Maybe get another one before lunch.
That'd be nice. Would be nice. I said 80 for 4. England need to get them 4. We've got 30 runs to play with.
That's drifting down the leg side there. Rahane misses out probably a little bit. Taken by Folkes, with no issue, and obviously there'll be no run.
At the end of this over, we're going to have a switcheroo. Al is going to come back and do a little bit of ball by ball with Jason and Anindo.
Sounds good. As we see Root gesticulating about something or other. He looks quite happy.
Reasonably.
As he's probably want to be at 49 for 3. Stokes through to complete his 11th over. Rahane dabbing at the ball and finding the point fielder. Just a couple of runs off that over, one off the bat. India 49 for 3, and that wraps up my first half an hour.
Well done, Jack. A good debut. I'll leave you with this. Taryn on Hot Mic says, "Morning, folks. Game on," and I believe it is. I shall see you later, and the next 3 will take you through till lunch.
We're up to date on tweets, James.
Great.
Thanks, Jez. Thanks, Bear, and well done, Jack. Game on, gents.
Absolutely. Excellent bowling. I mean, it's really been good bowling all morning. And Stokes, despite whatever issues he has bowled more than 1/3 of the innings overs, which is quite remarkable. Right?
I think it's been his longest spell of the entire series.
Yeah.
It's going to be Leach. I have some spinning related questions in India that I hopefully you'll be able to answer for me as we go on through the next half hour. So Leach is going to be bowling to Rohit, score 49 for 3. England 205 in the first innings, and that is on and around off stump, spinning away from Rohit, who just plays that ball into the covers, and there's no run. I suppose the obvious point of comparison is between Leach and Axar Patel, and as Leach comes in and bowls the second ball, again turns away, and that Rohit guides the ball / takes the out half of the bat. It goes past Stokes at slip. There's a fielder in close on the 45. There's a well taken single that moves Rohit onto 27. When Leach lets the ball go, he's spinning you can see that he's cupping the ball. His hand is kind of cocked underneath the ball, and the spinning action is kind of up. Yeah. And I'm wondering whether that's slightly different from the way that Patel holds the ball.
Okay.
As Leach is in again, and that's too short, and Rahane is able to swivel and pull that ball away through mid-wicket area, and that will race away to the boundary, and that will be a welcome 4 runs for India, taking them to 54 for 3.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Well, for one, I think Akshar is taller, or it appears, or he appears to be. So he brings the ball. We'll continue after this delivery.
And that's a more looped delivery, which encourages Rahane to drive the ball. The cover fielder is in, and it's a great diving stop by Root. I think it maybe in the air for a small part of its journey, which might have had Root more interested. But in the end, there will be no run. So you said Axar is bowling with a slightly taller action anyway.
Yes, he is, and I think he brings the ball down faster than Leach does, and with
as Rohit takes a big stride down the pitch, and the ball hits a combination of bat and pad, but Rohit is well outside the line of off stump, and there'll be no run.
So there's less of a loop from Akshar. He's sort of darting the ball in almost, and I think there's a major difference with Leach, who's actually flighting it.
Yeah. No, and within the Sri Lankan part of this tour is again a well looped delivery just outside off stump, and Rohit plays the ball back to the fielder, and there's no run. The Embledinha, or Embledinha.
Yeah.
It seemed very similar to Patel's action, but different strokes, different folks, different heights and arm angles, and different ways of getting the job done, I guess.
Yeah, I was surprised with Akshar's 4 wickets yesterday, because on this kind of a wicket, I didn't think he would be that effective. But I think it's the terrors in the minds of the English batsmen more than his skill with the straighter ball which got them out. He's more effective on a really turning pitch, I think.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he certainly seems to have given himself a position of being that second spinner for the foreseeable future. I think Washington Sundar seems to become a luxury depending on the situation. Until
Jadeja gets back.
Until Jadeja gets back, as Stokes is in, and that's wide and full, and Rahane has climbed into that, in the gap between cover and extra cover, and that's rocketed away for another boundary.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Jason, just got to be careful here that we don't allow Rahane to begin a bit of a counter attack here.
Well, this might just be the 1 over too many for his spell, perhaps.
I was just thinking that, yeah.
We always know that just a couple of balls into that over, it's just one too many. One too many. But we'll see how Stokes responds. India to 59 for 3, and that is more a traditional Stokes length, or a good length, maybe slightly back of a length, and defended into the covers, and there's no run.
But Stokes has always been renowned for being able to bowl these long spells. Yeah, and I think this is a suggestion that whilst he's a bit under the weather, he is not far short of being fully fit. You know, he's been able to summon up the necessary reserves to dig in for an extra long spell of bowling, albeit with the end change in the middle of it.
The end change seems to have been just as effective as that short, and a short-armed, slightly mistimed pull by Rahane. It goes to Ollie Pope's to his right. May well have been aerial as it went past, but it went past safely, and they'll be able to take a couple of runs there. Slightly on the top half of the bat as he's tried to sort of swivel pull that away. Well over the top of Mr. Pope. And Rahane's moved on to 13 from 21, which is a welcome respite from the belligerence of both Rohit and Rahane earlier on in the day, as that goes harmlessly wide outside off stump and there's no run. I suppose as we start to come towards the end of the Test series, you can begin to look at the 4 games in totality. The dominance of the Indian bowlers over the course of the last 3 games, particularly Ashwin and Patel. Do you think it's glossed over any cracks that we might see in elements of the batting lineup?
Absolutely. I think the batting's been below par, for sure.
Is that a hint of in-swing and movement off the pitch? Takes this ball onto Rahane's hip and glove, and he just glides that behind square on the leg side, and folks will run round and do the fielding, and there'll be no run.
I think you could say that for both sides, actually. I think both sides' batting has been somewhat flawed. It's been concentrated mainly in a couple of marquee players, and the other players have not really stepped up to the plate rather than in sporadic bits and starts.
It's not even the marquee players. I think they've been marquee innings, if you like.
That's uppishly driven by Rohit, mistimed, and it's wide of Stokes, who, give him his due, throws himself to the floor in a desperate attempt to be able to take the catch, and he is slow getting up. You can see, and that's the end of the over. I think that might have been a definite move towards his captain of, I am very tired, please do not make me bowl another over. Jason, I'm going to let you rattle off some tweets before I give us some GPL update news.
Sure. Knackle says, prior to this Test, Stokes had bowled 15 overs in 3 innings in the series, and bowled more than 10 in a match, let alone an inning, since July. And at the time of pressing this tweet, he's starting his 10th in a row today. Yep. He certainly had a lot more in this innings than he's had in any other innings. We're up to date with tweets, so go on to your GPL request.
The GPL does close at lunch at the end of the session. So not long to get your GPL entries in. The pot, I believe, it is an almost Euro Millions jackpot worthy £78 English.
talking about Stokes, as Leach gets ready to bowl, Stokes is still standing there gasping.
Yeah, that's definite signs of wear and tear in Stokes. As a good length ball by Leach is met with a good forward defensive shot by Rahane, and there'll be no run.
Is he in slip? Because if you're standing at slip, bent over, that's no way to get any oxygen into your lungs. You should be standing up at that point.
Yeah,
he looks like, I wish this was a beach.
Yeah, I'm not moving. I'm not moving. That is too short from Leach. And although the ball turns away from Rahane's off stump, he is able to swivel and pull this ball away in front of square into the mid-wicket area, and that has gone for 4 runs.
2 + 2 is our man. 2 + 2 is our man.
I always panic when there's a 4 and Bear's not there to begin the jingle as I start describing the ball, but he's always there when I finish. So, he's the glue that holds the whole thing together.
His frying pan is a leap away.
Yeah, a hop, skip, and a leap away, and that's more pitched on middle and leg and turning away. But Rahane squashes the spin with a good forward defensive shot, and there'll be no run. Rahane 18, Rohit 27 from 99 as Rohit innings as there's been this series, but he has been revelatory at the top of the order as he defends Rahane to that next ball by Leach.
Rohit's taken so much flack from the Indian fans over the years in Test cricket, I think he's really showing that he's capable of playing well at the top.
And Leach just gives that a bit more air, encourages the turn, and Rahane meets that with a forward defensive shot, watchful in between. He's been far more expansive of all of the batsmen that we've seen so far this morning. But there'll be no run for that 5th ball of this over. And this is the last of Leach's 11th. 1 for 36. And Rahane tries to flamingo drive that ball through mid-wicket, but it only hits Sibley, and there'll be no run. And at the end of that over, India are 66 for 3. Jason,
James Hammond says, "Good day, gorillas from Australia.
Good day.
Why has Bess only bowled 1 over? And when is Joe Root going to come on to take the other 7 wickets?"
England's new all-rounder, Joe Root.
It is a valid question as to why Root hasn't been introduced yet.
I think maybe it's a bit more.
There's no one stopping it other than Root himself. Of that,
and there's no left-handers in play either.
Yeah, I think that as we get towards Pant and some of the lower order batsmen, then we might see a bit more of Dom Bess.
We've also got tweets from Venkatesh, who says there seems to be very few spinners these days that are able to make the batsman play shots that the bowlers wants. I feel they aren't even allowed a couple of boundaries to set it up. That's certainly true. If you have to be on the money from the first ball of your spell nowadays. You don't get to ease into a spell.
Oh, speak of Dom Bess, and he shall appear. The Stokes spell, as long as one of Wagner's Ring operas comes to an end, and we're going to have a little bit of Dom Bess before lunch.
If the pitch isn't good for pace, get this lad on his bowling's ace. But if you need someone who bats, you should just save Dom Bess for last.
Right, well, we've saved him for last, as the jingle dictates, and Bess is in, and that's a full-length delivery, which Rohit thinks in retrospect he should have come down the pitch to, but just really half blocks, half pushes at that ball back to the bowler, and there'll be no run.
Best has 4 players on the boundary, right at the ropes.
An indication maybe, as that is slightly shorter, and Rowett tries to be able to turn that ball to square leg, but it goes behind square, and there's a fielder for such an occasion, and there'll be no run. It's interesting, Jason, you were talking about it feels that there's no margin for error. It feels with Best that there's less than that as he comes in, and again slightly maybe too short, and giving Rohit the chance to be able to play the ball square. That's really an insight I've picked up from the Bear through this series and the Sri Lanka innings, that the more that you see the spinner being played square, the more that it's just a bit too short. But again, there's no run. Half blocked by short square leg. And I think it becomes about, just got to give him a go. Just a sense of a few overs to kind of clear the cobwebs and get back in the mechanism, as that's spinning into Rohit's off stump, as Stokes gives all the encouragement that he can from slip.
But the problem also is Best can't bowl too many on the off stump to Rohit, because he's got 6 fielders on the leg all over in the place.
And he's encouraged the sweep, and Rohit has managed to bisect 2 of those fielders exactly with laser-like precision, and I think we're going to see the arms go up for 6, although there is going to be some clarification. Nothing much too wrong with the ball, but just, with the ball spinning into Rohit, it's given him the chance to be able to swing his arms, and that has bounced just inside the boundary ropes, and that will be 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
But maybe an indication that Rohit isn't. I don't want to say scared, because I don't want to turn around and intimate that he's scared of Jack Leach, but maybe more respectful of Jack Leach's ability. But then again, maybe spinning the ball into you, away from you, is again the idea of matchups, as that spins and bites off the pitch, and Rohit just lets it kind of glance off his hip, and there'll be no run to end that inning. End that over.
Leah gives us a fun Rohit fact that despite all his issues in India, he's still the fastest Indian to 1,000 runs as opener in terms of innings.
No,
he should just suggest that he when he scores, he does score big.
He's just this, as an in the zone was just this dichotomy. He's this Marmite sort of. The talent is obvious and apparent every time he goes into bat, but it's this sense that I think he suffers with unrealistic expectations.
Also, I think he was. Yes, you're right, and I think he was slotted into the wrong position, because for the entire period in which you think that he failed in Test cricket, he was in the middle order, and it's only now when he is 32, 33 that he's been asked to open the innings over the last few Test matches. So and he's evolved as a batsman, I guess, in the one-day format as an opener, which maybe helps him here.
I think so. We're going to have another change in the bowling, replacing Jack Leach, who has put a yeoman shift in. He's gone to 11 overs, 1 for 36. The Burnley Express is going to return just before lunch.
Jimmy was a local boy, but he seemed much more than the change in the weather. Sitting in a uniform of a 3-piece suit and a ribbons from his past.
I always wonder whether it can be the undoing of many a talented young cricketer to be able to slot into a side that's already doing well, as Anderson's first ball starts to shape and move and beats Rahane's outside edge and goes through to the keeper. Seemed to almost float that ball as it begins to shape away. Rahane,
it's a beautiful delivery.
Rahane just encourages him to move forward, and he's almost walking after the ball after it's gone past his outside edge.
That's very Rahane though, chasing after deliveries.
As Anderson is in again, looking for that same outswing shape, but this is too much on middle and off, and Rahane just blocks that ball down to mid-on, and there'll be no run. 70 for 3. I know that Bear was looking for 80 for 4. I feel like I've let him down. I mean, we gave Jack his first spell and he takes Kohli with his first. Bear registers his disappointment to me visually.
Jack is now banned from any further Indian matches.
Wow.
When India's batting.
Wow, that's how impressive. As that is, again, on Rahane's legs, and he flicks that down to long leg, and they're going to look for 2, and they're going to take 2 pretty comfortably in the end, as the throw it forces folks away from the stumps. 48 runs so far today. If you're interested in a last minute fling in the GPL, or Jez's personal kitty, as we like to call it, maybe another 200 or so runs in the day, who knows. But if wickets keep on falling, that will keep the runs down. Anderson in again, and Rahane will just let that go through to the keeper, and there'll be no run. No, I think it's a bit of a testament to Rohit's character that he's come in to a well-established side, struggled a little bit, with the viewpoint of, is this guy the guy? We know that he's really good in other formats of the game, and that, his mentality coupled with his technique and a little bit of moving around the order, you can't even imagine the side without him now. As Anderson is in again, that is pushed up by Rahane and fielded at extra cover, and there'll be no run. Lawrence doing the work in the field. Yeah, Ananda, it's like as if now it's Rohit's partner that now becomes an element for debate, with, I suppose, the shift of the focus becoming whether Gill is the answer in that particular slot.
I think as we know, it takes a bit of luck as well that there's a vacuum at the top in Indian opening position, as
that is chipped over mid-wicket by Rahane, a mistimed shot, and as is the way, if it is that you are 2-1 down in a series and looking desperately for wickets, the ball just bounces harmlessly over 2 fielders, and that there's going to be 2 runs taken. But that definitely seemed to be a half-checked shot by Rahane.
He's not been batting terribly well, I have to say, the entire series, other than that one innings when he survived and played reasonably well.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of the openers, I think they're still looking at 3 or 4 people to partner.
Exactly. So he, I think that was a point when he got in at a time when not a single one of the openers was really assured of his place, and to his credit, he's filled up one of those spots.
I still think they'd want to have a left-right combination, which gives Dhawan still a way back into the side potentially. But
Dhawan, there's not much with Shikhar Dhawan. There's not much patience, I think, in the Test side, just because he's got too much flair, if you like, for the opening slot in a way. But he's there in the wings.
It's always good to have options in the wings as Bess is in. That's short, and Rohit's able to go back in his crease and just wait for the ball to nudge past the short square leg fielder, and he will scamper through for a single.
I was talking to a friend of mine the other day who's one of the match referees and not in this series, and he was telling me that in the bubble they have between 1 and 2 replacements for every position in the side. It's if they need, they could have brought people in. They could have brought Dhawan included.
That has to be the aim. That cricket now is more of a squad game than it's ever been. As Bess is in, and again slightly too short. Rahane looks initially to try and go back in his crease and pull the ball away to square leg, but just opts for a defensive shot, and there'll be no run.
Certainly think that's been the case for a while now for pace bowlers. I'm not sure it's necessarily the case for batsman rotation is now becoming a factor.
Yes, exactly.
I
think the bowling was always there. Yeah,
that does become the theory now, as that ball is just played defensively by Rahane towards a short mid-on, and there'll be no run. We take it for granted now that you are able to, that rhythm and momentum is a bit more of a finite thing, spell to spell, match to match for bowlers, but for the upper order of a side, the continuity becomes more important. There's a lower flighted balls, too short really from best, not really offering too much in the way of danger to the batsman, and Rahane just plays the ball defensively, maybe with an eye towards lunch. Just one off this over so far, but I can't really think that Bess is landing the ball anywhere he wants to, as that is far too looped a rank full toss, and Rahane is too good a batsman not to take advantage. Placed beautifully between cover and extra cover, and before you know it, the score's 79 for 3 with that beautiful 4. And it's just, he's just thinking about it too much, I believe. It's there's an element of it that's quite difficult to watch. That what Leach is doing now is almost automatic, whereas it's the very opposite from Bess's point of view, as that is a quicker, more fired in delivery, but it's too on leg stump, and Rahane's able to turn the ball behind square, and there'll be a single. He'll move on to 27, and India are at 80 for 3. Jason?
Yep. Akash Goel says, you guys call Jimmy the Burnley Express. Is that a very old and slow train that moves a lot?
It gets there eventually.
Yeah.
It's a train that you think should have broken down by now, but somehow still manages to get you there on time.
Venkatesh makes a valid point that Murali Vijay had pretty good away tours, which made Rohit's promotion to opener tough. Yes, I'd agree with that.
Yep.
And Nakul clarifies the Rohit position. He says he's done remarkably well to establish himself as a test opener. He's an all-time great as an ODI opener. Before doing it in Test cricket, he'd only opened 3 times in a long first-class career, all in the second innings, setting up declarations. So he'd been playing, presumably, Ranji Trophy games as a middle-order batsman.
I'd imagine so.
That's right.
Anderson is in, and that ball is just defended to point, and there'll be no run. Sorry, Jason.
I was going to say, and India, speaking of Ranji Trophy, is that going on at the moment in India, or is that
no,
series been stopped?
Yes, it's been suspended for this year.
You would. I wonder. I mean, we don't travel well as English cricketers. As that's too far down the leg side, and a good take by folks down the leg side. But you get the feeling that. That there's a couple of batsmen on the fringe of making a leap that would do well either to go to Sheffield Shield cricket and have a go over there, or a bowler to find their way into the Ranji Trophy to be able to learn in some different conditions.
Yeah, the Dilip Trophy over the years has allowed foreigners in.
Anderson is in again, and that is just dabbed down onto the leg side. Rahane looks for a single, but there is nothing there, and there'll be no run.
So there are no overseas players in the Ranji Trophy, but the Dilip Trophy over the years has had foreign players playing.
That's the one-day tournament, is that not?
No. The Dilip Trophy is also first class, but it used to be played between the zones, so east, west. North, central, south. Now it's changed around a little bit. They've had the red, blue, all kinds of things. They've changed the format around a bit. The Ranji Trophy is played between the states.
That's
the
a lot
county
of
championship
fixtures.
equivalent. Yeah.
Anderson in again, and that is a good length ball just outside off stump right where you want that. 4th, 5th stump line, and Rahane can do nothing more than just block that ball to Lawrence in the covers, and there'll be no run.
Actually, Jason, it's much more than you think, because the fact that the number of players who are coming in through the Indian system is because the Ranji Trophy, the Lip Trophy is only 2 of them, but at every level you have equivalents.
It's taken an edge, and has that been taken? It is. Stokes has dived to his left in front of first slip, and he has taken a low, beautiful catch. And as the bear requests,
And
India
he's
are
going to win a lot of
80
money.
for 4. India are. Bear has the look of a gambler who didn't gamble, and it's just encouraged a feather-like outside edge, and that's well taken. It wouldn't have got to root at first slip. Stokes had to move, and move he did. Well taken, diving slightly to his left and slightly forward. And Rahane, he was there for 45 deliveries, 27 he scored, and I think that will be lunch.
If England wins this match, it'll be Stokes' test.
He's done good work. England's session, 56 runs conceded, 3 wickets taken. There'll be the unusual element of Anderson coming in to bowl 1 ball at the beginning of the second session just to get that over completed. Rohit remains unbeaten at the end of the session. He's the batsman who's stayed there for the entirety. It's everybody else that's kind of moved around him.
It's going to be very interesting when Pant comes in and there's Rohit and Pant batting with each other. I'm not sure actually that's happened in this series at least.
Yeah, it could be.
That should be a very interesting sight.
Could be all kinds of fireworks.
Yeah.
Pujara was the first to go. To date, he was LBW to Leach with a non-turning ball that just hit the pad before the bat, and he was LBW for 17. Kohli, another failure, edged the ball behind to folks from Stokes. He was out without scoring, and then with just this last ball, Rahane has edged Anderson to second slip, and he was out for 27. Anderson has 2 for 7 off 11.5 overs. Miserly and dangerous, the best of all. Stokes with a long spell, well, two spells, one at each end, covering most of the session. He's got figures of 1 for 20, and Leach has figures of 1 for 36 off 11. Bess barely used and looking shaky when he did come into the attack, but India are 80 for 4, and the game is in the balance. Certainly a way of being able to keep the pressure on India and not let the game escape and put too much pressure on England's second innings. Jason, are we up to date on tweets?
I'll just rattle a few through whilst Bear gets ready as something to play over the interval. Knuckles been with us and says, and he enumerates the other options for the opener position, being Mayank Agarwal, KL Rahul, and of course Prithvi Shaw, who has been, after a disappointing tour of Australia, has been sent back to work on his game. Leah says, I think these two need to take India close to 200 to give Pant the freedom to go a bit mad. Well, that's not going to happen now.
Yeah, he might just have to go mad.
He can still go mad.
Yeah,
and I think he will if he's allowed to.
Yeah, all options are possible. I think that's the best way of saying.
Vegeter says, could lack of fans in the UK affect the amount of swing that pacers get there usually? Well, there's no lack of fans in the UK normally. Every test match seems to be completely fully subscribed. Message here says Nostabera strikes England 80 for 4 at lunch.
Yeah.
Precisely as the Bear requests. And lastly and finally, Rohit remains to be the summary of the series from Venkatesh.
That might well be it. If there's a story, that might be it. Rohit remains. I shall now turn to the voice of God. Oh, Bear.
Therefore art thou.
We're gonna play the interview Cricket Bat Cat did with Michael Bevan, which we caught a little bit of yesterday, but it's really quite good little interview. It's 32 minutes long, which will take us perfectly through to the other side of lunch.
Okay.
So
I'll see you on day 4, where there should be some play going by what's going on right now. I hope
it'll be a close run thing, but I think there will be play on day 4. I don't think it will be on day 5. So this will be my last test, my last out of test. Anyway, we're going to go to.
folks.
See you later, Anindo. We're going to go to this interview that Cricket Bat Cat did.
When's the short ball coming? Short ball obviously plays a huge part. Get yourself to play the short ball. The worst thing to do, play the short ball, or you're playing the short ball. Yeah, we're going to talk about playing the short ball.
So in case you hadn't realised, this segment is called The Short Ball, and in this segment we described, in undoubtedly a bit too much detail, Dan, a single ball of cricket and explain why it deserves so much attention. So first up, Dan will describe which ball we're talking about, and then we're going to talk about it in excruciating detail. Off you go, Dan.
Yes. So this one, we're going to go all the way back. We're going to go back 21 years. We're going to go back to April 2000, and this is part of ICC Cricket Week, which is an unusual concept. There was an unofficial ODI between an Asia 11 and a rest of the world 11. The Asia 11, they batted first. They made 9 for 320, which in the year 2000 was a very big score. Sachin made 80, Ganguly made 67. A wrist spinner named Michael Bevan took 1 for 61 from 10 overs, which was pretty economical, all things considered. Then in reply to that 320, the rest of the world had top scores of Mark Waugh, who made 28, and Jacques Callis, who made 27. And then there was Michael Bevan, who made 185 not out from 132 balls. So the ball we're going to look at is the second last ball of the match. Bevan has put on a 119-run partnership with Andy Caddick, the England fast-bowling tailender. He's made 23. And going into the final over, which was bowled by Abdul Razak, Caddick was on strike and they needed 20 runs to win. So they stole a bye off the first ball, which meant they needed 19 off 5 balls. And Bevan then just went 4-4-4, straight down the ground, then over cow corner, then a whip backward of square. So with 2 balls left, they needed 7 runs to win. Bevan chipped it over mid-wicket for 2, or it would have been 2, except Andy Caddick, coming back for the second run to the non-striker's end, failed to ground his bat and was run out by the substitute fielder. So the 2 became a 1, and instead of needing 4 off the last ball to tie, Bevan needed to hit a 6 to win. But sadly, the lofted drive down the ground landed just inside the rope, and it was only 4, and the rest of the world lost by 1 run.
Oh, exciting. And the highlights are, of course, available on YouTube. Go see the show notes for a link to that. Now, is that the way you remember it, Michael Bevan?
I remember lots of things about that match. that was one aspect of it as well. I mean, I guess just the simple things really count, don't they? And always have been told from a very early young age, always slide the bat. So it always helps, right?
It does. I remember I was watching this game on pay TV with my brother, and we were absolutely furious that Caddick didn't ground his bat, because we were just like, oh my god, he's going to get these runs. How's he doing this? And then when Caddick didn't ground his bat, we were just so angry with him. But this game's kind of one of a lost masterpiece. People don't really remember this as one of your great innings, which is a little bit sad. I think that's mostly because the Hansi Cronje scandal broke the next day from memory, and that kind of overshadowed everything.
Well, it could have. I think what I found with that match is that, as you've just said, I think you would have watched it on pay TV back then. But I'm not actually sure who and how it was viewed in the subcontinent. And so what I've found just recently, sort of in getting back into social media, is that I get quite a few comments on, obviously, the last ball 4 in 96, and then the other matches, that one that a lot of cricket fans from the subcontinent remember. And so it was pound for pound probably the best that I've ever hit them in a one-day match. And as you said, it occurred in an unofficial match. But it's a strong memory for me because it was I think by the time I got in, I distinctly remember in the first couple of overs we were 2 for 7, chasing 330 or whatever. And just thinking this is going to be ridiculously hard, but certainly I have fond memories of that match for sure.
It's a bit annoying that it's not an official match, because it would have been a pretty decent high score to have on your record.
Yeah, and it would have probably boosted my strike rate. It sits at a lowly 75 or 76 or something like that, maybe by 1 or 2, which would have been nice. But
presumably the selectors were watching, because you did get some rewards from it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess so. The reality is that inevitably, as a cricketer, probably like a lot of jobs, you live from day to day, in the sense that three good games can make you, and 3 bad games might break you, I guess. So it's sort of one of the harshest aspects of trying to play cricket for your country, for sure.
Well, speaking of three good games, that's a unintentional segue from you. But I wrote a book called The 50 Greatest Australian Cricket Matches of the Past 50 Years, and there were three of your rescue matches for Australia that got in that book. Sadly, not this game, because that wasn't for Australia, but there were a couple games, and I got access to some of your thought processes by a book that you put out called The Best of Bevan, which basically showed how you thought through 30 of your best innings, and that was a fascinating read. You took people behind the scenes into what you were thinking when you had to conduct these rescue missions, which kind of segues us into this new mentoring service that you're offering. So do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, look, I've recently just launched a batting mentoring service, www.battingmentor.com.
Yep.
It was something that I'd kind of thought about long and hard for a while, whether it was something that I felt as though I should do. And I guess the rationale behind it is that, and I know you talked about the book, where I sort of go into a little bit about the strategy, tactics and mindset that I needed to have to win one-day games for Australia. And I guess at the time when I was actually doing it, it probably didn't occur to me about the process that I used and how I actually did it. And then I moved into the coaching space, albeit part-time, after I finished cricket, and started to put 2 and 2 together and to work out, okay, right, so this is a little bit more about me, it's a little bit more about why I did well, and then put it together from a coaching philosophy, which gave me sort of the idea of the concept about, all right, this is what I actually did, this is how I did it, and this is what would be beneficial for other people, not only trying to win matches for their team opposed to their country, but some of the reasons why batsmen do really well at times, and some of the reasons why they don't, and it kind of mirrored my own career, and consistency was one of my issues throughout my career. So I guess I wanted to launch the product in the hope of to offer a valuable service to cricketers who are unsure about why they're not getting the results they want, and to kind of demystify it, and to simplify it, and to turn around and to be able to say, well, look, it's not that tough to identify what it is you need to do, but there's the whole host of reasons why we don't as people. And then the other aspect is the coaching aspect too. I think throughout the cricket fraternity, there's a lot of coaches out there that are doing their best based on limited information that they've got, and they with the core belief that they'd love to help batsmen improve their game, and maybe they don't have the skills or the knowledge, or they're not experienced enough to be able to help batsmen navigate through this space. So in any case, I ended up launching a few weeks ago. And there's a couple of different services. There's the Michael Bevan Club, which is a 30-minute weekly group live stream. It's pretty interactive, and we just discuss all the batting topics that's nominated by the players within the club during the week. And then there's the one-on-one mentoring service, which where we take a little bit more of a deep dive into the player's game, and just sort of get an idea about what their current approach is, what results they're getting, what results they'd like, and and work out what are some of the most important areas they have to work on and how they do it. And then there's also the Coaches Club as well, which is about helping coaches navigate, helping players improve their performance. So there you have it. There's a quick/medium sort of longish version of the batting mentor.
I think it's a great way to keep up your cricket skills even if you can't play, right? So, for example, this weekend in Melbourne lockdown, or if you're in the off-season in another part of the world. I presume, though, Michael Bevan, that thefinisher.com was already taken, right? Did you check?
Well, I don't see myself as the issue. I mean, that was a label that was sort of given to me, and I kind of just did what I did, and so I didn't really. I don't know if I really felt comfortable with that tag or not, but yeah, look, I guess I could have used that for sure as well.
No, I checked it. It is taken. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's taken. Damn it.
Damn it. So that website again is battingmentor.com, and I like the way it looks too. It's a really slick website. It's sort of mb.bm, which is a really nice a nice balancing there of the skills. A bit like ahead of your time, you kind of describe how to break a large task into smaller achievable steps. And that's certainly our experience, because we've tested this service for you listeners. So we actually had a mentoring session, didn't we, Dan?
Yeah. So we got our 13-year-old. We took some video of him batting in the nets, and got booked a session with Michael.
Now the reason for this is that at the moment Dan and I are not playing cricket.
No.
So otherwise we would have done it ourselves.
Yes. We may be hopeless cases. The 13-year-old has a little bit more talent than either of us with the bat. So we got him a session, and Michael went through it, and I must admit was very good at dealing with a 13-year-old teenage boys, and not necessarily the most forthcoming with their relationship with people they don't really know. But Michael managed to get a bit out of him, and we came up with a plan to help him improve.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, hopefully it was interesting. Hopefully it was simple. And look, it's funny and it's strange. And you mentioned the age thing, and it's kind of the same. I mean, regardless of if you're a professional, semi-professional, or a rep player, or a 13-year-old player playing for your club side, it's funny how most of the concepts that I went through are applicable to everyone basically, and it's just something that every batsman goes through that's very similar. So hopefully I could be of help in some way, shape or form.
Yeah, no, it was really great. Now, one question I have for you: are there any current international batters taking you up on the mentoring? I mean, apart from Rishabh Pant, we can tell he's already had a few sessions with you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess given it's really just been launched in the last 2 or 3 weeks, there hasn't been a lot of international players come knocking at the door, I must admit.
There's still a few vacancies then. People get onto it.
Yeah, well, look, look, I don't know. I mean, hopefully it'll appeal to a broad spectrum of batsmen, and it'll be something that is beneficial for whoever sort of takes up the service or is part of it. And look, I don't really know, in the end who it'll be for or where it'll go or how successful it'll be. But look, we just have to trial it and see. And I guess the main thing, generally as a coach, when you go into the coaching space, you just want to be able to help in some way, shape, and form. And if you can do that, that's great. And if you can't, then move on.
So you often did have to bat with tailenders, Michael. So what advice would you give to the tailender who just doesn't want to be out there in the middle? And I know, because that's me. I'm a number 11 bat. What advice would you give, for example, to Andy Caddick if he was coming to you for batting mentoring?
Yeah, well, apart from slide the bat and the goose, look, I think that it really isn't. You've touched on a really important aspect. For me, it was my bread and butter. I pretty much relied on tailenders to help me win matches for my country, and so I suppose it was about getting the best out of them at that point in time and making them feel really comfortable. And one of the things that I took away when I was playing for Australia is that we kind of, at various stages and times, used sort of the personality or our own variation of the personality profiling, which obviously to a certain degree defines and categorises people in a couple of different criteria. But we use that with the Australian team at various times. And one of the takeaways for me is that I could use that in helping tailenders feel more comfortable at the crease. You can't actually increase their skills, you can't really change their game plans. You're not going to work with them in the nets. That would be too frustrating. But one thing you can do is just make them feel comfortable. And so I was very mindful of who I was batting with and what their personality was. And one of the things that I used to try and do was speak to them on their wavelength. So if you had a serious guy out there, you'd speak in a similar fashion. If you were speaking to a light-hearted guy, you'd speak to them in a similar fashion. So it would put them at ease. And so, look, I guess that's probably the best piece of advice I can give to someone batting with a tailender in any form. But that kind of applies for any batsman, I suppose, doesn't it?
I think that's a really good point. There's been a couple of times where I've been out in the middle, and I've been out every possible way. LBW, run out, hit wicket, stumped, caught. Although, God, for the life of me, I'm not swear I've ever hit it, so I'm sure I was caught out when I hadn't even hit it. And I'm petrified of going out to bat. But you never get any advice in the nets when you're a tailender. You only ever get your batting mentoring kind of out in the middle from the person you're batting with, who's trying to keep you out there for as long as possible.
Yeah, or the opposition.
Yeah. Oh, no, you get plenty of advice from the opposition. That's so true. But there's also been one time in indoor cricket where I made a massive partnership because this girl was really good at keeping me calm and, keeping me going. And, that makes a big difference. That mentoring can make a really big difference.
Yeah, I personally think so. I mean, before I launched the service or in conjunction with it, I wrote a shortish ebook that I give away for free, and it's aptly named The 4 Secrets of Batting. And I think that even those secrets are basic in how they read and what they are, that staying calm at the crease and being confident or comfortable, is an aspect and a secret that helps greatly regardless of, whether you're a tailender, and it sort of impacts our game and forms a large part of one of the major reasons why we score runs or don't score runs. And so it would be hard to score lots of runs or achieve the things that you wanted to achieve as a batsman without understanding how to be confident or what that actually means or what you need to do at the crease to sort of reduce your anxiety and to increase your certainty. And so it's kind of a hard topic to talk about at times, and I guess that's one of my jobs, is to sort of really make it less of a sort of a concern or an issue and more a part of the game, which is such a valuable area.
I think, speaking of the batting with tailenders, you probably had most of your success with the tail with Andy Bickle. I can think of like two particular matches where you basically teamed up with Bickle to win the match for Australia from seemingly doomed scenarios. So what was he like to bat with in the middle?
I mean, Bick was an amazing guy and an amazing player, and he was one of these guys that was extremely optimistic, confident, and a big match player. So pretty much any situation that he was faced with, he would approach it in a manner that it was already in the bag and that the game had already been won. And so, I would have won matches without the help of guys like Andy, Brett Lee, Paul Rifle in '96. And so, so most of and a lot of the credit has to go to those guys as well. But one thing that I did have to do is judge the situation. And so when someone like Andy came out, he'd like to take control of the innings in the match. And he could play. He was a pretty talented guy, more than handy with the bat and happy to back himself. And so one of the biggest things there for me, or I felt my role was when someone like Andy came out, was just to really judge what I need to do based on, how he was going or how the other person was. So when someone like Andy came out and assumed control, I'm more than happy to sort of sit back and let that happen. And conversely, if I sort of feel as though someone's just struggling a little or not quite sure or clear or not confident, or then I would probably take that back, and that would mean that my game plan would change slightly. So, but batting with Andy, I mean, he was a dream to bat with, really.
So we recommend that if you haven't had a look already, go and have a look at the website. And if you're listening, the entire Melbourne Renegades top order, men and women, I'm talking directly to you here. We recommend you sign up. While we're at it, what about the Chennai Super Kings too, Dan? They should sign up as well.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
yes.
for sure. Have you done much T20 coaching or considered Michael Bevan?
I've done a little bit. And of course, T20 cricket only came in when I was finishing my career, so I only played sort of a couple of games max of T20 cricket. But one of the things that did happen as I finished my career and moved into the coaching space, well, two things happened. The first thing was the advent of the Rebel League, which was ICL at that point, which culminated in the advent of the now IPL, and was really the catalyst for that to happen. So my first major coaching gig was actually in that Rebel League in ICL as head coach of not the Chennai Super Kings, the Chennai Super Stars.
Oh, wow.
At that point in time.
Yep. That was back when they were good, right?
Well, yeah, no. I mean, the Chennai... Well, I'm just trying to think now. I'm confused which whether it's the Chennai Super Kings or the Super Stars. So I had experience sort of coaching in T20 cricket initially with that, and then a couple of years later I was sort of catapulted into the Kings 11 job as head coach at the end of Tom Moody's stint. And so I spent a season with them, did quite well. And then after that, I didn't really do much more coaching in T20 cricket. I ended up coaching for 4 or 5 seasons with Eastern Suburbs in the Sydney grade competition. But they were sort of my major experiences in the coaching outside my playing days or after my playing days. And so with Sydney grade cricket, much like Melbourne, yes, you do have your T20 games. So, yeah, look, I've had a little bit of experience coaching in T20. I actually like the game. I think it's great for the fans, it's great to coach. It's kind of nice not to have to hang around the cricket ground all day at times.
Yes.
And so, yeah, no, I've always found, coaching that format to be pretty enjoyable, I must admit.
It was the Chennai Superstars. I've just looked up the team playing in the Indian Cricket League, ICL, back in 2007, I think it started. So, yeah, they started as Superstars and then they became Super Kings eventually.
Yes, good to hear.
So I think that takes us almost to our next segment, Dan, is that right?
Let's go.
Let's play. Are you smarter than a 5th grade cricketer?
So we're going to play our Who Am I quiz. Are you smarter than a 5th grade cricketer? The rules are simple. I'm going to think of a specific cricketer and I'll read one clue at a time for that particular cricketer, and our 2 contestants will take it in turns to have one guess each, or pass if you want to keep it moving quickly, and then I'll move on to the next clue. So we have Michael Bevan and Dan Libke here. Which one's the 5th grade cricketer, Dan?
Yeah, I wonder which one. Yeah.
It is, of course, Dan.
I'll play the role of the 5th grade cricketer just this once.
Have you ever played 5th grade cricket, Michael Bevan?
Well, not quite 5th grade. Well, yes, I mean, look, I'm assuming I have, but the last game of cricket I played, I think, was actually in 4th grade.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so you're the 4th grade cricketer, I'm the 5th grade cricketer, and we'll see which one of us is smarter.
You know, the advantage of playing women's cricket is there's never that many layers, so I'm actually a 3rd grade cricketer.
So Kat's the best cricketer out of the lot of us at the moment.
Anyway, the first... Go on.
We can take this in any direction.
Yes. Anyway, let's get going on the quiz and see who is smarter here. So the first person to guess the cricketer I'm thinking of gets the point. And here, let's go into the first unknown cricketer. So your first clue, both of you, is...
And we just take it in turns, don't we?
We just take it in turns. We'll go to Michael Bevan first to see if he can guess. I'm a part-time wrist spinner and I've taken 28 one-day wickets. Any guesses?
It's not Michael Bevan.
Do you have a guess, Dan?
I'll say Marnus Labuschagne.
It is not Marnus. Okay. Let's go to the next clue then. I was once described as the new Michael Bevan. Any guesses, Michael?
MS Dhoni?
Oh, no.
I'll go James Faulkner.
Not James Faulkner.
He doesn't really bowl wrist spin, though, does he?
No, and I don't think the clue number 2 narrows it down terribly, does it?
No.
Okay, clue number 3. I was supposed to captain the Welsh Fire in the 2020 edition of the 100 before that tournament was postponed. Let's go to you, Dan. Any guesses?
Meg Lanning.
No, it is not Meg Lanning.
Meg Lanning was supposed to be in the Welsh Fire, though.
She's probably taken 28 one-day wickets too. Anyway, who do you think it is, Michael Bevan? Any ideas?
Well, I think I know this one. I think I'm going to have to go for Steve Smith, I think.
Steve Smith is correct. Yes. Well done. Michael Bevan takes out the first of the challenge. I'll give you the rest of the clues that I had here were I share a birthday with Steve Waugh, and I also share a birthday with Mark Waugh. And anyway, we know the rest of Steve Smith. But when Dan, do you remember when people claimed that Steve Smith was a new Michael Bevan?
Oh, not really. No, I don't.
Okay, it was I think it was Fox Sports, and it was about 6 or 7 years ago,
Right.
and he just scored a century to help Australia, recover from a 5 wickets down under 100 kind of score against South Africa. And someone on Fox Sports, some bright spark, said that could be the new Michael Bevan.
Yep.
Anyway.
Well, didn't they undershoot there a little, I reckon?
All right, let's move on to our next mystery cricketer. This time, when I give the clues, we'll go to Dan first. I made my one-day debut, ODI debut against Scotland in 2006.
I'll go Jimmy Anderson.
Oh, not Jimmy Anderson. Do you have a guess, Michael?
No, I have. Well, there's lots of people.
Could be anyone. Yeah.
Well, there's probably not a lot who made it in Scotland, but I can't think of any at the moment.
Okay.
With that clue, no.
Let's go to clue number 2. I was once described as the new Michael Bevan.
I'll go Michael Hussey.
No, not Michael Hussey.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you passing, Michael?
Well, I've got Steve Smith on my mind from the last question as the new Michael Bevan, so I'm assuming it's not Steve Smith twice.
Not Steve. That would be a terrible trick question, wouldn't it? But it would be good. Okay, well, the next clue is I've played cricket for 2 different nations. Michael, any ideas?
No.
Yeah.
I'll go Kepler Wessels.
Kepler Wessels is the only cricketer I can remember ever that has played for 2 different nations.
I'm not sure he played against Scotland, though.
Let's give Michael Bevan the next clue.
It would have been good foresight to describe him as the new Michael Bevan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, the next clue is I have never bowled a single delivery in tests, one-dayers or T20s.
So it sounds
It's
like
not Jimmy Anderson.
Well, it sounds like it could be a wicketkeeper to me.
Oh, yes, it could be. You're getting warmer.
Yeah.
Any guesses?
Although, it kind of throws out the new Michael Bevan, doesn't it?
Have you ever kept wicket, Michael?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, so there you go. Well, it was good foresight, whoever claimed this person was the new Michael Bevan. I'll give you another clue. I've played more one-dayers and scored more runs for England than any other player.
Okay. Yep. This is the clue that
triggers it off.
Catapult me into greatness, I think, on this podcast at least. Anyway, so I'm going Owen Morgan for this one.
Oh, it is in fact Owen
yes,
Morgan.
Yes.
Dan has been defeated again.
I was going to say Kevin Peterson there. But
well, you had a lot of good all-rounders there in your repertoire. So Owen Morgan was...
Those tough questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For a 4th grader, anyway.
Pretty good.
Even tougher for a 5th grader.
Yeah.
So actually, this happened when Owen Morgan was described as the new Michael Bevan. It was June 2010. Andrew Strauss declared Owen Morgan to be the new Michael Bevan after he hit 103 not out from 85 balls to beat Australia.
That doesn't sound very Michael Bevan-y to beat Australia. So anyway.
Yeah, it ought to have a strike rate of 120. Except in an Asian 11 versus the rest of the world game.
Yep.
But there should be more of those rest of the world games. They're so much fun, aren't they? Yeah.
Well, I think there was a point there that you could have argued that it would have been perfect, but I don't know. Has IPL and has sort of T20 cricket replaced that concept, because you have so many international players now from different countries playing in the same competition?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And it's so lovely, isn't it, Michael, how everyone kind of gets along. You know, they're sort of Maxwell's best mates with his teammates, and it's really lovely how it's really improved the relationships, I guess, between all the cricketers.
I guess so. Look, it could be. I don't really know. It is what it is. But I'd like to think too that there's an element within the rules, of course, that the competitiveness will remain, which is, look, it is a part of the game at that level, I think.
Yeah, once they get playing against each other, they certainly start to go back to their competitive streak.
You'd hope so, but a bit of both. Yep, can live with those.
So I'm not sure. I've got 4 questions actually in this quiz, and so far Michael Bevan has 2 of the points.
Yep.
So let's go into question number 3. The first clue: I am a South African batter. Who do you think that might be, Michael?
There's only 1 or 2 South African batters, aren't there?
Well, at least you didn't start with he's the new Michael Bevan. So I'll say A.B. de Villiers.
It is not A.B. de Villiers. What about you? You guessing, Dan?
I was going to say AB as well, but so he's apparently the only South African batter they've got. Yeah,
that's your clue gone. Right. Okay, clue number 2. I was once described as the new Michael Bevan.
Lance Klusner.
It was not Lance Klusner. That's a good guess. What about you, Dan?
I'll go Faf.
No, not Faf.
Oh, okay.
Not Faf. So I am a left-handed middle order batter. I'll give you another clue straight away. I made my Test debut in 2008 against Australia, where I was part of the side that successfully chased down 414 in the 4th innings. I hit the winning runs to reach 50 not out. And I cannot remember this match, but apparently it happened. Dan, any guesses?
Was it Temba Bavuma?
No, it was not. That is a terrible guess. Michael Bevan, do you have a guess?
There's not too many more South African batsmen we can nominate, really, is there?
No.
Yes, no, I know this one. This would have to be J.P. Duminy, I think.
Good one.
It is indeed. This takes you to an unassailable lead of 3-0. You don't have to come from behind this time or from a tricky situation.
Yeah, he's the front runner this time.
Yep.
No rescue mission required.
Now, there is a bonus question. We'll give Dan the chance of putting 1 run on the board. And this bonus question, the first clue for this person, this cricketer, is I was never described as the new Michael Bevan.
It could be thousands, but Glenn McGrath.
Not Glenn McGrath.
Michael Bevan?
It is, in fact, Michael Bevan. Well done. You got 4-0 here.
It's just handy from a baby, honestly.
I only had a couple of clues here because I thought you would get, I was born in the ACT in May 1970. I thought you would get that one right too.
Well, you call it intuition.
Very good.
4-0. It's almost like England versus India in India, isn't it? I'm predicting here.
Oh, hopefully, yeah. I guess congratulations, Michael Bevan. You are officially smarter than a 5th grade cricketer.
And also some other players described as the new Michael Bevan. I'll give you a short list. It was James Faulkner.
Yep.
You correctly guessed that one. Yep. Mike Hussey. MS Dhoni was definitely described as the new Michael Bevan. I think you got that one, Michael. And also Alex Carey, apparently.
Okay.
What's this wicket-keeper thing?
Yeah. Maybe you should have done more wicket-keeping, Michael.
Well, yeah, I think it would have saved me being at the top of my mark in a Test match, bowling leg spin and having no idea where they were going. So it probably would have helped greatly.
Yeah, although I mean, you would have probably had to get rid of Adam Gilchrist, which might have been a tad tricky.
Oh yeah, well look, there would have been some upsides and some downsides.
Yeah. Who was Gilchrist's first sub if he was injured in a game?
I'm not exactly sure. Maybe it was Michael.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, that's a good point.
These days there's so many who can take the gloves, isn't there? There's a lot who could take the gloves, but back then. I'm not sure.
Yeah, look, it probably have to someone who was in the slips. I'm not actually sure, even though I've sort of played in the same team as Gilly. But I know at the start of my career, the Australian career, and I played a couple of games with Booney. I think Booney used to take the gloves if needed there.
I remember a World Cup match where he took the gloves and Australia won off the last ball. It was hit out. They were playing against India, and I can't remember who the batter was, but they hit it out to the outfield. And I think Steve Ward dropped a catch in the outfield, but then picked it up and threw it back into David Boone, who must have been substituting for Ian Healy at the time. And Booney gathered the ball and did a run out, so that was all very, very spectacular. So that's one of my memories of David Boone wicket keeping. I'm not quite sure how we got to David Boone as a wicket keeper, but that's probably a good sign that we should wrap it up here, I think.
Just before we wrap it up, I just wanted to let Michael Bevan know that we did have Gilchrist on the podcast one time, and he did a quiz, and his quiz was Super League team or sanitary product was his quiz. So I think you've lucked out here, Michael. You've got a much better quiz than Gilly got.
Yeah, my head's sort of spinning with that concept.
Yes. Anyway, thank you very much for coming on, Michael. We really appreciate it. Please, everybody, check out battingmentor.com to avail yourself of Michael's coaching services. You've been listening.
Well, goodness me, Bear. That was MrLastMinute.com, wasn't it? What happened there?
Well, I was just, letting the interview get close to the end,
I was watching the batsman come out. I was seeing people knocking virtually upon your door. Those people being John O'Gordon.
Morning.
Welcome back to you, and Messi Jez.
Good morning. Good to see you out of bed this early, John.
Well, Jimmy Anderson's going to take up the attack. He's coming right arm around the wicket to the left-hander, and it is through to Ben Folks behind the stumps. We have the attack-minded Rishabh Pant at the crease. Rishabh Pant, is he going to restrain his more aggressive instincts, or is he going to carry the fire to England? Jono, what do you reckon?
I was surprised at how Rahane came out and played, and I think that will probably show us how Pant is likely to play. I think they're probably all thinking there's one with my name on it. I'm just going to come out and get as many as I can as quickly as I can, would be my view from the Indian perspective. Pleasantly surprised to wake up 10 minutes ago and see the score at lunch, though, I must say.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's been an extraordinary morning. From my perspective, I went on first, literally nothing happened for half an hour. And then I thought, all right, so I potter off and literally all hell breaks loose. As, wickets tumbling hither and thither, but there we go.
That was Jack's fault.
Yeah, I guess it was. Jack had the golden arm, did he, this morning? Well, I wonder if this chap has a golden arm. He hasn't had so far. He's bowled 3 for 14. A lot of discussion about his control. We're going to jingle him up before the bear explodes. It's Don Bess, of course, who immediately has one leap off the Sharma pad, pounched at short leg by Ollie Pope, but no bat involved. Yes, Rahane fenced at one outside of off stump from Jimmy Anderson, caught brilliantly low down by Ben Stokes. Forward again comes Rohit. Good probing delivery that time from Dom Bess.
Tony, can I just...
Pujara.
Can I raise something quickly that I don't think gets anywhere near enough attention?
You can.
James Anderson's quite good.
Yes, he most certainly is. In comes Bess again. One slip. A forward short leg, but this is whipped off the toes of Rohit Sharma. But straight to mid-wicket. And they will not run. 3 dot balls for Dom Bess. Good flight. Good direction. Good control. That will please him, and I'm sure will please Joe Root and the Watching England management, because there's undoubtedly been some concern, not about his ability to take wickets, because I think that's always there, just his ability to exert sufficient control while he's doing it. He's working that ball between his fingers, extends his arm, and trots in to bowl the fourth ball of this over, which is slightly short. It's pulled around the corner by Rohit. It may go all the way. It was a bit of an ugly shot, but it's going to get the desired result from an Indian perspective. And did it come off the bat? No, it's byes. 4 byes, but 4 nonetheless. And there we have the classic example. 3 great, well-controlled deliveries. Then all of a sudden, there's a
he does hit it.
A weirdo one thing. But given us byes, so if he did hit it, well, that won't. That's definitely not going to please Ben Folkes, is it? No wicketkeeper. No wicketkeeper likes byes against their name, especially if they're sure that they hit it. Sorry, Messrs, you were about to say something there.
Not going to please Root either. It's a rubbish ball.
No, that one's a better, back on the money, but clipped down to long on, and they will just take a single. 85 for 420 the deficit. But those wickets this morning, 3 in the morning session, after a slow and steady first half hour, have really made a difference.
So England is still in
for
it?
A duck, of course. Yes, I think England are very much still in it. The thing is, it has to be parity scores or something favouring England, because you really don't fancy what may happen in the next innings.
No.
That's the concern, I think, from an English perspective. Don Bess has 1 ball left. He has that rag hanging out of his back pocket. Actually, rag's a bit unkind to what looks like a perfectly good towel, but there we go. See, around the wicket he comes. And forward comes Pant. And it is the end of the over. There is no run. India are 85 for 2. Messers, who have you got?
Well,
what are they saying?
Well, everybody's still asleep on Twitter. Obviously, lunchtime was a good time to have a snooze. But No One Likes Vanilla is on YouTube. Asked a series of questions originally aimed at Anindu, but no doubt we can use our expertise on them. A question from Mr. Dutta. India have a fine crop of young pacemen coming through. Is this due to strategic planning and encouragement, e.g. pitches by the Indian cricket sages, or blessed coincidence? If the development of Indian seam bowler is indeed down to a plan, shouldn't England be doing the same for spin bowling over here? And I'm not asking for Queen's Park Chesterfield to mutate into a burner, but it can't be a bad idea in terms of development for youthful batting lineups to encounter a pitch which turns from day one.
Well, hold that thought, as Jimmy Anderson's going to take up the attack. He's bowled quite magnificently. 12 overs for just 7 runs and 2 wickets is a phenomenal return from him, and we're seeing how he's getting the ball to swing both ways.
He's only going to bowl a maiden, Tony.
Well, he went 5 maidens last night, didn't he? And a wicket, which was quite a magnificent effort. I'm thinking about those questions as well at the same time. I think we'll address them between us, perhaps initially after this ball, as Anderson is into Rohit, who's steadily, solidly behind it, and there is no run. Yes, I think England could and should do more about turning pitches. I know if you speak to Annie or Grubby, they constantly defend Somerset because we get so upset about turning pitches, and yet when the ball seams and hoops round corners on green seamers, everyone goes, "Oh well, it's England, isn't it?" And yet, if you come up at when you go to Somerset and the pitch has been raked, no, I didn't say that, but let's just say it's judiciously prepared to take spin. Everyone gets in a 2 and 8 about it. As on to the back foot goes Rohit, pushes this away to mid wicket. So there is a degree of double standard, I think, and yes, you will play to your strengths. I mean, look how strong New Zealand are at the moment with their seam attack, and the conditions which favour that. But you also have to be able to compete effectively in different conditions away from home, and that, I think, one of the things that absolutely should happen more, and this is a huge subject and probably not one for during and over, as Jimmy Anderson shines the ball, so I'm going to leave you in suspense as to what that was going to be for a moment. As in comes Anderson, 2 slips go down, forward comes Rohit straight to mid off, no run. I think players should play more in the leagues where they can and where timing permits of other countries. Indian players do come over here. Look at Rahane, he had a great little session with Hampshire. Other players have done it. And it gives you the opportunity to experience those conditions. You very rarely see English players do that in India. And perhaps they should.
As Aninda was saying earlier, there are limited opportunities.
Yes, Anderson in and away onto the 2 mid-wicket. Sorry, Messers, finish that thought now, between balls.
Because foreigners can't play in the Ranji Trophy, but they can in the other trophy, whose name I cannot remember any longer. But the opportunities are less. Dilip. Thank you, Bear. So, yeah, I don't disagree with the principle, but the other thing is that I look at what England are doing here. Would you rather have Bess or Broad right now, given what Jim is able to do with the ball?
Ooh, that's I'm going to let Jono take that after this delivery, because I know what I think. Anderson in, and he does get a little bit of in-swing. Rohit, who's seeing it well on 33, 117 balls for 33. This is not your classic Rohit, is it? But it is the end of the over, so it gives you a quick chance to answer that question, Johnny.
Yeah, I told you he was only going to bowl the maiden. We could have been talking about, we could have been waffling for 5 minutes.
We have been, pretty much.
Yeah. I think, just to go back to the first question initially, I think the IPL has had an immeasurable impact, positive impact on Indian cricket. So because these lads at a young age are playing in front of 80,000 to 120,000 people, they're not, when they come into the test arena, they're not scared, and their skill level, having played against the best players in the world in the shortest format, where you are going to go the distance if you get it wrong, has ensured that they're now at such a level, and I think that's probably promoted this, huge depth of young Indian seamers coming into the game. I'll come back to the turning pitches thing in a second.
Well, we were asked whether it should be Broad or Best. The fact is, it is Best, and he is going to take up the attack. 9 for 15 for him. He's bowling from that Adani end, and he's bowling to Rishabh Pant, who is a man who, well, I was going to say rarely found on the back foot. I'd say metaphorically rarely found on the back foot. Tends to like to take the game to the opposition, does Pant. And Bess is a man struggling for form, struggling for consistency, let's say. Is Pant going to exploit that, or can Bess get one over him? He has a slip and a forward short leg, and forward comes Pant on the front foot, whips it to mid-on and helps himself to a single, which will bring Rohit back onto strike.
I think people's natural reaction now would be to say Broad, but I think, if Bess goes and takes 6 for on an absolute Bunsen in the 4th innings to win us the game, then it's a you can only pick a team based on the pitch that you see in front of you before the toss and on what you think it's going to do. So I think it'd be a little bit harsh to go there, but I think from his skill set at the minute, it looks like a wicket that Broad would have extracted something out of.
That is true. In comes Bess. That one moves in to the right-handed Rohit, but he's comfortably behind it. Yeah, I think I get as excited by spinners working in tandem as I do with 2 great fast bowlers working in tandem. Bess is there. I think England have judged the wicket. They probably judged it right. It is taking turn. I think everybody, regardless of nationality or who you might support, probably feels that Bess has the talent. He's struggling a little bit to get the control, and they'd like to see him achieve that. But you're right. I think so much is going to depend on the 4th innings here as we just wait as Bess is in, and on the drive and driven in fact by Rohit through extra cover. Is it going to go the distance? It is, and it's 4 runs, bit shorter, bit of width, and thank you very much.
2, 3, 4.
And there we are again. There is an example.
Yeah, there are a lot of people. I think it's another full toss, isn't it?
It was a full toss, actually.
Yeah, people have been saying that he bowls a lot of low full tosses, but he's trying to give the ball flight, therefore give it the opportunity to turn. They've seen Akshar Patel get serious turn in the last 2 games by the bowling that slightly slower, slightly loopier.
It has to pitch to turn, of course.
Well, it does, yeah.
But we'll see what he's got this time. It is full again, and a little bit of dip there as well. But Rohit
the other thing is
tucks in behind it.
if he was bowling from an England total of 400, it'd be very different than what he is now, where 4 runs means a hell of a lot more.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, 115 that deficit now between England's score and where India are, but India are 4 wickets down, and that was a terrific delivery, and Rohit met it a tad tentatively and a little bit outside edgy, but he's got away with it. Tom Bess is polishing his glasses and wiping the sweat from his brow.
That's almost quite dangerous though, because what you've seen there is some natural variation in the pitch, whereas that isn't a different delivery, it's just gone straight on. So if that's the lacquer, then that's where the Indians have bowled those kind of deliveries so well at us in the last couple of tests.
Messing again, another good ball flicked off his legs by Rohit. There's a man at backwards square, and there will be no run. So that's the end of the over. Hopefully the world is coming back to life after their
Indeed it is.
lunch or breakfast. So who have you got, Messrs?
Steve Kellett says, good afternoon. Listening in between conference calls, Dom Bess is a classic leg spinner. Wait for the pie. Ravi Nair says, it's the hope that gets you. We're doomed. Anna Forsyth says, is it just me, or has Jimmy had a dye job between tests? It may well.
He certainly got something with his hair, because we've been enjoying his the routine between every ball, haven't we? As he strokes back his locks. Anyway, sorry, Messrs.
Leah says the number of paces coming through in India is due to the professionalism in the game, better coaching at all levels, and just the sheer size of the talent pool, I think.
No, I agree with that. Well, Jimmy Anderson is going to continue from the Reliance end. Mr. Reliable from the Reliance end. 2 wickets for just 7 runs in 13 overs. 5 overs last night without a single run. He has 2 slips and a gully. He's around the wicket to the left-handed Pant and gets that to move away. That is thumps into the gloves of Ben Folkes, and there's no run. 90 for 4.
Going back to the turning pitches thing in the county game, I did an interview with Tom Smith from Gloucester the other day. Talking about all number of things, including losing his
man who's
wife
had
and
some
whatever.
challenges.
Yeah, absolutely. As have Gloucester as a unit, all be told. But and we covered off the fact that county cricket is played in April and September. How and how do you expect spinners and young spinners?
Anderson in, and that one again is a ball so full of length it did swing away. It had prod in its general direction by Rishabh Pant. Excellent probing delivery. Yeah, Tom Smith, he had a good spell at Middlesex, did Tom Smith. Never quite cut it, but he's done well for Gloucestershire, hasn't he?
Sean Udall, and then Ollie Rayner followed him up from Sussex, and he was very open about it. Actually, he said he didn't feel like he took his opportunities at Middlesex.
No, as a fan who watched him quite a lot, I'd go along with that. That one takes the edge, and it's gone between slip and gully. It will go for 4. I'm not sure Jimmy will be overly upset by that, because it wasn't an intended stroke, but it is 4 nonetheless.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Did you mean this? Well, I suppose you could say he kept it down, but if you follow his head movement, the way he looked around over his shoulder, having thrust the bat forward, suggested he was a bit surprised where it ended up.
Yeah.
But it's 4 nonetheless. Ollie Rayner certainly was always consistent in. Moaning's the wrong word. What's the right word? Complaining, pointing out the hardships of spin bowlers, and as you say, April, September. This one again is past the outside edge. What a ball from Jimmy Anderson. Sneaky outside edge to me. The next one, not surprisingly, is an absolute cracker of a delivery. But Pant survives. You do feel, gentlemen, that 1 more wicket. I mean, we always say that, and then after that it'll still be 1 more wicket. But you do feel that the next one could just tip the scales in England's favour.
Don't you dare go or boycott on us.
Add 2 wickets to the score. That one's solidly met by Pant, and there is no run. 94 for 4. One ball left of this 14th over from Jimmy Anderson. We're just having another look at the dismissal of Pujara, who was a long way forward, but the bat was behind the pad. And that, I think, is a classic example of why batsmen struggle more against spin in the days of DRS. Because frankly, had the top of his pad almost up Leach's nose, as that is away again past the outside edge, and again taken by folks. And in years gone by, can you imagine a Dickie Bird or a David Shepherd giving that out? Here, lad, that was halfway to nursery slope there. No way.
So Knuckle
nursery slope, I'm
clarifies.
thinking of skiing. Nursery end is cricket. Nursery slope is skiing. I'm getting my nurseries confused. But you know what I meant.
Yeah. Knuckle clarifies the situation about overseas players aren't banned for the Ranji Trophy, but teams have so many players to pick from that there's never any room for them. The Dulip Trophy used to invite overseas A teams to compete, and on one occasion Bangladesh's full team. He also says, is the more pertinent question not why England picked an extra batter in place of Broad or Archer at even fit. I like Dan Lawrence, but as a specialist batter at number 7 in place of a fine fast bowler, it seems an odd choice.
Well, yeah,
those 46 runs have probably been turned quite useful, though.
Well, Don Bess is going to continue. He's gone for 4 and over. This is pulled. It was short again. Rohit pulled it. There is a man down at deep square leg though, and it will just be. Did he take 2 or did he just take the 1? Just the 1, I think. 95 for 4.
I can also tell you that the Cake Tin, Australia are 97 for 5 off 14 overs in their T20 against New Zealand.
Okay.
Agar and Finch at the wicket. Agar's just got out. Agar, who took 6 for 18 in his last 3 overs in the last game, which is pretty remarkable.
What happened into the women's T20 in New Zealand in the end?
England won comfortably.
Right, okay. So comes Pant to Bess. Bess just reaches down to his right to field off his own bowling. There's no run.
Good decision, that. Really good decision.
Oh, it was a fabulous decision because the bat and pad were so close together, but the leg was so far forward that it had to have really hit the pad first, as this is off a little inside edge to forward short leg, but all the way along the ground.
I found myself going through the classic fans thing yesterday versus kind of obviously doing this. I'll come back to this in a sec.
Yep, Don Bess is waiting to bowl to Rishabh Pant, who's just doing a few adjustments. He now stands ready. Round the wicket comes Bess. Played into the ground. Bess again fields off his own bowling. Positive body language from Don Bess. He knows he needs that wicket. You sense it may come. Jono.
I obviously talk about umpires and decisions and making brave decisions quite a lot, and saying if it's going to hit the wickets, be brave and make a decision. But then I found myself screaming at the telly when Johnny Bairstow got given out with it just clipping yesterday. So it's
the Johnny Bairstow one was curious for a number of reasons, not least of which we weren't sure if it was LBW or a catch behind, and we all got ourselves in a bit of a tangle and then debated the rights and wrongs of that. Round the wicket comes Bess again, and again it's thumped into the Ahmedabad surface by Pant, and taken at shoulder height as it came back to him by Don Bess. Just a single from this over. He's kept this tight, he's kept it accurate. He won't want to blot that copybook towards with the last ball of this over. What he'd really like is a wicket, because we know that Rishabh Pant can be incredibly destructive when he puts his mind to it. Bess is in, onto the back foot goes Pant, carves this down to deep point, and he should have just got a single for his trouble. Yes, he did. He's helped himself to the strike. He moves on to 6. Rohit 38, India 96 for 4. Bessers.
Anna Forsyth says, I miss Ollie Rayner. His slip catching was extraordinary.
Ollie Rayner at slip was just
what a good lad.
Incredible slip catcher. It's sad loss to the game, I think, Ollie. He's a character.
Stephen says, Don Bess, I'm really rooting for this young man. And Knackle says, not sure what game Aaron Finch thinks he's playing to be 31 not eyed off 34 balls in the 15th over of a T20I. Yeah, he can only justify it by scoring another 50 off his final 15 balls, I'd say.
He's not been in the greatest of touch, has he, lately? Finch?
Lost his IPL deal and all sorts.
Well, last match he did get himself a 50, and he was dead lucky because he was given not out off his third ball, and it was umpire's call. So he could have had another duck there.
Well, Jimmy's going to continue. 38 years old, pounding away in the Ahmedabad heat. And now he got that to lift and off the shoulder of Pant's back, but away to point. And there will be no run. What a spell this has been. It's by Jimmy, 2 for 11 off 14 overs. Jono, I mean, the man's a magician, isn't he?
Unbelievable, mate. Unbelievable. How he keeps going at this level, to be an opening bowler, is just just testament to his fitness and the work that he puts in. People always talking about his commitment to his fitness and whatever. He does a lot of yoga, I think. Maybe he's trying to be the Ryan Giggs of cricket.
Well, I'm not sure that would be the right thing right now, as this one is away into the leg side by Pant. Isn't Ryan Giggs in a spot of bother again?
I meant more from a sporting perspective than his home life. But
well, you may have a yoga teacher. He's certainly got a good fitness conditioning coach, has Jimmy, and we suspect also a rather good hairdresser these days.
Yes.
So he's got the full professional footballer's kit of requirements, hasn't he? In terms of,
Well,
I'm sure he has a
stadium
masseuse
with one of those little
masseuse
shower
as well.
bags. Yeah, and his headphones on.
And he's Pants ready to face Jimmy Anderson again. That's taken high up the bat as Pants played it down well enough, but it wasn't the full maker's name. Speaking of maker's names, should at any point you be considering replacing or buying any new cricket equipment, then I'm going to let my colleague Jono tell you about Woodstock after this next ball. And more importantly, how you can get a 15% discount as a Guerrilla Cricket listener, viewer, fan or friend. Anderson in around the wicket to Pant. 2 point. Jono, tell us a wee bit.
Yeah, so obviously my involvement with Woodstock as MD, I thought, was there a way in which we could support Guerrilla? Obviously my second love, or my joint first love, let's call it. So I had a chat with the powers that be, and all Guerrilla friends, fans, foes, whoever they may be, by using the code GC Radio at checkout, get a 15% discount, and it also then goes to help us raise a bit of money for what we have to do in terms of improving our technology and what have you, to make sure that the show can keep rumbling on, as it were. Guerrilla Cricket raises a little bit of money off the back of every order placed. So if you are a fan, then engage.
I'm going to ask you a bit about the bat maker in a moment, as Anderson is in, and that's wide of the off stump, left alone by Pant. Yeah, tell us about the man who makes your bats, because they're as good as any bats in the marketplace, aren't they, Johnny?
Yeah, I mean, we've won awards. We've been going since 2010. The bat maker is ex Newbury, who have globally been renowned as the best bat makers in the world for years and years and years, and until probably recently. But so they're all hand carved. Every order is a bespoke order, as it were. They're not just pumped out of machines. They're to individuals' requirements. So,
and Anderson pulls out of that. And in fact, I'm not entirely sure why. Rishabh Pant's looking back at him a little bit angrily. Did Jimmy lose his run up there?
Hair went out of place, I think.
He lost weight. Well, maybe sweat in his eyes. He's going through the full gamut of brow wiping, hair stroking, shirt lift. Well, no, I was going to say shirt lifting. I don't know. By which I mean the shoulder of his shirt. Anderson around the wicket, forward comes Rishabh Pant, is away to cover, and there is no run. It's the end of the over Bessers saved me.
Yeah, someone saved him quickly.
So Adrian actually corrects you. He's on Hot Mic. He says there is no spoon. Oh, I mean run.
There is no spoon.
Yes, is what he said. And Joseph Chinsa says great coverage. Thank you guys on YouTube.
Welcome and thank you.
I'm not getting any messages on Facebook at all.
I do think we're time for a change. A change is going to come, as they say. So I'm going to be out of here for a little while, and I'm going to leave you in the incredibly capable hands of Jono, Jason, and Jack. It's the J Squad. See you later.
Thanks, Tony. Morning, Jack.
Thanks, Danny. And we're up to date.
Good man.
Morning, Jono.
How are you, mate?
Yeah, not too bad.
I mean, we were the dream team last week, weren't we? So let's hope for more wickets today as Bess into starting new order over. Oh, and that's driven away beautifully by Rohit. Just beating extra mid-off, rather, and it will bring him one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Morning, Jace.
Good morning.
How are you, mate?
Good.
Good to see you.
Busy.
Yeah. Who's on who's socials and who's summarising?
I'm on socials.
Ah, good man. Brilliant. Okay, yeah. Jez has said we're up to date with that. His point of leaving. Don Bess in now. Oh, and that has turned. Left alone by Rohit Sharma. Dangerous that if you do get the natural one that just carries on with the arm and you get pranged on the front dog right in front of middle Jack.
I don't know. I mean, I think that started so far down the leg side, probably you'd just get in the way of it.
As Bess in now, another well-flighted delivery, just worked down through mid-on. There is no mid-on, it works its way down to long-on, and they will trot through very casually for a single 101 for 4.
Bess is struggling to get his rhythm, I think, here. I mean, he's just tossing up one bad ball on over, which is being punished at the moment.
Yeah, I think it must be difficult for him, though. I mean, they've effectively said, we don't think you're good enough. Then all of a sudden he's thrown back in, and then he gets no time to get that rhythm, does he? Because you need overs to get rhythm, and you need that confidence. So, it's a bit of a cauldron of over-expectation, I guess, from him, as that one just does turn on Pant, but he guides that away down to backward point. There will be no run.
There's a kind of a loss leader bit of work here, just getting him to bowl back into form, or just getting him to bowl full stop, much like they did to Anderson in 2004 against West Indies, when he was newly into the side.
Bessing again now to Pant, that's full. Again, doesn't give that the opportunity to turn, it's too full, but just blocked back up the pitch, and Bess will field off his own bowling. What are your thoughts, Jack?
I'm not really sure why they picked him, to be honest. I think we kind of knew that he was going to bowl like this beforehand. There's a lot of hope involved in a selection like this. And,
As Best now in to complete his 7th none for 27 thus far, and Pant has a bit of a dart at that. A couple of steps down the wicket, thick outside edge, one bounce just before Jimmy Anderson at mid off. It's a dot ball. Completes the 45th. Jace.
Porkster says, I'm hearing people question Lawrence's inclusion, but nothing about Pope, despite him getting 353 runs in 11 tests and 15 innings at an average of 23. How many chances should Pope get?
I think that he's in the fortunate position, Pope, and this happens with some cricketers where he's almost been he's been told, oh, you are the new Ian Bell, and everybody's got that in their mind, and so he almost becomes undroppable for a sustained amount of time, because it's more about his potential talent and what people are expecting him to turn into, rather than actually what is there in front of you in terms of results. So I think he is a little bit fortunate there. I do think he's a quality player, but I've just had 3 texts from my wife, who's still currently in bed and evidently woken up quite angry on this Friday morning. Please mention I am upset that Channel 4 commentators cannot ever say how well Jimmy is doing without saying for a 38-year-old. If you're up at 6 a.m. watching this, you know what age Jimmy is. There's no need to keep saying it. It's unnecessary. Discuss.
Well, he's probably the best 38-year-old going around, isn't he? So
absolutely.
I don't know if it needs that qualifier, I guess is the point, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's doing quite well for a bowler, would probably.
yeah. He's just quite good. The surprise element of actually discussing his age every 5 minutes is unwarranted and unnecessary. As the first ball is driven up to mid-off of Jimmy Anderson's new over, and there will be no run.
As I'm a man in my 6th decade, I'll be very happy to be called 38 at this point.
Or be playing Test cricket, I imagine, Jason.
Absolutely.
Anderson in again now, and that's kind of skewed away off the back foot through square point by Rohit Sharma, and that is going to run into the boundary fence for one of these, Bear. The thing that fascinates me about watching, Indian supporters, a four or a single, and they go absolutely bonkers as if it's the best thing that's happened. A wicket, silence. Not I mean, they are. It's just one extreme or the other, isn't it? They don't seem to be like, oh, that's all right, that's a 2. It's either that's the best 2 that we've ever seen run, or every time there's a wicket goes down, it's just absolute silence in the stadium. So passionate.
Yeah, well, fundamentally, we're just not used to people caring that much about cricket in this country, are we?
Yeah.
I think that's the difference.
You mean a wet Wednesday at Grace Road in May, where 4 people in the dog watching the Leicester host Derby in Division 2 doesn't get quite the same reaction from the plethora of those watching.
Yeah, I think England fans' natural reaction in cricketing terms, anyway, is
it's pessimistic.
Is to go for rage or just general griping, or to get drunk. When things are going well, getting drunk tends to be the course of action that most England fans take.
Not a story about that. Anderson in, and that's punched away off the back foot by Sharma, looks straight to cover, and there will be no run. I say famous to me and the 4 blokes that I happened to go with. Went to Lord's to watch England against South Africa one day. And I was so drunk I had to leave before lunch. It was dreadful. We got into the Harris Gardens at 9 or whatever time it was, and then all of a sudden there were champagne and whatever else. And
you didn't even do the boring old farts job of falling asleep in the stand.
I couldn't physically walk anywhere to actually find somewhere to sit down and fall asleep. Somehow pulled myself to St John's Wood and got on a tube home. As Anderson's in again to Sharma, well directed delivery, but left alone and through to Ben Folkes for no run.
That's what always sort of stuns me about the IPL, is how up for it the crowd are despite nobody drinking. I mean, I think you only even in football, where English crowds are a bit louder and a little bit more into it, as it were. I think a lot of that is because people have had 47 beers on the train to the game.
Yeah, probably. I'm going to say something that's really unpopular in a minute. Probably with both listeners and our fellow commentators. Anderson in, that one looks like it may be beginning to reverse. Just blocked back up to mid-on by Rohit Sharma for no run. I was listening to a radio station who maybe or may not be covering the cricket the other day, and there was Mark Butcher was on with arguably the most divisive England batsman of all time, not Boycott, the other one, of South African heritage, and they were talking about DRS and the difference in how you would play spin pre-DRS, which obviously what Butcher faced, and then Peterson pre and post DRS. You should check it out. It was the most fascinating discussion, as Sharma blocks that into the offside to complete Anderson's 16th over, and there will be no run. I know people don't like Mr. Peterson for many a good reason, but he's the way that I think the way he talks about batting when you get him onto a technical subject it was absolutely fantastic to listen to. Sorry, Jace.
Yeah, I was going to say, just for Peterson, magnificent batsman, flawed human being.
Yes.
But on the tweets, Messenger says, given that Jimmy's 32 years younger than me and is supposed to be old, what the hell does that make me? And Tony Bish, our own Tony Bish, says, that makes you venerable. Josie Oak says, drunk before lunch, that's nothing to be proud of.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, especially when I spent 75 quid on a Rover ticket and only got about 15 quid's use out of it. I maybe watched about 3 overs of cricket. It was just an absolutely disgraceful day from me. Not my first, and probably unlikely to be my last as well, truth be known. But Best is getting ready to start his 8th over. He's none for 27, just bowling the odd loose delivery that seems to get punished when you're a little bit out of form and whatever. You never seem to get the tide's not going for you, as it were. Jack's screwing his face up. Obviously, doesn't agree.
I think he's bowling the odd good delivery.
The odd good delivery doesn't really cut it at this level, I don't think. As he's in, and there's another full toss, as if by magic to back up my point. But yeah, it's just pushed down to.
I don't think
deep set mid off for 1.
It's not the odd bad ball. It's 4 bad balls and over.
That's harsh.
I don't think it is.
Unthreatening. Unthreatening. That's yeah.
Well, I mean, isn't that sort of the point of being a bowler, though, that you pose some sort of a threat? If you're just going through the motions and the batter's essentially waiting for the opportunity to score a 4 for free, then what's the point being there?
As he's in again now. That does come off the face of Sharma's bat and just straight of forward short leg. No real panic. But yeah, there will be no run. Maybe it's the world's greatest ever cricketing con, and it's just like the longest setup in world cricket, where actually Don Bessie's brilliant. He's just pretending, and eventually will just turn into an absolute the new Graham Swan, as that's worked away to a man at 45 on the 1 by Rohit Sharma, and again there will be no run.
I'm going to say something that's controversial at this point, and I was wondering whether or not there'll be a left field selection for this test of the other off spinner within the squad. Verdi, yes.
Yeah. As
got nothing to lose.
No, absolutely not. As Sharma works that down to, I think, Jimmy Anderson, who will just trot in from long on. They will come through for a single. India now onto 107 for 4. I think he's certainly one for the future, and people rate him. I've reached out to a couple of lads I know who've played with him and against him, and he just seemed to be highly rated. But it's maybe one of those things where you see it a lot, don't you? Where he's too young, we're just taking him for the experience. Well, if you think he's good enough, then just give him a go. He can't do any worse than Don Bess.
Well,
he can't bat though.
That's the issue. I think that's the one that stopped him being selected.
Bess in again now. Pant drives that hard and through a straight mid on, but Anderson comes around to field it, and they will come through for a single.
I think, as well as that, Ahmedabad, obviously as an off spinner, he's going to mainly be a threat to the left-handers in the Indian side, and the sort of the top 5 of the Indian batting lineup are all right-handers. So you're not even bringing someone who's going to pose a massive threat to the sort of meat of that batting lineup if you take the off spinner.
Yeah.
Which I guess is why you can have Leach definitely in the side and not offering much with the bat.
It's a good point, that, Jack, as Bess in to complete his over. That's just blocked and fielded by forward short leg. There will be no run. Completes the 47th. India 108 for 4. Chase.
Knackle comes in and says Rohit is now the leading scorer in the series as of the end of the 46th over. He has 343 runs at 68.6.
He's done pretty well, hasn't he?
And Hombre Nuevo says, morning Gorillas, not going to best bash, as I feel this reflects on a weakness in route. Despite his greatness as a player and OK captain, he always seems indecisive with his spinners. And even though selection has limited choices, which I agree with, this is not the time for Bess.
Yeah, look, he's still a young lad, isn't he? There are people that say, he's making his way in the game and whatever. Other people expect him to be brilliant because he's got that test shirt on his back. He does need to be given a bit of time. He is making his way in the game and almost learning through making mistakes at this level. I think he will turn into a brilliant off spinner for England eventually.
I think this is the question is for England, where do they go next? I mean, So for the English summer, do you keep Best because he can bat and he offers you that sort of solidity at number 8 and a little bit of an option with the ball, or do you try and teach Leach to bat a bit better? Because it is hard to justify carrying around a finger spinner who's only really good against right-handed batters in English conditions when they're going to be surplus to requirements, sort of 1 in 4 tests probably.
Well, they're only going to pick one spinner anyway.
Well, but that's the point. I mean, but can you, with your spinner, really in England, you want them to be able to bat a little bit, just to make your lineup make sense, basically.
Brilliant. I was really waiting for you to finish that sentence before commentating on Jimmy's first ball of his over that just blocked up the pitch for no run.
I was waiting for the opposite.
Bear was furiously waving his arms around in the green room when talking about whether we want to retain Bess. I think we made it quite clear as to what Bear thinks.
Can you absolutely say that Leach should definitely play in English conditions? I don't know if England will be 100% convinced on that because of the batting question.
As Pant blocks that next delivery from Jimmy Anderson out to a point fieldsman, there will be no run. Right, so here was another thing that KP was talking about, and he was very, very open about his struggles against left-arm spinners. You know, when he just kept either leaving it or missing it or whatever, and he was saying that he really struggled to line it up. I think Bear was a left-arm tweaker. And he was saying that against off-spinners and leg spinners, because they come over the perpendicular quite straight, he could line it up, and he always had his outside eye on off-stump. He said, but left-arm spinners, because they come from so wide, his brain, I'll come back to that in a sec, as Anderson's in now, and that's driven by Pant, and it beats the cover fieldsman, and it's going to race away to the ropes for one of these.
2 + 2 is our man.
So when his brain would automatically, on release, because it was outside of his eye line, think, leave it. But then obviously the drift would then bring it back into, and he said his brain just got scrambled, and he ended up, he had to beg Raul Dravid to basically coach him how to play a left arm spin. And he then went on to say that because he was so leg side dominant as a player, Peterson, and that was what felt natural, he ended up then trying to hit even off spinners, clear his legs out of the way and hit everything through the offside. It's amazing what even the lads at the top end go through in terms of having battles with technique, as Rishabh Pant, who's 12 off 30 balls now, leaves that alone outside the off stump from Jimmy Anderson through to Ben Folkes for no run.
But surely that's just a technical setup thing where you line up your body to be side on to the point of the arm delivery of the bowler by and by.
I think it is. I mean, we're talking about probably a metres difference in release point here, and if you face 90% of the bowling you face is going to be right arm, and a lot of the time you face a left arm bowler, it's going to be a medium or a quick, particularly if you come up in English or South African cricket.
Oh, Anderson in, that's a full ball to Rishabh Pant, but worked away, but picked up by Zach Crawley at mid-wicket. There will be no run.
So it's probably reasonable to expect that Peterson's got into his Test career without really facing a significant volume of left-arm bowling. So probably just he's setting up, I mean, as Jono said, with his eye in line with off-stump, but that's just not where it needs to be. He even a player as great as Peterson just hasn't had the experience of that situation.
Anderson in again to Pant, drives that up to extra cover. There will be a run.
The expectation is that the release point is going to be on the edge of the crease rather than sort of mid crease or towards the wicket. So you set your body angle to where that is going to be, even if that means taking a slightly odd stance with one foot slightly out of
across the other. It'd be interesting to bring Bear in here, I guess, in terms of the drift and dip. Bear, is that something that you were looking to try and expose when bowling to right armers? Like, what, you know, as a left arm spinner, what is your kind of line of attack in terms of from a technical perspective?
Well, I always bowled quite wide of the crease. I couldn't bowl from behind the umpire, so I always used to have to old-fashioned style come through, which meant I pivoted a lot and I went quite wide, and my arm was very wide. You're always looking. I mean, the ideal line was middle and off. If you could get it to turn from middle and leg, you're on that was joy, but it didn't often happen. And you're just trying to. I mean, my thing with Bess is he doesn't seem to have a stock ball, right?
Yeah.
You got to have a stock ball, and you just got to keep bowling it until you get the rhythm, and then you try something else. But he doesn't seem to be able to settle on what his stock ball is.
I thought it was a low full toss.
Yeah.
As we need to jingle up the England captain who's coming on for a bowl.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
As the England captain's first ball is blocked to forward short leg, and there is no run. Rohit Sharma on strike, 48 from 137. That one is worked away through mid-wicket, but there will no doubt be a fielder. There is coming, I think Jack Leach coming in from cow corner, and they will come through for a one. Sharma onto 49.
Leah defends Jack Leach. Says, "Don't you respect the Taunton Tendulkar's mastery with the bat?"
Yeah. There's ever a man to live off one innings, 99 or whatever it was against Ireland on a sticky dog at Lord's. Reverse sweep from Pant, and he's pulled that from probably outside leg stump. Brave shot. He's connected with it well. Brilliant piece of fielding from Zach Crawley, who charges round from square cover, full length dive, pulls it in from the boundary edge, and I think they will have taken 2.
It looks like England might be hiding Jack Leach a little bit for this spell in the game. I wonder how concerned they are about the effect of Rishabh Pant.
Possibly, yeah. Interesting. I mean, obviously he was used a lot to the top order right-handers, wasn't he? I think, the idea of turning the ball away from the bat may have something to do with it, as Root with these kind of round arm flatties gets one to slide on with the arm there, but Pant's covered up well and just blocks that into the offside for no run. Just a couple so far, or 3 runs coming from the first 4 balls of the England captain's over, but Rishabh Pant runs down the wicket and absolutely wallops him all the way for one of these. Six.
Nice footwork from Pant, and he sort of came down the wicket and hit completely inside out, back over mid-off.
Such quick hands, and he can do this. It's almost like fearless cricket with him, isn't it? Even in that first test where he just kept walloping Jack Leach, just kept going and going and going and going. I think that the Indian lads have very quickly realised that it's one of those pitches that there probably is one with your name on it, as he covers up and blocks out the pitch for no runs, complete the 49th, and so they are going to try and be as aggressive as they possibly can. Any more tweets, Jace?
Yep, Venkatesh says, speaking of bats, I observed that the England players' bats are thinner than their Indian counterparts. Also, are batsmen these days concerned about the number of grips they use? Well, grips don't make any difference to the bat thickness.
Not to the thickness, but they do to the pickup, quite considerably. Yeah. So funny that when you talk about the width of English bats versus Indian bats, so it doesn't sound like it's going to be true, but honestly, it is. The bats that are made in India, for the size of them, because the wood's lighter because of the lack of moisture content in the air, cricket bats here just suck in moisture, and so actually exactly the same bat would be heavier here than it is in India, just because there's obviously no moisture content in the air over there.
Which is why there's more wood in India in the bats, because they're
exactly So for the same weight, you can in theory get more wood in the blade. So it is something that does make a difference. That is just different atmospheric conditions. But also Indian bats are made and shaped in a slightly different way to English.
Isn't their sweet spot slightly lower on the bat?
Varies. You can make it depends if they're handmade or machine made. Generally, machine made will obviously just pump out the same thing, whereas handmade you can change them a lot, and that's where the skill factor is, you'd say. As Stokes in to start a new over, we should jingle him up, and that's just worked away off the outside edge by Sharma down to Gully for no run.
Ben?
Ben Stokes.
Bowled very nicely so far in this first innings. Certainly his best spell, you'd say, of the tour thus far. Coming off the back of 55 with the bat, very valuable runs, over 25%. Quick maths of England's first innings total. What have you made of him in this series so far, Jack?
He struggled with the bat, hasn't he? And I think he sort of said as much in an interview yesterday. So it was the hardest conditions he's faced. In an England shirt. He was good yesterday. Had a good game plan.
That one swings away late from Sharma. Pushes that out through square cover. But the England fielder comes around, sweeps it up, and there will be no run.
And he bowled really well this morning as well. I don't think he was
Yeah.
really required in the other tests so much, but got a really tight spell, got the ball moving, and obviously picked up Kohli as well, which I'm sure will delight him.
yeah. Kohli just looked surprised by it, didn't he? He didn't look overly disappointed, but not angry. Normally he can be a bit, throw his arms about if he's given out. Obviously in this series, the LBWs and what have you, but just look fended at it, nicked it. What can you do? Off I go.
Done by a good effort ball.
Yeah, absolutely. Rohit Sharma, 49 off 140 balls, obviously looking to get to another landmark half century. Almost a bit of a leading edge. Just drops down in front of him. Ben Stokes fields off his own bowling. He's. I think the great thing is, though, as you say, although he's not been required so much so far in this series, having been required in this test, he's stepped up. People would have said that he hasn't necessarily bowled that well in the short spells that he's been afforded so far on this tour. But obviously, it does prove that he is still a genuine frontline bowler when he's performed in the way he has in this test.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think if you get Stokes in the right conditions, he can be really effective. And this pitch has clearly offered a bit more to the seamers, Stokes has delivered, I think you'd say.
Interesting question from YouTube. It's from No One Likes Vanilla. It says, if the development of Indian seam bowling is indeed down to a plan, shouldn't England be doing the same for spin bowling over here?
Absolutely. That one's just squirted away off the outside edge by Rohit Sharma to cover. There will be no run. Ben Stokes looks in a little bit of discomfort here. He took his boot off after his last delivery, and I don't know if it's something to do with the footholes, but he's just looking at the pitch and shaking his head a little bit. So hopefully that's not going to cause him too much of a problem. Obviously, memories from the last test where they were having to sweep up dustpan and brushfuls of loose dirt from the ground after 5 minutes of the first session on the first day. As he's in again now, and that's Sharma looking to work that into the leg side. Almost gets another leading edge, just pops back out to cover. Ben Stokes' boots come off again. I wonder if there's some problems that he's facing here with the footholes. It seems to be off his it's his landing foot as well, so his front foot. I wonder if they're going to get the super stamper. It's like an upgrade on the super sopper, but it's the super stamper for the getting rid of some of the loose dirt. Yeah, it is a leading edge from Rohit Sharma. Probably maybe a little break in play. Well, no, maybe they'll do it at the end of the over. Only one ball left in said over, completing the 50th. India currently 121 for 4, Pant 20 from 35, Rohit 49 from 143. Obviously, if he can, we'll look to try and move towards that 50 as the last ball of this Ben Stokes over. As he's in now. And that hits him. And he's been given out. Ben Stokes has been given Rohit Sharma. LBW looks, for my money, it might have been slightly high, but my Zoom feed had done that thing where it slows down and then goes through it at 1,000,000 miles an hour. So it's been reviewed unsurprisingly so by Rohit Sharma. This could be a massive turning point for the India's standout batsman from the series so far. If we can get rid of, if England can get rid of Rohit Sharma here as we just watch the replay, I think. I mean, look, it might be umpire's call, Jack. If it is, thank you very much. Yeah, it does look slightly high to me, but his back leg is bent. Yeah, that's going over the top.
Yeah, I thought it was a little bit generous.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if this is over. Bear's giving it the big finger. Bear thinks he's gone. I think that's going to just be missing.
That's umpire's call at best, and probably just going over the top.
Yeah. Ashwin has got his helmet on, ready to go. As Hawkeye, now here it is. Hits umpire's call in terms of impact, and it hits umpire's call top of middle stump. Another, I've been calling for these brave umpiring decisions on LBWs for a long time, considering DRS, and that's another fantastic decision. Rohit
suicidally brave.
Yeah, Rohit. Yes, it is. Yeah. Enjoy the dole cue, Chief. Rohit Sharma departs the scene for 49.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate for Rohit. I thought he batted really well. Wasn't particularly Rohit-y. I'm being told to pause for a jingle, I think, and we'll come back. And now I'm being told to talk again. Rohit, 49 off 144 balls. But he really dug in for that. I think he'd be a little bit disappointed not to get the extra run. I think he'd been quite proud of that effort.
Yeah, more circumspect, you'd say, than you would normally expect him to be. Ashwin now making his way onto the field of play to join Rishabh Pant. Big wicket for England, that. You would say now, if you can get rid of these two, Akshar Patel can obviously bat a bit as well, but you would be expecting...
don't you mean Washington Sundar?
Akshar Patel's Sundar, but they're both playing, aren't they? So they have still got some batting to come with Sundar and Patel, both reasonable batters in their own right, as well as spinners. I believe it's time for a change.
It is indeed. Al should be coming back if he's out there, and Jack's going to take you through the next half hour with ball by ball.
I am just going to take 2 seconds to put my blinds down. People who are watching on YouTube will probably be able to see that I'm getting quite a lot of sun action.
Let's listen to Al's dulcet tones then for a few deliveries. Great to see you, Al.
Good to see you too, John. Good to see you too. Yeah. I might speak to you about a bat for my teenage nephew at some point in time. He's got a Gorilla Cricket bat, but
you can get him another one. Yeah.
No. I mean, Rohit Sharma, piss off, you're out. It's LBW.
I think the umpire was swayed a bit, wasn't he? You're still on screen again, Jace. There you go. I think the umpire was swayed a little bit by the bent back leg, wasn't it? He seemed to get beaten and drop his back leg a bit, which made him think it was probably a little bit lower. Marginal on calls on both. I mean, I was actually visiting the woods as the wicket fell, and so I didn't see it first up full speed. It looked like it might, it was marginal on the off stump. I think it was maybe a little bit unlucky to be given, but he was. And that kind of makes up a little bit for Bairstow yesterday.
You think?
Yeah, I was upset about the Bairstow thing. Oh no, we're looking back at wickets.
Yes, it tricked me as well. I thought I thought both were not out, if that makes sense. No, clearly they could go either way.
Yeah.
I'd be pretty disappointed if I was batting and had been triggered for either of those.
Well, yeah, you would, but I do think. Actually, having said that, looking at that full speed, I'd have given that out. It was a big in-swinger, wasn't it? I hadn't seen the actual ball itself. I'd just seen the replay of where it had actually hit him. I hadn't seen the ball first full speed. It was quite a big booming in-swinger.
It was a big booming in-swinger.
Generally, if the ball balloons up in the air like that afterwards, kind of regardless of whether you've been hit on the front leg or the back leg, you usually get away with it, unless you're right back. I mean, he was forward.
He was forward. It hit him on the back leg, though.
Part of the game. I don't think it matters.
Yeah, his back leg was low. He was, as you say, he was driving at it, and he was beaten by a late swing on the in.
Mayank wants you to know that Australia are back in the WTC hunt.
Well, I think they are. I think they are.
Everything to play for Australia here between India and England.
Get the barbie on, put some shrimps on, and start watching. It's hotting up.
I think so. I mean, I wonder what we'll see from Pant over the next hour or so now that we're into the bowlers with India 5 down.
Well, Ashwin got a ton earlier in the series. He can certainly bat. We should give him a jingle. It sounds a bit like this.
Faced up against the spin,
catch that one that beats the outside edge of Pant, don't they?
Looks like it. Root is going to continue after his first over went round the ground a little bit for 9. I think you're right, Bear. They obviously think that they can get Pant with the ball spinning away from him.
Yeah.
They've got a few fielders back now, out at long on and long off, to maybe take that catch.
You're.
I am, yeah. Root in, patted into the pitch by Pant. No run there. And any thoughts, Bear?
He stitched you up there like a kipper, Jack. He's let you carry on talking and then gone, nice skip.
Second ball of the over then. Root in again. Pant's knocked it into the offside. They've taken a quick single to short backward point. It looked like it could be close, but they've made that reasonably easily.
Messi Jez has said on Twitter that because Root's conceded 10 runs now, he should have at least 5 wickets by now, given how he's bowled in previous tests.
Well, 100%. You know, you're only as good as your last performance, they say, and his last performance was good. I'm not sure that's quite how you're supposed to interpret that phrase, but anyway. Ravi Ashwin at the crease, carries an average of 28 with 500s, 1 against England, 4 against the West Indies. I had said earlier in the series that maybe his batting was on the decline, but it looks like he's reinvigorated recently. Number 7 might still be a touch high for him, I think. Yeah. But here he is, and we shall see.
Well, he's another bowler. He used to be an opener, isn't he? There's quite a few of them around.
Root in, Ashwin off the mark straight away with a little guide to short third man, and in fact they're going to get 2 there, as there was no fielder, and Stokes had to go and retrieve the ball.
He's got a big move off to the that was a big step out to the offside, wasn't it, from Ashwin to play that ball?
Yeah, maybe it's his style. I mean, he's not. Well, I suspect he's trying to cover the stumps up. Is what I would theorise.
Yeah, and get outside the line. So if he's hit if he's hit on the pads, then he's going to be outside the line.
Exactly. Root again, then full, and Ashwin just knocks that back to the bowler.
And they're going back to Bairstow yesterday. Yeah. I thought that was. I thought the umpire sort of indicated that it had been caught, and then to be given a LBW is a bit harsh. But
Root for the 5th delivery this over, and Ashwin again treats that with respect, drops it into the pitch, and we're going to get a shot off Bairstow again. I thought he'd been given out caught behind initially as well, and in fact it was only on Twitter after the game when somebody corrected me, and Root comes in, and it looks like it was turned around the corner by Ashwin. Ben Folkes with a half-hearted appeal, but I think that came off the bat. Either way, there are no runs, and we'll go over to Al for some social media.
Absolutely. Just one. Leah said, well, that can only mean one thing, and has included a picture of the old computer game Doom, and Aninda has said it's taken absolutely 2 beautiful deliveries from Ben Stokes to get rid of 2 of India's 2 best batsmen, Kohli and Rohit Sharma.
It's
absolutely
true.
Right.
Absolutely true. There have been a couple of good deliveries and important wickets as well, as you say. Pant is the X factor here, isn't he? If he decides to go and go quick, to get out of hand within the hour for England. But the longer they can constrain the runs and just try and create pressure, mistakes will come. And they could end up close to parity.
And it's there's no he hasn't got to go, has he? I mean, this is going to be one of these innings where Pant needs to balance the idea of occupation with selective brutality.
Yeah, the question is he capable of it, or is he just?
I think the threat of Pant is almost as scary for England as actual Pant in a way, isn't he? As Stokes continues, full and clipped into the leg side by Rishabh for a single, which will bring Ashwin on strike. It looks like Stokes and Pant are exchanging friendly words there. Both reasonably noisy players on the pitch, aren't they, fellas?
Yeah. I can't remember what teams anyone plays for in the IPL, but they've probably met a few times in the IPL, I'd imagine.
Ben used to play for Rajasthan Royals.
Still does. Still there, and Pant is at Delhi Capitals, so they'll know each other or be aware of each other. I'd have thought,
of course,
in that tournament. Although Stokes doesn't do an awful lot of bowling in the IPL.
No, he was the most expensive first year he got picked, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think in T20 terms he might be a little bit one-dimensional, and he's probably not working on surfaces that are ideal for his kind of bowling too. Here he is, bowling well today, and he squares Ashwin up a little bit there, probably not really that threatening. The ball sort of just bounces off Ashwin's thigh pad into the pitch. There's no run. I mean, as I was saying, I think he has bowled well today. I mean, I don't know if you want to eulogise on that, Bear.
Well, he does have this ability, doesn't he? I mean, he is a very bloody-minded player, and when he really sticks his mind to it, he can go. He bowled a 8-10 over spell this morning in this heat. I mean, he really does put it on the line when he wants to.
Full and slightly down the leg side. Good take from Folkes, and Ashwin stays on 2. Stokes has his shoe off again. Jono was speculating that there might be something wrong with the surface.
And now I think it's something wrong with the actual
boot,
with the boot and the instep, and
yeah, exactly. I think it's that, either that or a stud's come through the bottom. But I thought he'd have changed his boots if a stud had come through the bottom.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going on here. It does seem to be basically every ball though he needs to take it off.
Why don't you just get another pair of boots?
Readjust it.
They've probably got, containers full of them, haven't they, in the dressing rooms, these teams?
Maybe they're lucky.
He's lucky. Oh dear.
Well, that's a wide full toss. Pretty ugly, to be honest, and dispatched easily for 4 runs by Ashwin.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, he lost that one, didn't he? Just tossed it up full outside, offside, off stump.
Yeah, got what it deserved. Carved through point. There's no one back on the boundary for England, so as close to a freebie as I think you'll get in the Test match arena.
Yeah, absolutely.
England messing around with something here by the looks of things, although it might just be the fielder walking back in. There's been a slight pause anyway, and it looks like Stokes is ready to come again. Looking very flush in the face. And here he is. Wide of off stump, left alone by Ashwin, and we'll repeat the same routine. Stokes looking like he's going to head for his shoe. Here it comes. Yep, the shoe is off. The Velcro across the top of the shoe is unbuckled. The lace is done. Here comes the big adjustment. Yeah, well, we've got the inseps out completely this time. So a little variation.
Needs to get some super glue on that.
Yeah.
Stick it back in.
In goes the instep. In goes the foot, the laces, and now the Velcro. And I think we're ready for the final delivery.
It's interesting we haven't seen Leach at all after lunch.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is what I was sort of alluding to a moment ago. The threat of Pant. As Stokes wants to really climb out the wicket. Ashwin didn't know too much about that and has punched it down into the ground. He has taken his glove off, presumably to take a look at the hand, and Stokes' boot is off too, as we see another clip of that. Good bouncer.
Yeah, it was a good bouncer. This pitch has offered bounce, which is, I think none of us really expected. Which does make that discussion you were having earlier about Bess or Broad all the more pertinent, really. I mean, Stokes has stepped up, so it's made it less of an issue, I think. But as I was thinking, Bess has hardly bowled, hasn't bowled particularly well. This is it. That's what I was saying earlier. He doesn't have a stop ball, and that's his real problem.
I think Somerset have got a massive reclamation project on their hands in the summer.
Yeah, he needs to get some over. He clearly does have talent, but he can't decide.
I don't think this is about talent. I don't think this is about anything more than this series and being in and out. You know, that he was taken out of the attack off a winning team on spinning wickets because there was a collective theory that he bowls bad balls but still manages to take wickets.
No, I don't think that's necessarily true. Actually, I think he was taken out because they wanted Moen's batting. They thought Moen would be a better bat.
That was an experiment that went badly wrong.
Well, it didn't go that badly wrong. Moen took 8 wickets.
But for how many runs? And you know, his bowling was at best as bad as Bess's. His batting was at best as bad as Bess's. And then we got the selection wrong for the third test.
I disagree with that. I think his bowling was in the first innings was pretty poor. That's true, but in the second innings he was certainly pretty controlled. And it was a IPL cameo at the end, but you wouldn't see Bess doing that. By all means, hit a few sixes when you know the game's out of reach. You know, I mean, but it's not out of reach. Yeah, but it wasn't out of reach because it was his fault. You know, it wasn't his fault. It was out of rech. It was everyone else's collective fault.
No. I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that Bess looks like a shot cricketer, and his team have shot him.
We are going to see Leach back into the attack. I think you're both right. If that's
I totally get what Bear's saying. If that makes any sense.
Well, you know, I was saying it throughout. I mean, I was getting upset with him, wasn't I, when we were in
Sri
Lanka, and it's it is because your job as a spinner is to create pressure, and he can't manage it, and we can all be. We can all be really nice about things and say, yeah, we want to give him a chance. But this is cold, hard reality is you're playing international cricket. And you're there to win. And you've got to put the best team out. And you've got to put a bowler who is going to perform out.
Now coming up is Jack Leach. On Jack Leach.
There's no,
I'll come back to you after Jack's described Leach's first ball.
Leach long pre-over routine has finally been completed, and here he comes, and immediately asking a question of Ashwin there. A good line, a good length. Ashwin getting a little inside edge onto his pad, playing it carefully and not in too much trouble. But a good start from Leach nonetheless. As he comes in for his second delivery. And this time, Ashwin's gone back to one that he probably should have gone forward to. He manages to jam the bat down, but didn't look too pretty doing so, did he, Bear?
No, he definitely should have been forward to that one. Why? That could have quite easily slid on into his pad, but he did manage to jab the bat down.
Leach again. And Ashwin again, nudging this time into the leg side where the mid-wicket fielder picks up the ball for no run. Al, did you have a point you wanted to
Yeah, it was that if you're gonna turn around and use the analogy that it's the cold hard reality of whether you're good enough to play Test cricket, then let's judge Moeen Ali by the same standard. And they're both as just much on the outs as each other.
Leach once more. Ashwin going back this time to a ball he probably should have gone back to. Drops it to short cover for no run.
That might as well be the case, but I mean, Moeen Ali had done it for a few years as well, and he had a record that suggested he could, take that spot and do the job that was required.
Leach twirling the ball in his hand once more, wide of the stumps. Ashwin cutting at the ball, getting just thin air. Folks looked interested, but based on the reaction of everyone else, I think that's missed the bat.
It's close.
Folks' hands are so quick that you wonder sometimes whether he's reached in front of the bat and taken it away.
I thought it had gone off down towards third man.
And Leach to finish the over. Ashwin blocking, that's a maiden for Leach. A good way to reintroduce yourself to the game. Al, tweets.
Yeah, tweets, less of me arguing. Anna Forsyth, they might be cutting to the camera of Bairstow because of his dismissal yesterday, or because over lockdown he got absolutely swole and now he's built like a tank. Venkatesh, the Gabba chase shows that Pant can play the situation when required. Nakal turns around and says Pant's reputation is starting to precede him. He's finding spinners set deep fields to him at the start of his innings. Martin Lawrence, didn't Stokes open the batting in IPL? He did for a bit.
He does now for Rajasthan.
Also
yeah.
scored 100. A bit feast or famine, but the good bits were really, really good in that we said in response. So I'm assuming that's Snackle using our Gorilla feed. And you are up to date, and I believe Ben Stokes has changed his shoes.
Oh, excellent. Here is Ben Stokes, continuing for another mammoth spell. Short, and Rishabh Pant sort of rides the bounce in a spinning hook shot for a single out to Jack Leach at deep backward square leg.
I mean, that last over by Leach is the chalk and cheese that you've got here. You know, he's come on, first over, hasn't bowled for an hour and a half, puts pretty much every ball on the spot, doesn't get hit for a run. That's what you want your spinner to do. He wants to bowl. He wants to bowl 2 or 3 overs like that, get himself in a rhythm, not concede more than 2 or 3 runs in those first 2 or 3 overs, and then he feels like he can take a chance. But Best never allows himself that. Very rarely, and I can't say he doesn't, because he doesn't always bowl bad balls, but you've got to be able to bowl that. Oh,
Stokes to Ashwin. It's another bouncer just wide of off stump, and it's been flicked through to Folks, who's taken the catch. But Ashwin, as Al says, has reviewed it immediately. Slightly reminiscent of the Kohli dismissal, I thought, but I'm going to guess this is going to be given not out in the end.
Well, yeah,
Jack, they've been rubbish with reviews, haven't they, India?
Ashwin in particular is a bad reviewer, I think.
Oh yeah,
this one's come through and it looks like it's actually flicked his shoulder rather than the shoulder of the bat.
It certainly does. I thought it had taken his gloves. So that's why.
We'll see Ultra Edge because it is close, isn't it? But,
yeah. It doesn't look like it hit it. Well, maybe it got that corner. They don't have hotspot though, do they?
I want to hotspot.
The ball. Passes safely past the bat. There's rumblings, but I think we can say that quite safely that has not hit Ashwin's bat, and so he will survive. Really doesn't look comfortable against the short ball though, and on a pitch that is offering that as an opportunity for the bowlers. I think he's going to have to look at how he's playing it.
Well, this is where you could really do with Jofra, isn't it? Rough him up, big style.
Absolutely, yeah. Or Ollie Stone. I mean, maybe Jofra's obviously out injured.
He's an interesting one, isn't it? Because you look at him like in the summer, and it's like, that Mark Wood and Ollie Stone become, competition for places there.
Oh. Stokes again continues. Ashwin's slashed at that, got a big thick edge, and it's flown just wide of gully. For 4 runs.
Yeah, Jofra's a problem, isn't he? He's clearly got an issue, an ongoing issue with that elbow, and it's not to do with having a hairline fracture or whatever. There's obviously some sort of repetitive strain that he gets in a Tennessee elbow type thing. That could be a blight on his career. I hadn't seen a lot of Ollie Stone. I remember him playing his first test, well, vaguely anyway. I'm sure I watched it because it was in New Zealand, I think, and we covered it. I was probably quite pissed at that time. But
Stokes again, Ashwin driving. He's certainly here for a good time, but possibly not a long time. I don't think they'll get a run that time as Anderson picks up the ball on his knees at mid-off.
But I was quite impressed with Ollie Stone in the game that he did bowl. Taken over from Jofra. He bowled better than I thought he would. He hit the deck hard. He bowled pretty quick. He'd have been quite useful here as well. I think he jumps ahead of Mark Wood. I think the problem with Mark Wood is he's not the tallest and he bowls from quite a low position. So even though he's very quick, he's quite skiddy.
Yeah, as we see Stokes coming in for the penultimate ball of his over, which Ashwin plays reasonably comfortably, dropping it into the offside. It's picked up by Burns, and there is no run.
Burns must be on for somebody. It looks like he's sporting a terrible tash now.
Because you get the feeling that with the early summer tests against New Zealand, that it's going to be Wokes or Curran that come in to try and maximise the swinging conditions.
Yeah, I think they like Curran because he offers the different angle, and in English conditions he gets good swing into the right hand as he's early on. He's not the quickest, that's the thing. Having said that, Wokes got what, in English.
Felt a bit sorry for him, to be honest.
Wokes in English conditions can be quite, difficult to play. I mean, he does hit that seam balls pretty straight. This is it. We come back to England. It's a whole different ball game, isn't it? Does Leach get all the tests? Probably not.
Stokes, for the last time this over, a little wide off stump, died in the pitch a little bit. Folks with quite a good stop/take behind the wicket there on the half volley. So that's the end of the over. I would read the score, but instead we've got an advert, so you'll have to get that in a second.
We will sort that out for you. Jacob Norton didn't best get picked up by Yorkshire in the autumn, possibly. She'll get more game time than a second choice at Taunton. Whether it's Yorkshire or it's Somerset, my belief in a reclamation project is going to be it's going to be interesting to see how he goes through the summer. JB Cricket, have you seen the clip of Pretorius taking his wicket? Can't really blame them, but most of the team then proceed to high-five him, stood around in a circle. Hardly ideal given what we now know. I'm not sure what that's referring to.
Not sure. Is that COVID?
COVID related. Maybe he had
Maybe COVID related. And imagine, Sally R56. I suspect those rumblings on Ultra Edge came from Stokes' stomach. And with that, Jack, back to you on 135 for 5.
Yeah, Root and Leach are having a little discussion here about the field that they set for Pant. This is one of those times we were sort of Knackle tweeted in, didn't he, about how England spread the field. I think with Pant, the most aggressive field you can set probably includes 2 or 3 boundary fielders, to be honest, because he will try and hit the ball over them. He's shown that over and over again.
Yeah, he's quite happy to do it.
Yeah, you're more likely to get a catch at long on than second slip, I think, off a spinner.
Yep, and you've got the chance that he top edges one or mistimes it out into the deep. Now, if I was Leach, the ball that I would be bowling to Pant every once in a while is the one that's fucking ultra wide, because if he comes down and you can make him stretch.
Here he comes, Leach, and straight away asks a question of Pant with a ball. Oh, hold on, I think we're going to get an overthrow here. So to sort of go through that from the beginning, Pant came down the wicket to Leach, inside edged it onto his pads, quick single. Stokes, I think, turned and through, missed the stumps, and it's gone down to long leg-ish for the overthrow.
He missed it altogether. It was straight onto the pad.
Okay, well, 2-leg buys then.
Yeah. Leach has bowled that ball really well and got no reward.
Leach again, and Pant goes for the sweep. Doesn't get too much of it. Tickles it round the corner to short fine leg. I think he was trying to hit that out of the stadium.
Yeah, he was. This is dangerous times. You kind of revel in this when you're bowling, but also there's a fear that it could all go horribly wrong.
Leach for the third ball. Pant gets done basically on that one. The ball kicks out of the rough, hits Pant around the groin area, bounces harmlessly into the offside with no bat or glove involved. We just saw on the screen there.
I'll tell you what, it's an inside edge onto his inner thigh, and of course because folks is going the wrong way, it all goes a bit harmless.
Leach again, fourth ball tickled round the corner, and this time there's less action as Pant gets an easy single. We did just see the battle between Leach and Pant summarised. Pant had scored 73 runs off 40 balls from Leach for 1 dismissal with a strike rate of 180. So I think Pant probably winning so far, but Leach has started quite nicely here.
Yeah, but it's how it swung as well. That was all those runs.
It was all first test, wasn't it?
First test, wasn't it? Yeah, exactly.
Couple of balls to go in this over. Ashwin on strike now. This is probably the matchup England want. Leach gets him reaching for the ball, and Ashwin miscues slightly to that short third man fielder for no run.
Yep. Bear, your point about Leach's control is so well founded. You know, I mean, I know we've been talking about best and stuff, but you're absolutely blob on the money about Leach.
And to complete the over, here's Leach getting Ashwin to play back and safely for no run. 138 for 5 after the 55 overs of this innings. Al?
It feels like a contest because you get the feeling that Leach is able to bowl the ball wherever it is that he wants to bowl it.
Pretty much.
So, let me see here. Hawkster, nice work, Ben Stokes. You've now bowled as many overs in this innings as you did in the last 5. Messages, speaking of expert commentators, Warren and War on the T20I coverage agreed that Agar shouldn't be in the T20 World Cup team. After that, he took 6 for 18 in his remaining 3 overs and has opened the bowling today for Australia and taken 1 for 7 from 3. Well, there you go. Commentator's curse. Leah, well, I think India are less Sundar's high score behind, so there's that. Stephen, nice to see Ravi Ashwin signalling for the review in the manner prescribed by the regulations, i.e. at eye level. Very few of these players seem to bother doing that these days.
Right, well, we do a change, guys. You two are off. Tony's on with Jason, and that's first ball by Pant is driven out to cover. All right, Jace. All right, Tone.
I'm very well, Bear.
Good. It's quite a contest now, isn't it?
Good stuff in the last half hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Need to get through. Probably, they do bat. I mean, Washington Sundar does bat pretty well, so we kind of do need to get 2 more wickets I think by about 170. If we can get them to, say, 170 for 7, then I think it's a pretty even game. And we get Pant out of those 2, and either Sundar or Ashwin. Stokes in full, slower ball down the leg side, no run. I
think we need to get Pant before tea, really.
Get
him before he gets set.
Yeah.
It's been an intriguing battle between him and Jack Leach, hasn't it? I was hearing our Jack Hope talking about the matchup of stats between the 2 of them.
Yeah. Is it me, or is Leach bowling just slightly faster and slightly shorter to stop him coming down the wicket and plonking him over the top?
Yeah, a little bit, which gives him the opportunity to go back more often, I suppose. That's jabbed at by Pant outside his off stump. Stokes gets hit down to backward point on the boundary, and there'll be just the 1 run. I mean, Stokes has got to think here that this is it. There's this innings and the next innings, and I've got a bat in between, and then the series is done. Haven't bowled much for the entirety. Do it for
batted well in the first innings, didn't he? But it just couldn't keep it going. That was a big frustration for England, though.
Well, this is the thing. I mean, the highest score in the test so far is Stokes, isn't it? 55, 54?
Yeah, I think it is.
So it's not an easy wicket to bat on. That's into the legs, pads of Ashwin, who clips it nicely, but straight to square leg, and there's no run. Don't know how long it'll be before there's a short ball in here. There's only 2 left in the over. And I imagine one of them will be short.
The ball he got Kohli with was...
Yeah, really good.
Was it Kohli? No.
Yeah, it was Kohli.
Yeah, it was Kohli. I mean, just the extra lift was that did for him was superb.
Well, he's already...
and the ball that he didn't get Ashwin with.
Yeah, exactly.
Also Jaffa as well.
And early on, when he first came out, he got him on the finger.
I mean, that missed by a whisker.
It did miss by a whisker. And there is the shorter one. It's a little bit wide of the off stump, though, and Ashwin draws his bat inside it. And there is no run. We're going to see the wickets again. LBW Gill was to Jimmy Anderson. Brilliant ball by Leach to get Pujara. He's had him 4 times now in this series.
Yeah,
what are the stats? The stats were he's been out 5 times to left arm spinners to 1,800 balls or something before this series for Pujara. And in something like 87 balls, Leach has had him 4 times. Which is quite astonishing, really.
Yep.
Stokes in. Last ball of the over. It's just through to the keeper. Shortish again, but doesn't trouble Ashwin. And that ends the 56 over, 139 for 5. Stokes looks hot.
He does. I can't remember if we'd said this, but Leah had said India are less than a Sundar's high score behind. Stephen, voice of Stephen, says, nice to see Ashwin99 signalling for the review in the manner prescribed by the regulations, i.e. at eye level. Very few of these players seem to bother doing that. Yeah, I sort of know what he means. It's all become a bit kind of surreptitious almost, isn't it? You know, maybe doing the old little T signal. Let me have a look on Hot Mic. Let's see who is with us there. Adrian, at the current rate of undressing, there won't be any pants left on the pitch by the end of the day. I'm not quite sure what that referred to. Was somebody divesting themselves of clothing at some point earlier on today?
No, I presume that's a pun on pant, isn't it?
Well, it is, but I mean, we could all come up with pant puns. There had to be something to promote it.
I like this handle.
About people with no clothes on.
There's a handle on YouTube, missing stoled bikes. I like that. He asks about why aren't we playing broad and alley. I think we've covered that pretty much in the last spell. But as Leach starts a new over to Pant and tosses it out wide of the off stump, spins back into it. He stays in the crease and just defends it into the leg side, and there's no run. Yeah, I think he wants to bowl a little bit flatter to Pant. I also think he's just, you should have a signal for the keeper and have a really wide one outside his off stump. When he sees him coming, he clips that into the leg side. Wants two, but it's not going to be there. There's a good bit of fielding off the boundary by Johnny B. And India get to 140. 60 runs behind.
Even a regulation bit of fielding, he managed to look grumpy.
He's a ginger and he's a Yorkshireman. I mean, that's double grumps,
enough
isn't
said.
it? Huh?
Enough said.
Well, exactly. Well, Ashwin will now have to face up to Leach. He's going to be continuing around the wicket too. There's a slip. There's a man on the 45 on a single in the mid wicket. There's an extra cover, a backward point, mid off and mid on a halfway back, and Ashwin just defends that back down the track. No, ain't no run. Now presumably there's a man out on the sweep on the leg side, and maybe someone out in the deep on the offside. I'm surprised he hasn't got sunburnt on the top of his head, Jack Leach, throughout this series actually. As he comes around the wicket to Ashwin, props forward, good ball, makes him come forward, spins, takes that outside half of the bat, and I think, did he get hit, Ashwin? As the ball was hurled at the bowler's end, he got in between ball and stumps, and it might have hit the back of his leg. But a well-run single.
Yeah, they did. They run that well.
Yeah. And the fielder is entitled to aim at the stumps. If Asher wants to get in the way, tough. There's a little bit of words going on. And not a lot of action. Why? Come on, one ball left in the over. Get on with it.
We need Gary here.
Yeah.
He's our moaner-in-chief.
Leach in, rocked back. Good shot by Pant. That was a little bit short and a little bit wide. And rather than charging down a wicket this innings, Pant has decided that if Leach wants to play that game, he'll go back, rocks back, crunches it through the offside, through the covers, out to boundary, 4 runs.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Was that the end of the over? I think it was.
I think it was, yeah.
Well, I'm going to say hello to a few people on Crick Tracker. First of all, KC, not of the Sunshine Band, but KC Demar, who's giving us love hearts. So we're delighted to have your company. And a few names of the many that are there. Danish Ansari, Nazir Ahmadi, Krish, Chataran Pradam.
There was one ball left in the over. And it
Oh,
was,
Lord.
That was my fault. I thought it was the end of the over, but it wasn't. There was one ball left.
There is a tendency of the TV coverage to use the 5th ball of the over to drift away and do something else.
Yes.
I've noticed that, and it's exceedingly off-putting.
It can be. It was hit quite hard. Well, it was clipped quite hard by Pant, straight at Ollie Pope. Probably a chance in a different universe, because it probably hit him before it hit the ground, but it'd have been an extraordinary catch if he'd have taken it. Carry On Tone.
Yeah, Carry On Tone, great film. Harshit Agarg, RK Amadazi, Utosh Kedar, Sijal Prasad Bara, and Ibad Sheikh are just a few on a very, very long list, so we're delighted to have your company. And that's why I just do a quick look on YouTube. Missing stalled bikes. Have we heard from them earlier? From either of you can remember?
No, yes, I was just saying that that was the last one I read out.
Oh, missing stalled bikes. No, that was still our last one on YouTube. Great handle though.
Indeed. So yeah, it was clipped. He wasn't that far from his hands as well. Marty Pope, good reactions. Hit his knee where the pad was. He did have his hands there, but it would have been an amazing reaction catch if he had caught it. I should have caught the end of his finger. Might have hurt. Stokes is going to continue bowling at Ashwin. He's on 12 of 28, Pants 30 or 50. He's in bowls a little bit short, guided, trying to get it through the slip cauldron. And cauldron, even not cauldron. And there is no run. Stokes wanders back. You can carry on with tweets through the over, Tony, if there are any.
Okay, I was just attempting to write one and be witty at the same time. So that's
Don't try that, Tony. Don't try that.
I was replying to Mog. I'll save that.
The multitasking.
Mog was
Tony
saying,
Bishop.
Gary complaining. I've never heard him do that.
Yeah. Stokes is up to the wicket now. He's bowling at Ashwin. It's shortish, but not too short. Ashwin plays it from the crease. Back turns in his hands a little bit and plays it out to cover, and there's no run. It's another really long spell here from Stokes, isn't it? I mean,
Isn't it just, considering we were questioning, his fitness and his ability to do long spells and how he was being managed, and all of a sudden, I suppose they're thinking it's the last test of the series.
Yeah.
Kind of shit or bust, really.
And they must have had this chat in the dressing room when they picked the side. They said, Stokes, are you able to bowl long spells?
Yeah, you'll have
as
said
an opening
yes,
bowler?
obviously.
Yeah, well,
Just
yeah,
chuck it at
but
me,
I mean,
boss.
you could say yes and not be fit enough to do it, couldn't you? And
well,
if social media and everyone else was to, if that was true, then he probably isn't fit enough. But clearly, it's not true, and they just haven't felt the need to bowl him that often at times. Again, that's a decent length ball, and Ashwin. Oh, that's going to be close to a run out, but I think he's going to have made it. Ashwin played it from the crease a bit uncomfortably, just jabbed it out to the leg side. Whoever that was, did you see who that was running in? Underarmed it, hit the stumps from square leg. So we're one stump to air.
Was that?
It was Bairstow.
Pope, perhaps.
I don't think it was. I thought it was Pope initially, but then they just showed Bairstow. The ball, it was Bairstow, just in. There's a good effort by Johnny B. And Pant had to do the dive to get there. His pads will be dirty, and he'd have taken a fucking shitload of the topsoil off outside his off stump to any bowler. It is not out. Good effort by Johnny B though. India remain on 146 for 5. Pant moves into the 45. He's on. Yeah, very, very good effort by Johnny B. Next ball. Oh no, it's not the next ball. It's a replay. He took a lot of the top surface on when he was diving there with his pants did Pant.
I wonder if the umpires also had a word with Ravi Ashwin for running straight down the centre of the wicket.
Oh, did he? I didn't see that. That was I don't think.
No, I'm just wondering if he will do, because certainly the first 4 or 5 steps he did with that single was straight down the centre of the wicket on the danger zone.
Defended up to mid-off and there's no run. Who knows? That'll be quite handy for England at the time being. Of course, it'll get worse as it gets later. But you got to remember here, India are going to bat last, aren't they, on this track? So if England can get any sort of lead above 130, 140, looking at what's happened so far in a match, you'd think that might just be enough to be able to grab a victory. It'd still be a toss-up, I think, but they give themselves a chance. You can't see them getting too many runs in the second innings. Stokes comes in, bowls inside edge onto Pant. He wants a run. Ashwin's not interested. He takes a few steps down the track and then goes back, and there is no run.
For some reason, says in another universe, Don Bradman is still alive because he's a vampire and he makes a living smashing runs in night-only T20 games. So, there's a thought. Harriet Atkinson says, I too am getting fed up with TV coverage. I'm confused enough at the best of times. On a lighter note, will we be seeing Poundy Groundy Man at any time this test? Oh yeah, the man with his mound pounder. We haven't seen him in this one.
No, we haven't seen him in this one. The wicket hasn't fallen
Probably because the
apart.
wicket's holding together a tad more. No, he was quite a star, wasn't he, Harriet? So we'll be on the lookout for him and his pounder.
That last wicket was so loose, it just fell apart, didn't it, straight away?
Well, I think this wicket has been prepared with slightly different soil from the last one.
Yeah.
Which is why it's so much better, because it retains the water a lot better.
Yeah, and it's still breaking up, and it is only day 2, but I mean the turn isn't extravagant. The odd one has taken off, but it's only the odd one, and the turn has been pretty consistent. So overall, I think it is a better wicket. There's a bit of it. There's something in it for the seamers. There's again, it must be the black and red soil. This must be a red soil pitch, because clear comparisons with the first Test match that they played at Chennai, which was on the red soil, and then the two in between seem to have been on black soil. And they were very similar as well, even though at different grounds. Oh, that's out. Jesus Christ, that was a shit takes wicket ball. Ashwin has got one outside his leg stump from... It was an attempt at the wonder ball by Leach, where you sort of pitch it on leg stump, get it to
the one where you wonder what he's doing.
Well, no, it's the one where you bowl it so far, you're trying to turn the batsman round. Essentially, you pitch it on about middle and leg, or leg stump if you can get away with it, and the ball fizzes past the off stump, takes the leading edge and plops out somewhere on the offside or it's a slip. But he's actually pitched it quite a way outside leg stump, and Ashwin's probably eyes lit up and thought there's an easy single out to mid wicket. Instead, he's just clipped it airily straight at mid wicket, and he has gone. And I think England can think of that as a little bit of a bonus wicket. It's given away.
I think you've got to give some credit to Ollie Pope, because he had to extend himself somewhat to stretch upwards and get that.
Yeah, it wasn't hard. It wasn't that high. It was hit at him. I think I could catch that.
Well, what was off your own bowling, without a doubt.
I think
Don't get cheeky, Tone. Don't get cheeky.
And of course, Bear, you would have a mid-wicket in for your...
I would definitely have a mid-wicket in, so there's a very
time.
good chance that would have been out if I would have been bowling. Well, that makes it interesting, doesn't it? The score moves on to 146 for 6. They're still 60 runs behind. Where do we get? 205, so they're 59 runs behind. 4 wickets left. Washington Sundar comes out. 2 right-handers now. Now might be a chance to get Bess on if you wanted to bowl. I'm going to have a jingle for the new batsman. It is this man.
His name for his granddad or something with like that. So it turns out that you are looking at Washington Sundar.
We've got 10 minutes till tea. I don't know what we're going to do at tea, to be honest.
I tell you what, though, this game is unlikely to go 5 days, but somehow it's had more the feeling of a contest than the last.
It definitely has. Well, it doesn't seem so much of a lottery, this one. I mean, it's still a lot of LBWs, etc., and the fact that there is a lot. I mean, considering everyone thought the last Test match with a pink ball and day night with floodlights was going to have it something for the seam bowlers, had absolutely bugger all for the seam bowlers. Pitch was slow, didn't get up, and there wasn't a lot of swing. I did read after that pink ball game they were considering what to do with pink ball cricket in India. It didn't seem like they were particularly happy with it, really.
Kohli did one day and then Rahane the next day.
Well, 2-day cricket's not good for anyone in Test
no, it
matches,
isn't.
Is it?
And it might have been the wicket, but the fact that the ball didn't do the things that it does in other parts of the world when it's pink and at night, and I think that's partly to do with the moisture in the area and the dew and stuff, which makes it the ball less conducive to do shit later on. Sundar tries to work that into the leg side, just managed to hit it back to Leach, and there is no run.
And of course, that 2-day test was also followed by another 2-day test between Zimbabwe and Afghanistan.
Yeah, that was.
But for different reasons.
Yes.
I watched a bit of that. Yeah. Again, big attempted drive by Washington Sundar, and Leach fields it off his own bowling. Yeah. Did you listen to the commentary on that? That's fucking awful, man. That's really poor.
It wasn't the highest order from what I heard and watched.
I watched about 20 minutes of it and I couldn't listen to it. Down the track comes, as he dropped that, Washington Sundar. It might have been a bump ball, but he hit it straight back at Leach, and he looks twitchy, the Sundar. Get another one here before tea. Going to tea at 150 for 7. No, it was a bump ball.
Bump ball.
Into the ground, yeah.
More self-defence by Jack Leach than an attempt to catch as well, I think.
Well, yeah. Absolutely. Well, Sundar this time doesn't come down the track and defends from the crease into the leg side. There's no run. It looks a bit jumpy. End of the over, 146 for 6. Leach has 2 for 43 or 15 overs, which isn't too bad. He's going at more than the Indian spinners go at, but then we seem to be collapsing.
Nuna says, I was referring to the discussion between the Bear and Al, and I was agreeing with Bear. The notion that England have ruined Best because they had the audacity to pick nearly 200 Test wickets Mo ahead of him is ludicrous. Yes, I kind of agree with that. Leah says, as opposed to the universe where we're talking about Don Bradman. Let me see. Adrian Lowe says things you don't expect here on Gorilla Cricket. Number 259, bring back the grounder pounder. Mog says the Don, amazingly not as universally loved as a person as he was perhaps portrayed. Spangly Sai says, well, this all seems encouraging. Are we #not doomed? David says, please give the score a little more often for people just tuning in. Well, we do. But Bear, do you want to give us it again, just to make absolutely sure?
146 for 6. Washington Sundar has faced 5 balls for his none. Rishabh Pant is 30. Not out. And as I thought, 2 lefties in, and this is a good time to give Don Bess a go.
If the pitch isn't good for pace, get this lad on his bowling's ace. But if you need someone who bats, you should just save Don Bess for last.
And he bowls what, for me, should be his bloody stop ball. And if you could bowl that for 6 balls in a row now, and another 6 balls in a row without thinking about trying to get a wicket, I'd be extraordinarily happy. It's a decent ball, just outside the off stump, straightening up, turning, drawing Pant forward. He doesn't want to come down a track to that. And just lets it through to Folks. He tries the same thing again. Well, no, actually, what am I on about? The ball's pretty similar, but Rishabh Pant goes for the reverse sweep, misses it, hits his thigh. There's an appeal from Folks, but it's miles outside the off stump, and there is no run. And you kind of, it's off the glove actually, but it didn't go aerial, and there is a leg slip. I've forgotten what I was going to say. But I think it was quite pertinent to something I was thinking. I'm tired.
Try and remember.
I will do. Bess bowls, it comes down a wicket. There's Pant to that one and just drives up to a long off, and there is no one. Oh, that's what I was saying. I was thinking that I think India sense that England don't have a lot of trust in Bess as well, so they think they can get in his mind by being naturally aggressive against him, which again doesn't help him. This is where he's got to overcome whatever's in his mind and decide what he wants to do and just stick to it. There's too much variation. I've been saying this all winter. Bess, it's a little bit too short. Cut by Washington Sundar. There is a man out in the deep, Sibley, and it'll just be the single. I don't mind that. If he's going to be a bit consistent, I'd like him to have cover out there. The left-hander's probably going to try and cut him more often than not. Pant may well try and take him over Cow and mid-wicket. And I like the fact that no, we're looking at it from the other end. I thought mid-on and mid-off were halfway up, but they're not. On the back foot, and that one jumps at Rishabh Pant. He fends it back down into the ground when there's no run.
That extra bounce again there.
Yeah, I know. It's well, I was just thinking Ashwin and Axel Patel have a field day on this. Bess around the wicket, and it's too short. Pant is able to go back and jab it down too long on and get himself a single. Not the worst of overs, unless that's another fifth ball advert. Not the worst of overs there from Don Bess. Pretty reasonable opener.
No, definitely not. Mog says Afghanistan wasn't helped by Rashid Khan not playing. No, that's going to weaken any side that should have him in.
Or any other of the franchise Afghan players.
Yeah, Mohammed Nabi wasn't there, was he, or any of them?
Majib then won't have been there, I guess.
No.
No.
I mean, why
Spangly Sai. So sorry, Bear, you were about to say something.
Well, I was going to say, why weren't they there? I mean, do they just are they refusing to play for their nation because they just want to play franchise cricket? I mean, where are they playing? Are they playing in the PSL?
They're playing in Abu Dhabi.
No. Where are the franchise players?
Yes.
Are they all playing in the PSL?
Nabi's playing in the PSL. I'm not sure about Mujib and Rashid Khan.
But we're seeing Mujib back at Middlesex this season. I don't know if Rashid Khan's going back to Sussex. I think he is.
Well, Root's got two left-handers, and he has decided that this is Root time.
Root time.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Quite handily, it gives all the other bowlers a little bit of a rest, and it's probably the best form of attack that you can have against these two. As Root comes around the wicket, squares up Rishabh Pant, goes deep in his crease, defends it out into the offside, and there is no run.
We're not really seeing that turn from Joe Root that he got in the last test, though.
No, well, this is it. I think this pitch is held together better. I think it will turn more as the game goes on. Well worked by Rishabh Pant. It's a bit too short by Root, and that one didn't turn. Pant was able to get inside it and just let it come off the face of the bat down towards long leg, but fine enough that they could get back for 2. They move on to 151 for 6. They've only got 4 wickets left, and England are 54 runs ahead.
Leah, by the way, is letting you know that Nabi's retired from international cricket.
So he can just play T20 franchise shit, yeah.
So but by choice.
Yeah, but is he too old to be playing? I mean, I don't even know how old Mohammed Nabi is. That one jumps a little bit on Rishabh Pant, but he goes deep again and forces it out square on the offside. There's no runs. Good game of cat and mouse between the bowlers and Rishabh Pant here.
I thought he was in his early to mid 30s, so he's not at the start of his career by any stretch.
Okay, well that's fair enough then. He can go and graze off into.
He's 36.
Well, there you go. Go and graze in franchise cricket where you can make the cash. Defended by Rishabh Pant back down the track and there's no run. I wonder if Rashid Khan has got an injury or is he just saving himself for the IPL? Which of course starts in a month. Well, there's still 6 odd weeks to go. He only got a quarantine for 2 weeks. He could have gone out and played for a couple of tests for his country, couldn't he?
He is injured apparently.
Oh right, there you go. Washington Sundar gets forward and defends that down the track and there's no run. But presumably he'd have taken the dollar of the PSL if he had a chance.
The PSL is still suspended.
Well, it got suspended the other day, didn't it?
Yeah.
5 COVID cases.
And somebody just left, I read. They hopped on a plane and taken themselves home.
And that one goes straight on with the arm from Joe Root. It was defended by Sundar, got it out to cover, and there's no run. end of that over. They're going to get one more in before tea, I think they are. Carry on.
Wasn't there also something about the Ireland Wolves game versus whoever they're meant to be playing being suspended for COVID as well?
Weren't they going out to Bangladesh? Is that right, or Pakistan? One or the other.
I think it's Bangladesh. It's 'cause it's Chattergram.
Yeah.
In the meantime, Spangly Sai says, speaking of doomed, the Kiwis are 46 for 4 after 11 overs, chasing 157 against Oz. Mog is reiterating that yes, Nabi's retired from Test cricket, but Rashid Khan had a vital fixture with the Qualanders or some shit. Yes, indeed.
Well, Bess is going to probably roll the last over before tea. It's 8:40. Oh, now there's an appeal for LBW. I think that's going on to hit possibly leg stump. England have got 3 reviews. I would be tempted to use one here. I think it's kind of worthwhile. It's hitting right in front of the stumps. It's very deep in his crease. There's a chance it's going over the top, and it may only be umpire's call. Root has decided to review. They've only got 4 wickets left, and getting Pant is probably a good gamble on one of them.
But I've got rather leg-sidey to me.
I think it hit him in front of the stumps, and I think it might be going over leg stump. I don't know. It's hit his inside thigh.
Umpire's call at best. But
yeah,
we'll
possibly
see.
Umpire's call at best. But
best or best.
Best.
That best for best.
He certainly didn't hit it. If that's what the umpire thought. It's gone past the inside edge. Yeah, it's quite flat by the time he gets there, and Pant isn't a tall man. He's not on his toes by any stretch of the imagination. He's quite short. We'll see.
He's well back in his crease.
He's very well back in his crease. The question is it going to be umpire's call on either the top of the stumps or the outside of the leg stump, in which case it will stay with him. Well, it's hit him in line with middle and leg, and it's going to be umpire's call on middle and leg stump. It was just knocking the bail, a lot of it, but having been given not out, it remains not out. Good ball by Betts. Hopefully that'll give him a little bit of confidence and put a little bit of doubt in the batsman's mind as well. Got away with that, really. It was a good shout. Could have been given out. There's probably more out than well, no, I keep saying about Rohit, but the ball that got Rohit just came in so much. Your instant thought was it's going to smash the stumps.
Does that mean that Pant is now going to run down the wicket and try and banzai the next ball?
Well, there's a good chance of that, and I might gamble if I was Best that he is going to do that and try and drag it back a little bit. You've got the man out deep on the square cover boundary, and he does in fact do exactly that, but he doesn't get to the pitch and just bunts it up towards long on. Jimmy Anderson is out there. He will just get the single. Which will have been Sundar on strike. He's only got a single off his 9 balls, 153 for 6 for the man who wants to score. Best has number 34 of his 9.2 overs, so he's going over 3 and over.
Well, Leach was going more than that. Leach was going up 4. He may have dragged that back a bit now. Let's have a look.
Yeah, there was a point where he was, but I think that was early. I think he's going for about 2.5, isn't he? Sundar is forward and defends out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Leach has 15 overs for 43, so he's going miles on the
Oh yeah, he has dragged it back a lot.
England retain their review, so they still have 3 reviews left. It was, it was worth a shot, and it was a good decision to review it. That's outside off stump, rolls that quite flat. Not a lot of turn on that for Sundar, but it's too short. And you can get on the back foot and just play it out to cover, and there's no run.
The Crunch says, Guerrilla Cricket, can anyone bat anymore?
It would appear not.
Well, even Kohli has criticised the Indian batting as well. He says, lack of strong defensive technique has been costing them to a certain extent.
Well, I'm just not convinced of that. I think that one's turned and spat. It was outside of Sundar's off stump, so he didn't need to play at it. And just watched it through folks and drew it back to the stumps, but he didn't move his back foot, and there's no run. That jumped as well.
Another beautiful take by folks.
I mean, when you look at the amount of LBWs, and this all comes back to DRS, and spinners never been able to take wickets before. That again jumps, similar sort of ball. Sundar once again watches it through to the keeper, and there is no run. Was that the last ball? That was the last ball, and that will be T. We'll be going to T at 153 for 6. Pants 36 off 62. Sundar is 1 off, 13 or 14 now. I can bring you the scorecard to the screen for those watching on YouTube. We can have the Indian batting innings. We started yesterday night. Shubman Gill was out before the close of play yesterday. Was out for a duck to Jimmy Anderson. Yeah, he might have felt he was a little bit unlucky to be given LBW. It looked a bit leg-sidey, but it was given out and it was shading his leg stump. He was none off 3 balls. Rohit Sharma has bowled, batted for an inordinately long time for Rohit Sharma to get 49, to give him 144 balls. Very un-Rohit-like. But he glued the innings together for quite a while, and what is, it is a tricky pitch. It is turning out to be. He was out LBW to big booming in-swinger from Stokes. Might have felt he was unlucky to be given out, but when you watch the ball, you just think it's crashing into the stumps, and the umpire thought the same. And it was marginal on his off stump. It was marginal on the bail on the inside of the off stump, but he was given out and remained out. Cheteshwar Pujara was LBW to Leach, peach of a delivery, pitching on middle and off, going on to hit middle and off. Just hit his pad before his bat. He was out for 17. Virat Kohli got a bit of a snorter from Stokes. His pitch has offered bounce as well. He got on to jump on Kohli early in his innings. Only faced 8 balls. He was caught behind for another duck. Caught Folkes, bowled Stokes. Jinky Rahane came in for a sketchy sort of cameo. Got 27 off 45. And was the last wicket before lunch. The penultimate ball before lunch. He edged Jimmy Anderson to Stokes, who dived in front of first slip and caught it. He bowled, I think, 3 in-swingers and 2 out-swingers that over, and I think it just discombobulated Rahane in the end. Rishabh Pant then came out after lunch. He's not out 36 off 62. Again, it's not the speediest of innings, maybe showing that the track isn't the easiest to bat on. Ravichandran Ashwin got 13 off 32. Batted okay, and then clipped probably what he thought should have been an easy single out to deep mid-wicket, straight to a shortish mid-wicket. He was caught. Ollie Pope bowled Leach for 13. Washington Sundar's come out and he's just got the 1 run off 13. There's 10 extras and the total is 153 for 6. The bowling figures are as follows. Jimmy Anderson bowled 17 overs, 11 maidens, 2 for 19. Ben Stokes 17 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 33. Jack Leach 15 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 43. So the wickets have been shared quite evenly. Don Bess has bowled 10 overs, and after an initial what looked like he's going to develop the yips, he's had a few decent overs. If he can just get himself back into it, get a wicket or 2, maybe all the confidence will come flooding back. None for 34. And Joe Root just bowled 3 overs, none for 15. And that brings us to tea.
Just final close off some social media messages, then you can tell us what the tea time entertainment
I don't know
will
what
be.
the tea time entertainment
combination of Knuckle and the Crunch letting us know that yes, Nabi had retired. Also that Rashid Khan was injured. He'd injured himself fielding, apparently. Should be available for the second test. Cousin Rossiter says, assuming this goes to 200-250, a similar innings from England means this would be very close. This isn't going the distance, though, is it? No, we have said that, and we agree with you. A few more people joined us on YouTube. Missing Stole Bikes was wanting to know when our next game is. Well, once this one is done and dusted, we are covering all the T20s and the ODIs. Is it both? Isn't it? Yes, it is, for England in India. So we hope to see you for those. Sampad Barak says, repeats that Rashid Khan was injured. And Dan Christian and Wazim Akram have both left the PSL, apparently. So that brings us up to date. Thank you for that, Sampad Barak. What have we got for tea time fun there?
I'm gonna just, I just pick things out, Tone. So I picked out Hendo talking to our man from Rodney Hines. From the
Splendid, excellent interview from the sports editor of The Voice.
That's the one.
Top man.
Come on.
And we will see you after tea.
Yeah, we will see you after tea. Why isn't that appearing?
Chairman Mao.
Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Guerrilla Cricket.
I'm joined today by Rodney Hines. He's the sports editor and features editor, I think, of The Voice, which is Britain's biggest black newspaper. You can also find it online. We're going to talk about the interest in cricket amongst the Afro-Caribbean community, what can be done to sustain it, what can be done to build it. Rodney, I was looking at you on your website, and you've come involved with the Cricketers Supporters Association in an effort to create interest. If I could just quote you for a minute, I think your comment about the link-up was cricket has played and continues to play a big role in the Caribbean and Caribbean communities. And despite a lack of success for the national side, cricket remains as important as ever. We're worried that it doesn't. Do you have optimism?
Yeah, you've got to have optimism as a West Indies supporter. Yeah, I do. I mean, listen, Nigel, I'm not currently, obviously, because of the scenario that the world is in. I travel around the Caribbean. My family's from Barbados, which is sometimes seen as the mecca of Caribbean cricket, isn't it, Barbados? So there are young people playing cricket. They don't have all the facilities. The ground is not great, but they love the sport. I just sometimes travel around and say to myself, what would happen, what could happen if we had a successful West Indies team? Now, I'm not talking about T20, which obviously we've won twice and is sexy and exciting. I'm talking about we had a test team to challenge the Indias of this world, the Englands of this world, etc., etc. I look back at, I think it was a Michael Vaughan-led side, England side, that won the Ashes, Freddie Flintoff, Harmison, all those great names, right?
Yeah.
And then I think I heard stats later on about the amount of bats and balls that had been sold, and I sort of like even had details that, you know, kids now had put down their Premier League footballs and their basketballs, and they now wanted to play cricket.
Right.
Whether that momentum is still going, I'm not sure. But it shows what can be done. It shows the excitement and interest that can be created. And I think the same would happen in the Caribbean.
Now, you're linking up with the Cricket Supporters Association. You're going to carry out a survey, I believe, through The Voice. What kind of things are you going to be asking about? How are you going to... What is the information that you're looking for? Or what is the information you're hoping to get?
Well, I mean, I think we're just quite literally trying to find out what people's views are right now. Maybe why is the team not successful? What can we continue to do? Because if we wait for the team to be successful, we will be waiting a while. So yeah, it's about, you know, I'd like to also talk about people like Jofra Archer very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Caribbean, Barbados born, doing wonderfully well. The man that bowled the super over that led to England's World Cup win not too long ago. So it shows me, one, there's talent. It showed me there's talent that won't necessarily, however controversial this may seem, play for the West Indies, but will play for England. So it shows me there's talent there. We have an ACE program set up by my good friend Ebony Rainford Brent and Surrey, where they're looking for talent and ability. So I think the survey will ask, you know, what do you think about cricket right now? Would you participate if there was options and programs that you could participate in? And I'd expect a couple of those questions to come back with a big old yes, because I think that, I talk about the West Indies and success, etc., etc. That is not the starting point. That's almost the end game, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just finding out where people are in terms of how they view cricket now. Would they participate if the facilities were there and not buried under, some fancy flats and etc., etc. So, just really finding out, for the want of a better term, the state of play in terms of people and their views on cricket right now.
Well, we found this stat that I think it's like 9 black players played county cricket in 2019. The equivalent figure in 1995 was 33. What has happened? Why has that participation, I suppose, and interest fallen away? Is it just because there are lots of different things to attract people? Football, I suppose, is almost all-consuming these days. Is it just that the cricket has gone off free to air? It's not seen. It's not as visible as it was.
Yeah, it's got off the radar a little bit. Listen, if I still go back to my view in terms of the Caribbean, they're watching Premier League football over there. They're watching NBA. They're excited. It's sexy. Sometimes cricket is seen, if you like, as a poor relation to those sports, isn't it?
Yeah.
You would have hoped that the World Cup win under Owen Morgan would have given it a little bit of momentum. That's dissipated, I think, a little bit. Will the new 100 tournament add to that again? There are so many options now. You're quite right. There's other sports. I don't always personally think that cricket does itself a lot of favours in terms of promoting itself. I think if there's an England-Australia Test series, or maybe England-India, when we can get fans back in, I think it's exciting and it'll be on the telly. I just think there are a number of reasons why cricket isn't where it could or should be right now. And as I said, from my viewpoint, it needs success. It needs role models, doesn't it, to point to. Jofra is one of those. And I think there's a certain irony there. There's a West Indian with obvious talent helping England win the World Cup.
Yeah, and I suppose creates does it create any sort of dilemma amongst your readership? This notion that actually the black players that have come through since the turn of the century have really had a background in the Caribbean, and then have learnt their cricket there, and they've come here probably about 18 or 19, and that they've continued on, and those players have been lost to the West Indies team, which is a tragedy.
They have been. I mean, to go back to your original point, I've gone backwards to go forwards. I think that when I was watching the game, and no matter what my job title is, I'd be watching sport and cricket in particular. Grew up with my dad watching it, so it's in the blood. When the West Indies was successful, there's a certain irony. The Greenwiches, the Haynes, the Marshalls, the Lloyds, the list goes on. They would do what they do in the Caribbean, but England became a finishing school for them.
Yeah.
And ironically, that finishing school made a great West Indies team, because I think they learned about professionalism, they learned how to play in some of the dubious conditions that West Indians don't like. And that finishing school actually helped the West Indies to become great. Now, I think there's a little link there. If some of our players were to come over here, could they learn a lot more? I'm sure they can. But guess what? T20 cricket around the world for the likes of Kieran Pollard and Dwayne Bravo means that, do I want to come to England in May, have my hands in my pockets on a chilly Tuesday and play cricket? There are now other options, much more lucrative options to play my cricket now. So I think that's the problem. England was a finishing school for West Indies cricketers. It is no longer that, because I can play cricket around the globe, earn a lot of money in a lot better conditions.
Absolutely. I mean, and you can't blame players for
not
doing
at all.
that. If you move more towards actual general interest in cricket, and you think about the black population in this country or in other countries where cricket is popular, how has the sort of thing gone down? The publicity we've had around racism in the game, we've had interviews with Michael Carberry, we've had the former umpire John Holder coming out and talking about how difficult it was for him to officiate. How does that affect the black community as a whole? Does that suggest that cricket is not a game that's going to be welcoming to those people?
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely spot on. It's not welcoming. Listen, I've interviewed the likes of Michael Carberry and Alex Tudor in the past, etc. So I know their views. But Nigel, it's only now that I think people like the ECB, etc., are going to try and do something about it. We've wasted so many years. The problem remains the same. It's not a new problem. And I think it's outrageous that the stats that you quoted in terms of how many West Indians are playing the game over here compared to many, many moons ago. People generally go where they feel welcome. It's a little bit like the fan base as well. I covered the World Cup last year in the UK, and I've covered several West Indies tours to England. And the scenario is this: I have been, let's say, mortified by the lack of West Indies fans at the grounds.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because I didn't grow up with that. I grew up with the Oval almost being our home patch. Do you know what I mean? In terms of flags, horns, the cuisine. Now, I know that wasn't everybody's cup of tea, but no one's going to tell me that West Indies fans didn't add a little bit of quality and a little bit of excitement when they turned up at the Oval. The Edgbaston in Birmingham, a key catchment area for the Caribbean communities, you will not see West Indies fans there. I remember covering England, West Indies, New Zealand at Old Trafford last summer in the World Cup.
Yeah.
There's no more than a dozen or so West Indies fans in Manchester. Now, I know there's lots of black people in Manchester, But to go back to your point, you would generally go where you feel welcome, and I don't think West Indies fans feel welcome. Add to the lack of success of the team. As I said, if you join the dots together, you can see cricket right now, maybe not a cup of tea.
Why do you think they don't feel welcome? I mean, you would have thought aren't we in a slightly more enlightened era than we were? Although, things have changed for the worse in a lot of ways, I suppose, in the last 5 or 6 years. But shouldn't we be more enlightened about that? Some of my greatest memories as a child were indeed going to the Oval and seeing a lot of the great cricketers who came over from the West Indies. And now you don't see that. But what is happening within the cricket firmament that is making black people feel unwelcome?
I mean, Nigel, we can't ever forget that I think Jofra Archer was racially abused while playing for England by someone in the crowd last year, I think it was. So that tells me, one, there's still a problem in that regard. Obviously, I'm not going to say it's a regular, but one's enough, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you add the lack of success, I think as well. Listen, I grew up in an era whereby the great sides were doing what they were doing, and even if you had no money, you said, you know what, I want to go and watch Michael Holding play. You know what? I mean, as sports fans, we hook our love to the game to teams doing well. That's why I've got to respect supporters that will go to sports events where their teams are not going well. That's real loyalty.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
But you generally need a hook as to why you're going to go to something, and I don't think there's enough hook now. I think there is still this perception that if I go to Lord's, I'm going to be surrounded by an awful lot of posh people in dubious-looking ties. Now, that's the tradition of Lord's.
Yeah.
So you've got to try and embrace some of the traditions of the games anyway. That's why, if you like, the difference between Lord's and Oval is almost a million miles apart, because of where the Oval is, for example, is in a catchment area of Brixton and Southwark, and there's a lot of the community there. As I said, at the risk of repeating myself, I just think that they don't feel welcome, and sometimes if you don't feel welcome, I'd go anyway.
Yeah.
But that's just me. But I think, as I said, the lack of success on the playing field doesn't get people excited, because I'm almost certain if we were winning games, some of those excuses would be taken away.
I suppose also that you've got maybe if you've played the game at a young age, and we're not actually getting enough cricket into schools for them to see it as an option. Is that a problem? Is it also that we're several generations down now, and that do more black people identify with Britain as opposed to the West Indies and the Caribbean?
Yeah, I think it's a generational thing. Let me just use my own example. Born in the UK, with a father and mother from Barbados, right?
Yeah.
And we watch cricket. One, for the cricket, but two, Nige, for the success on the field that allowed us to pump our chests out.
Yeah.
So I would hear my dad, when there was a whitewash taking place and the West Indies had done what they'd done, he could go to his place of work, which was a factory,
right,
and feel very proud.
Right. My
dad would never have played the game, but the win and the success gave him something, a feel-good factor.
Yeah.
That example is probably less so now with generations that are born here. I think the Jofra Archer thing is very, very interesting, because I think there's a lot of young black players now that might just want to play for England more so than the West Indies.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I mean, my dad'd be horrified by that, but as I said, it's a generational thing. And the question is, why not? And when you get a black man bowling a super over, as Archer did, in arguably the biggest thing in England for years, there's going to be one or two, three or four, a couple of hundred young people saying, yeah, I'd like to do that. Yeah. So, as I said, it just changes. In another X amount of years, the story might have moved on again. But I think a lot of black British potential cricketers may want to wear the three lions rather than the crest of the Caribbean right now. It's just where it's where you belong.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? I mean, you got your family background and what you consider your own.
Now, I could never play for England,
right?
Even though I was born here, And I say that just because of my dad's view.
Right.
You know what I mean? He would have been absolutely mortified. Even though I was qualified to play for them, having been born here, but with his strong Caribbean roots, no chance. No chance.
But do you think many people from the many players from the Caribbean are going to see the route that Jofra Archer's taken and perhaps Chris Jordan initially, and think I can make a career in this by going and playing a bit of county cricket, get my name known?
Yeah, without doubt.
I'll get. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, without doubt.
But I think the problem is how do you get hold of those people who might be interested or might become your fans of the future? I suppose that's what you're going to be looking for in your survey.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, don't forget. I mean, we're talking very much about players, but it's a case of only a small percentage are going to make it. Yeah. There are other things you can do within cricket. You could be on the physio side. You could be media. I just cricket. Yeah, it has moved on. I think there are more opportunities. I think the key to this survey and some of the other initiatives taking place right now is just letting the community know. So much good work is going on, but how do you share that with the community that you're trying to target? And I think this is where the survey comes in and some of the other initiatives that I've heard about.
Okay, what about, let's move on to the Black Lives Matter situation. Now, I know the series that we'll be covering very shortly is the South African series, just the short form of the game.
And we are back. After tea, I'm joined by Johnny. We should be joined... Jono, sorry, not Johnny. Should be joined by Jack shortly too. There he is. He's appeared, just as I say his name. And what are you thinking, Jono? Apart from the fact that you're on mute. Unmute yourself.
I am thinking that the fewer we can bowl India out for is obviously of most benefit, and the more runs they get is detrimental to our chances of winning the game. One for always providing the most obvious of statements. I will continue with that. I've just been chatting to there's some news coming out of Bangladesh that the Island A, or the Island Wolves fixture, was cancelled halfway through with Bangladesh this morning, having started the game because one of the Island players tested positive this morning. So they get retested tomorrow. I've just been talking to one of my mates who's out there playing for Ireland, and they seem to think it's a false positive, but yet TBC. So the game had to be cancelled after about an hour and a half of play, which is disappointing.
Was that Pretorius by any chance? Who tested positive? Pretorius?
Dwayne Pretorius?
Well, I don't know. I was wondering if there was... Well, I mean, there is another Sapper playing for South Africa, for Ireland, isn't there? I was wondering if he was...
There's a young lad who's due to qualify later in the year. I didn't dig too deeply. I just went top line on... I didn't ask specifically who it was, but... yeah, it's just obviously a shame. The Ireland boys have had a pretty rough winter. Both the full side and now the Wolves, in terms of games being cancelled and what have you.
Yeah, it's been a tough time all year round. Well, you're doing a ball by ball, Jono.
Yes, and, perfect. The favourite seat, joined by the wonderful Jack. I say wonderful. I mean, wonderful when he agrees with me, but he's obviously getting too comfortable with me now. He's starting to disagree with me far too often for my own personal liking.
Well, I mean, I think we're in a bloody good position here, as you say. I mean, if we can get them out to close to parity, even, we might even get a few in the bank. I mean, it doesn't look like an easy pitch to bat on. It's going to get worse, and 150 might well be a winning score if you can get a lead of 150 and bat fourth on this.
Yeah, some proper application needed when England do go to their second batting innings. Joe Root to start after tea, into Rishabh Pant, and Pant works that away wide of Jack Leach at extra cover. Well, I think it's that Crawley comes in and they will take a walk.
Well, when we do come out, I shall remember to go under for the fall of the first wicket, probably the second too.
Yeah, I don't really understand the whole betting thing with your overs and unders.
Well, it's under the amount. Well, I always go under the amount of runs that a wicket's going to fall. So when England are batting, they'll offer you maybe 23 runs. So if you get the wicket in the first 23 runs, which with England
you win.
Yeah.
As Root in again now to Washington Sunday, that's just blocked out to the short extra cover fieldsman. Yeah, I've never really understood or gotten into spread betting, but I know that you're quite good at it.
It's not spread. I don't do the spread. I just
Oh, Root's in and he's appealed for LBW. That one's gone on with the arm, but the umpire is not interested. I wonder if Root thinks that that's going to slide past the leg stump. No, not interested in a review from the looks of it. So he'll return to the top of his mark.
I thought it hit the bat, but there you go. It must be going blind.
Here we go. There's a slow-mo replay. We will confirm or deny. Massive inside edge. As he's in again now. Oh, and that's another inside edge. Looking to work that through the leg side. Washington Sundar, giving the England players plenty of cause for optimism, let's say. Another one that slid on with the arm. Oof, we got down on that late.
He looks very skittish, Washington Sundar.
That's slightly fuller ball from Root, and Sundar looks a lot more confident behind that one as he blocks it back up the pitch to the England captain. One ball left of the 63rd. India 154 for 6. England can pick up another 1 or 2 quite quickly here. I think you'd think that Rishabh Pant, the key, will come to Jack just after this ball for some tweaks and his thoughts on that as Sundar pushes that one out through the vacant gap at square point, fielded by Zach Crawley. They'll come through for a 1 to complete the 63rd. It's 155 for 6.
Not a lot going on social. Messi Jez, really the only tweeter.
Well, like you say, not a right lot going on then. If Messi sorry, Jez.
Who's flagged that Susie Dent's word of the day is snout band, which is a 19th century word for someone who consistently interrupts a conversation in order to contradict or correct the speaker.
Sounds like Bear. I was going to say.
I never do such things.
Asking if it's anyone we know. Over on YouTube, there's some discussion about maybe a made-up game or something. I'm not really sure. So.
Right. Cool. Well, we shall give you a couple of overs and then come back. No doubt the Twitter sphere by that point will have come back to life, having been for no doubt a few cucumber sandwiches, maybe some cake and a cup of tea. Don Bess to start at the other end, if we can jingle him up there.
Yeah, let's have some jingles. I've got them all lined up here, but I haven't played any. Talk over it.
Bess in now. Oh, obviously it's a full bunger, and that's walloped away by Washington Sundar, and it'll bring him one of these.
But if you need someone who bets, you should just save Don Bess for last.
Another poor loosener.
Yeah. Not all that convincing from Sundar. As Ollie Pope drops to his knees at forward short leg, and that one's cut away by Sundar out to Dom Sibley, number 52. Well, the fridge, as we affectionately call him here at Guerrilla Cricket, and they will come through for a 1, bringing Rishabh Pant back on strike.
He's a slimmed down fridge these days.
You can get those, these are tall, thin ones.
Yeah, well, exactly.
What, a Smeg?
Yeah, exactly. He's a high-end German fridge now instead of a big bulky
Brilliant.
American one.
Right, Dom Bess. Time to come to the party, me old mucker, I think. Another short wide one, and again that's cut, but through extra cover this time by Rishabh Pant. Another woeful long off, and it brings him one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Well, this man is batting and he hit it. And that's just a gimme, isn't he?
Yeah, I think a mixture of confidence or lack of it, and probably not being outwardly backed by the England camp. I kind of feel a bit sorry for Don Bess in some respects. As he's in again now, advancing down the wicket this time, but just blocks it into the offside. Ben Folkes is wearing these Gray Nichols gloves that are obviously painting his thighs black. Real issue, as you can see there on the slow-mo replay. Real issue for those that would refer to themselves as the world's biggest bat company, cricket company. Almost gets himself in a slight tangle there, Pant, as he looks to advance down to Don Best, but does then punch it down too long off, and they will come through for a 1. 5 balls gone in the over, bringing Sundar back on strike. You've got to try and obviously keep him on strike, haven't you? As the in theory lower middle order or tail ender. It's been too easy for him to try and rotate so far. I'll come to Bear after this ball from Bess. That's a much better delivery, but well enough kept out by Washington. Sundar pushing out into the offside. Completes the 64th. India 165 for 6.
Yeah, well, I was having this discussion with Al, wasn't I? This is professional sport. Is there enough? I mean, do you have to have sympathy for him? Well, I do have sympathy for him, but is there space for sympathy?
Yeah.
Or do you be cold-hearted about it and say, at a moment, he's not good enough? I mean, didn't Graham Swan get picked for England very early in his career?
But then he pissed Duncan Fletcher off by being late for the bus, didn't he? And that's why he disappeared into the ether again for quite a while. I don't think it was anything to do with talent, it was more attitude, that, I think.
Didn't someone put his head in the toilet in South Africa as well when he was on a tour?
Quite possibly. I've never heard that story before.
Someone told us that. Who was it? This was years ago. Someone came on who knew something about that tour.
England captain to start his 5th. That's a real flat, darty one. Worked away through, I think, the legs of Ollie Pope by Rishabh Pant. They will. The second run is avoided. They will get one, bringing Sundar back onto strike.
Chris has tweeted in, Bear hasn't gone mad, believe it or not. Rahane Pretorius is playing for Ireland A, so...
That's it, because someone tweeted in earlier going, I bet they're not happy about that, they were high-fiving. He must have got a wicket and they were all high-fiving, and someone said, Pretorius.
That's driven back up the pitch to the bowler. Slight leading edge there from Sundar by the looks of things, but no harm done as Root collects the ball and there is no run.
And that they might all be regretting having high-fived him. That must be where that came from, because I assumed with the Pretorius we were running where South Africa were playing, but now that makes sense.
Root in again, that's worked away up through a straight mid-on by Sundar, but collected and there will be no run. My contact out there was saying that they think it would be a false positive. They obviously share the bus or whatever to the grounds and stuff. How could there only be one that would have it? But then again, we saw Ali was the only one to return a positive test, wasn't he? Even though Chris Wokes had been within reasonable close proximity in the Sri Lanka series. So.
Well, there were reports the other day. The Americans did a study and they said that touch was way overrated for a transmission vector.
Sundar blocks this one out. 4th ball of the over out to extra cover, and there will be no run. Yeah, it's. I still don't think we fully understand the disease, do we? That one beats the outside edge of Washington Sundar's bat. He then, continually messes about opening and closing his gloves, as seems to be the new cool thing to do if you're playing any form of professional cricket. But that's turned off. That's quick turn off the straight.
I quite like
taken by Ben Folkes.
I like this by Root. I mean, this is kind of how Axar Patel bowls.
It's that flatter,
and fast,
quicker, but it makes
the pitch still takes the spin, doesn't it? Even at that pace.
That is very quick and very round arm and very flat from the England captain. Blocked out to the offside by Washington Sundar. Completes the 65th. India 166 for 6. Jack.
Got a few tweets in. Leah, there are always two sides to a coin, Jono. England will have to face Ashwin and Akshar on this pitch later. Victor. Dull stat alert. They've just said on the TV comms that Root holds the record for being the only international bowler who has never bowled a no ball. That must be wrong. It's
probably quite
tweets
true.
about fridges and Og. We've all wanted to put Graham Swan's head in a toilet.
Fair.
I think this pitch, to go back to Leah's point, I think this pitch is alright. I wouldn't be too worried about.
Yeah. As Pant works this away slightly wide of mid-on, and so they will come through for a 1, bringing Sundar back onto strike. I mean, it's quite interesting to see that Ben Stokes talked, didn't he? He did an interview saying, like, we're good enough to make 300 on this pitch. But again, people judging a pitch before both sides have batted on it. Again, it's not a pitch that India have gone on to make 500, which I think a lot of us thought that might happen. We're going to lose by an innings. Classic pessimistic English sporting fans.
Well, it's lasted. It lasted the best part of a whole day without breaking up.
That's a better delivery from Dom Bess. Worked away off the kind of a thick outside edge by Sundar down to a short third man, and they will stay where they are.
I mean, it wasn't spinning savagely yesterday until quite late on in the day, which maybe it shouldn't be doing that until the end of today, and maybe they should be off a little bit of turn in days 1 and 2. But the last pitch was just inconsistent with the turn, so it was ragging from ball 1, but still going straight on as well.
Decent delivery from Bess. He does that classic Dom Bess thing of putting his arms over his head every time he doesn't get a wicket with what happens to be a reasonable delivery, as most spinners do. I can imagine you in that kind of pose, Bear.
There's a lot of
the outside edge.
It's when I'm bowling. When I did bowl, obviously I don't do it anymore.
Bess again round the wicket to Sundar. Another full toss, surprising to see. And looks like Pant was thinking about taking a quick single. Turns round, has to then dive into his ground. Can't remember. Couldn't see. Maybe Rory Burns is on the field fielding through the ball, and it looks like it's hit Rishabh Pant. I know it's Dan Lawrence. It looks like it's hit Rishabh Pant on the shoulder.
It has indeed, full on the shoulder.
Would be his left shoulder, I would think. It would be quite a fleshy injury. Oh yeah, he's quite a big lad. He's quite stocky, isn't he?
Yeah.
Rishabh Pant. He's not fit. He's
Generous.
Generous, yeah.
He likes a bit of gi.
Big arms. Don't mind a double decker every now and again, or the occasional twirl or whatever chocolate that other chocolate brands are available. But yeah, he's a bit of discomfort there, but I'm sure he's all right. It'll probably only serve to anger him, and he'll start blasting it to all parts now.
Well, if it does anger him, he makes a mistake. Well, the fielder isn't tight to shot the stumps. He's gone a long way down.
Absolutely, yeah.
Can't complain about it really.
So yeah, he's quite short in stature, isn't he?
Yeah.
He looks almost a bit like a squashed human, if that makes sense.
Well,
it's kind of boxy.
Yeah, he's definitely boxy. Can't be that tall. Can he be about 5'6"? Can't he? If that.
Say again?
He can only be about 5'6". He doesn't look particularly tall.
Yeah, I don't think he's particularly tall at all. Tall at all. Good England. So yeah, he's now calling for new gloves because they're a bit dirty, and obviously that'll put him off. He now starts rearranging himself, and obviously pads and gloves and this, that, and the other shirt. But yes, we will continue. 2 balls of the over left to go from Dom Bess in now to Washington Sundar, and that's driven back up the pitch by Sundar to Dom Bess for another dot ball. Only 1 from the 5 balls of the over received so far. So yeah, with it looks like he may slowly be trying to get into a rhythm, but obviously now he'll bowl a fully that will go for a boundary.
Yeah,
as he's in. Oh no! It was a half volley that got walloped over extra cover for a boundary.
Well, no, I don't think it was that bad a ball. You want flying away from his body. He did hit it aerial. It was just over the man at cover.
Yeah, floaty one. It did turn, but yeah, it's beaten extra cover by a foot, maybe 18 inches. How are we looking socially, Jack?
People are socially disengaged right now. The Crunch asking, are the Indian fans genuinely cheering singles, or is artificial crowd noise being pumped in? No, they are cheering the singles.
They genuinely cheer. We talked about this earlier, didn't we? It's amazing that a 1 when watching cricket in India is celebrated like a 95th minute winner in an FA Cup final, and a wicket is met with absolute stunned silence, which is probably less surprising. But yeah, every single run is celebrated as a real event. Such is the passion of the Indian supporting public. Have you ever cheered a 1 with such great gusto, Bear?
Jack Leach. Yes.
Well, all right, well, that's a single to end all singles, isn't it? I mean, let's be honest. The greatest single in the history of cricket. As the England captain in now round the wicket to Rishabh Pant, who kind of squirts that away through backward square region. It'll be picked up on the boundary's edge and returned to Ben Folkes. They will come through for a single.
Hey, would have been out of that.
Ground and it had hit.
Yeah, it would have been.
I mean, he's made a real mess of that dive, Rishabh Pant, as well, hasn't he? I mean, he won't want to watch that back in slow-mo. That's horrible to watch.
And he knew the ball was going to hit him as well.
Yeah. It's never a nice thing, though, when you know that you get, because cricket balls, root in now, that hits, I think, on the pad, but always sliding down leg side. Cricket balls are like, tennis balls will hit you and obviously lose their energy quite quickly and just bounce off. A cricket ball travels into you for every last ounce of
hurts.
Energy it's got, and then just kind of limply drops out, and it is painful.
It is painful.
And the route in again now, slightly slower this time, but Sundar covers up, blocks straight back up the pitch to the England captain. That's one conceded from the first 3 balls of the over. India now 172 for 6, trailing by 33. Sorry, Jack.
Something in on YouTube. How do I become a part of the commentary team?
Oh, it's an incredibly tough process in which you have to go through. As that's blocked out into the offside by Washington Sundar, and there will be no run. Incredibly difficult process to go through. Becoming a guerrilla cricket commentator. Basically, what you need is a love of cricket and a load of free time. And the ability to talk nonsense for, well, certainly that's how I got in anyway. That's blocked back up the pitch by Washington Sundar to the England captain Joe Root, no run. Just before we come to the bay, he's in to complete his over, and that is turned off the straight but blocked out to the offside. India, 67 overs, 172 for 6.
Well, you can always send us an email, and we will respond. We have got quite a lot of people, and a lot of people have tried to get in on this series at the moment. So, just send us an email, and someone may get in touch with you.
Ankush on Twitter. England's over rate has been really bad. Still need to bowl 36 overs for the day, or we'll lose out on valuable World Test Championship points.
I don't think it's really going to matter in the context of this game.
No, we can't get there now anyway. Even if we draw 2-2, we needed to win 3-1, didn't we? So
but if we draw 2-2, then we let the Aussies in.
I would rather. Sorry, I'm not really sure where Jez's allegiance lies, but I would rather let India get 700 here and lose by an innings than us contribute to Australia having the opportunity.
It's a tricky one. I quite like to get out of India. To get out of India with a draw would be. Considering how much we slated the side over the last 2 tests.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that.
And I think that was the thing. I mean, the thing was that having won that first test, we all knew that it was going to be alive until this last test. And India then created 2 great pitches that were really advantageous to them. But this test has shown that, if you got it right on even one of those games, you've got decent innings in one of them, there was a chance. There's always been a chance. The last series that India played here, the games are already close. We ended up winning 4-1. So, it couldn't happen again here. They win 3-1.
England's bespectacled left-arm wonder man is coming on to bowl. And no, we do not mean the bear. We mean this man.
This man.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. On Jack Leach.
As Leach in to start his new spell to Rishabh Pant, worked away through the leg side and will come through for 1. Interesting, I know that obviously Pant's kind of put Jack Leach to the sword a little bit at different times in this series, hasn't he? So I know, Jack mentioned when we were on comms earlier on that they seem to be holding him away from Pant, but it looks like Root's decided to go back to him with Don Best not being able to make the breakthrough. So hopefully he can get one over on him.
Well, I think they should switch the bowlers around until they get a wicket here. I think you've got to make the batsmen think all the time. There's not a lot more runs to play with to have any sort of lead or not be too far behind. So you need to create a wicket. and you've got to make the batsman think and constantly change your bowlers around. I mean, Stokes and Anderson must be pretty tired, but a new ball's due in 13 overs.
Yeah. Yeah, still apparently 34 left in the day, although we won't get anywhere near that amount in, you wouldn't think, even if you were to bowl Bess and Leach for the rest of the day.
You weren't, and in fact this is our last over. Time flies, man, doesn't it? This is our last over before we have a change.
Oh, wowzers, right. Enjoy it, chaps. I shall be back a little bit later, I believe. No doubt Jack and the Bear will be in the same position. Leach in now over the wicket this time to Washington Sundar, who works that away. Kind of short ball, never really going to cause too much trouble from Jack Leach. Works away to Johnny Bairstow, deep backward square leg boundary, and they will come through for a casually walked single.
He's got someone doing some chiselling or something in the background.
Yeah, we've got guys. I've decided that taking wallpaper off walls is not something that I ever want to have to do ever again. So we've paid professionals to come and do it. Just happens to be right outside my office door. Pant lets that one go down the leg side. I was like, I hope they can't hear this.
It's very quiet in the background. Every once in a while I hear it and think, I know that sound.
Yeah, it sounds like the dog's just like scratching the door trying to get in. Leach in again now to Rishabh Pant. He kind of left it, hit him on the pad, but too high. You would think, and probably going down the leg side. So there is no run. We keep seeing like umpires call. Was this the given not out earlier on?
Yeah, that was the LBW.
Pant plays that very awkwardly, but does get bat on it and pushes it back up the pitch to Jack Leach.
England reviewed one. It was Pant went very deep in his crease, and it was Don Bess actually straightened one. I thought it looked pretty close, and
it wasn't far away from being hitting rather than umpire's call,
well,
as it turns out. No doubt the BCCI have probably changed the parameters within what works for who and what have you. This one is pushed out by Rishabh Pant through square cover. Ben Stokes charges out to do the fielding. They come through for a 1. Rishabh Pant may have pulled something here. He looks in a lot of discomfort. Maybe pulled his calf in that quickly run 1. But for now, I shall love you and leave you. See you all again later on.
Indeed. We should be having, not Fred is arriving. Hey.
Yeah, I'm staying on as summariser, so I'll just run through a few tweets. Grand Theft Auto. What do we think of Washington Sundar? I think he's pretty good. I don't think he's as good as the other 2 Indian spinners though. Vector Victoria. Why do England screw over all their spinners? We seem to break anyone who comes into the side. Even Swan struggled when he was first called up and sent back. I don't know if we screw over them all. I mean, being a spinner for an England team, particularly at home, is quite hard. And not everyone is up to it. But in recent memory, we've had Swan, Panesar and Giles have good stints in the team.
Is it me?
It is.
I believe it is. Good morning, everybody. First ball of a new over is just pushed into the offside. No run. The score's 175 for 6 now. India are trailing by 30 runs. This game is... Well, it's very good. It's very close. It's in the balance as Root is round the wicket, a round arm delivery, which is just prodded into the offside and a single taken by Rishabh Pant. So, good morning, everybody. Good morning, Jack.
Welcome to dawn, Fred.
Messi Jez. Nice to be joining you this morning. Oh, well, it's morning here. It's various times at wherever you are in the world. Pant actually wanted a second run there, but there was never a chance of one, and he was sent back pretty quickly. And he hasn't pulled something, has he? As the Root comes in again and bowls a flatter delivery, which Sundar pushes to cover, where Leach fields. No run.
Yeah, we were speculating he might have. Sorry, Fred.
Yeah, it looked like as he turned suddenly and then stopped, he may have just tweaked a calf or a hamstring or something. There's Root's in again, a very full ball, which Sundar leans into a defensive shot, plays it back to the bowler. It's a pretty good game, this, isn't it?
It is. It's a nail biter.
As Root bowls again, and this finds the outside half of Sundar's bat. It goes to backward point. No run.
Yeah, I think it's one where neither side's probably made the most of their opportunities with the bat, I'd say. But that's certainly kept things interesting over the five and a bit sessions so far.
And talking of possible injuries, Stokes, when he went to throw that ball in and didn't, looked like he clutched his shoulder afterwards as Root bowls again, and this is full ball, which is driven up to wideish mid-off where Anderson fields. They easily come through for a single. The end of the over, 177 for 6. What are the tweeters saying?
So the tweeters are saying, well, I actually posted one pointing out that people looking for a commentary spot on Guerrilla Cricket would probably be better placed if they were long-term Patreons, which is something worth considering. The Crunch says, have any of the Gorillas penciled in plans to come out to Australia for the Ashes? Could do comms on my server. Well, it looks like Australian borders will be closed for the rest of this year, so it's unlikely, I'd say. And Gary Naylor has joined us for the first time today. I think young spinners are like young batsmen. Very few go through a period of development without a crisis that leads to being dropped to work on their game. This is true of most test teams. It's just test cricket being bloody hard.
Leach starts a new over. He's over the wicket to the left-handed Sundar, who leans forward and defends. Well, I assume the discussion is about Bess. I mean, he is very young as far as spinners go. He's only 23, and there is something to work with there. The question is whether he's the best option at the moment, because the next ball from Leach is a good leg ball, which Sundar defends into the leg side. Spinners tend to come into their own sort of in their late, 27, 28 onwards when they've learned a bit of the game. But they do so little bowling at first class level that they don't get the overs under their belt to really find their game. As Leach is in again, and this one turns in from outside the off stump. A big front pad down the wicket from Sundar. It hits the pad. There's a stifled appeal that there was no chance of that being given out, probably because it wasn't going to hit the stump and couldn't have been given out anyway.
Yes.
Well outside the line as well. Not a lot going for it.
Well, you could have said he wasn't playing the shot and sort of hid the bat behind the pad, but either way, there was no serious appeal. A little bit shorter from Leach, and onto the back foot goes. Sundar punches us up to deep mid on and walks a single.
So, Fred, I'm a little surprised to hear you say that people in England don't get an opportunity to bowl at spinners, because I frequently see scores of 500 in county cricket, and I'm assuming that there'll be a lot of spin bowled in the course of a 500 innings.
I don't know how frequent the 500 is. I'm sure some
might be one a week, but there are 9 games a week, so it's
Leach is round the wicket now, short ball, and that's a bit of a help yourself delivery to Pant, who doesn't do as well as he ought to because he just shovels this to deep backward square leg for the single. Was that a no ball? I believe it was. So
siren will
run
be going
to the
off.
total. Yeah, it's a horrible noise, that is. What is exactly is the point of it?
I think it's from the IPL. It's just sort of crossed over.
Leach in again, and Sundar again pushes us up to the mid-off, who's standing about mid-on rather, standing halfway back to the. I mean, that was a big no ball from Leach, that previous delivery.
Yeah,
a good 3 inches or so over the line.
It's a period of relative comfort for India. I think, well, they're 24 runs behind now. They're probably eyeing a reasonable sized lead, still with Axar Patel to come as well.
Yeah, Pant was a little bit lucky to survive an LBW appeal before tea, which looked absolutely plumb when I first saw it. It was given not out, and somehow the Hawkeyes' verdict was that it wasn't hitting the top of middle stump, as Leach bowls again, and this is played to short mid-wicket by Pant. No run the end of the over. Yeah, it looked like the bulk of the ball was hitting the stumps according to the projection, but it was given as umpire's call.
Yeah,
it's an interesting one, that. Sorry, I'll finish off on the top of the stumps is from the bail groove when it comes to DRS, because the Hawkeye is not as good at projecting bounce as it is horizontal variation, I suppose. So they have a little bit more of a margin, which is why it looked like it should have been out and probably was out, but was given as umpire's call.
When you say the bail groove, So you're saying they ignore the bails?
Exactly. The bottom of the bails is the top of the stumps when it comes to the half ball rule for DRS.
So when a batsman gets bowled and it clips the bail off, he should just go for a review, and he might be given not out on Hawkeye.
Well,
new over from Root has, and he's pushed to the mid-off fielder, who's this time is saving a single, so there's no run there.
I guess what they're saying is they don't know for sure, so that bail is used as the
you never
margin.
know for sure, do you? As Root bowls again, short, filthy, and clipped through mid-wicket by Sundar. Didn't time it all that well, but he's going to pick up 2 runs anyway. Yeah, I mean, if you've got the technology, I'm not quite sure what you're saying is they don't trust the Hawkeye as regards the height. You know, if you've got it, just use it. And they do
trust
of
it.
The stumps and the bails don't change. You know, they are the same height and
they do trust it. They're just less sure on the bounce. Is the point?
This is a quicker ball from Root and a fuller ball outside the off stump. Sundar leaves and Folks takes tidily, which is what he does.
So here's a question. There's 9 overs after this to the new ball. Do England stay away from Stokes and Anderson for the whole of that 9 overs?
Well, I don't think the new ball is... Well, let's have a think. As a fuller ball from Root, again very round arm, and Sundar leans forward, is a tall man, and he gets a big stride forward and pushes it back to the bowler. I mean, you may want to use Leach with a new ball, so it's not necessarily true that you need to rescue your faster bowlers. Shorter ball from Root, turned off the legs by Sundar into the gap at mid-wicket, going to pick up another 2. And is that the end of the over, or is there one ball to come? There's one ball to come. We'll have some tweets.
I was just thinking you were saying this was a period of relative comfort for India, and another 9 overs of comfort. You know, Jimmy bowled brilliantly and Stokes bowled really well earlier today. If they got another 9 overs just to get more comfortable,
well, they'll be 20 ahead.
Decision. Yeah.
As Root bowls again, and there's an LBW shout, and which has obviously been turned down, and Root is looking at his keeper and his slip as if to see whether a review is required. It didn't look all that good a shout, and they're not going to review. He's not doing a Kohli and annoying the batsman by waiting for the last second, which is actually very bad manners of Kohli, I have to say. If you're the batsman and waiting for the review, and Kohli knows that he's going to review it and waits, this full 13 seconds, I think that's pretty bad form. It was a decent shout actually, but probably a bit high. A big stride forward, and it hit him above the knee roll, even though the front leg was bent. And I would imagine Hawkeye is going to show us that was been going over the top. The line was good, but probably the height no good. Sorry, let's have some tweets.
Right, Neil Franklin says Washington Sundar sounds like something off the menu of an American ice cream parlour. Nessers is complaining that he's got something from Cricket Australia calling him a member of the team. I reckon that's from when he signed up to get some free streaming at some stage.
Yeah, I've had that as well. I'm not a member of the team. As Leach bowls round the wicket now to Pant, and this is pushed into the leg side. A good diving stop from the short leg fielder. We're looking at that LBW appeal again. It may have even hit his arm, actually.
Going well over anyway.
Yeah. So around the wicket to the left-hander, and this is turned off the hip through a vacant leg slip region down to short fine leg, no run.
Very interested in showing us this replay, aren't they?
It seemed to hit his elbow actually, but you can you be out elbow before wicket? I think you can. Going well over the top.
Anybody part before wicket, isn't it?
Well, yeah, not the glove. As this is a better ball from Leach as Pant goes back and plays it, defends it into the leg side.
Would that not depend whether the glove was on the bat or not?
Good point. Yeah. The Geraint Jones rule. Down the wicket comes Pant and prods this up to deep mid on for a single. I mean, yeah, you say it's comfortable. It's not all that comfortable. They're not scoring all that freely. They're finding singles and the occasional two, but there aren't boundaries on offer as Pant goes to his 50.
That is true. I mean, there's still 3 or 4 singles and over though, which at this point in a low-scoring match is probably falls into the category of drift from an England perspective.
Yeah. I liked what they did in the previous session, what I saw of it, constantly rotating the bowlers. You know, Root would have a couple of overs, and then Bess, and then Leach, Stokes. Everybody was chipping in, and it doesn't allow the batsman to settle. You know, even if the bowler might not be your best option to take wickets at that point, you know, you do keep the batsman thinking. You give them something else to worry about.
Yeah, 100%. I think England's plans for most of the innings have been good. It's only in the last 4 or 5 overs where I think it's not really obvious what they're trying to do.
Well, as Messi just says, they're probably thinking about the new ball, and they're probably expecting Anderson and Stokes to take it, which does limit the options they have. We've got a leg slip and a short leg in now, as Leach is going to stay round the wicket to Sundar. That hits him on the pad outside the leg stump. Either way, no run of cruise.
Do you think he's bowling this kind of leg stump line by design, or is he just not pushing it across the batsman quite enough? Because he seems to be hitting the pads and the hip quite a lot here, Leach.
Well, as well as I'll continue after this ball. It's a straighter ball which is turned towards square leg. There isn't a square leg, so it's going to be an easy single for Sundar. In the same way as rotating the bowling, it keeps the batsman guessing. You know, changing your lines do as well. And what you were saying earlier about, you know, period of comfort, it's been the type of test match where, well, 2 test matches in fact, where 1 wicket can bring 2 or 3 very quickly. So although the lead is only 18 runs now and there's 4 wickets left, you could see, I'm not trying to say this from an England perspective, but you know, even a neutral would say that, you know, a wicket could certainly bring 2 or 3. So assuming that India are going to take a decent lead from here is not an absolute given. And we're going to have a break for... Is it just a drinks break? Yes, it probably is. 187 for 6 is the score, and let's run through some tweets.
Okay, Victor Victoria says, but England seem to have less sympathy for spinners than for fast bowlers. Excuse me. They lose confidence in them very quickly, and then the spinners' confidence is screwed when they return to the counties. Very few spinners have had a good experience with England. I'm wondering how much that has to do with Root and his reluctance to play a spinner he doesn't really trust. Mogg says, breaking news, England selection policies fuck the fitness of Ben Stokes. Angelic Scooters relating to borders says, mind you, Messi, if your state premier gets his way, the WA borders might never reopen. That's possibly true, but you know, we've had 9 people die from COVID, which it's worth it.
That's about 3/4 of the population, isn't it?
2.7 million people living in Western Australia, I have you know.
Yeah, but that's about the size of, you know, 3 continents, isn't it?
It is, several, yeah. Gary Nair says, I feel that that's a little unfair. Moeen was a part-time spinner for Worcestershire, and England turned him into a bowler with nearly 200 test wickets. They showed a lot of patience when his action was all over the place. His batting helped, but he was in as a bowler. Well,
Moeen was always a good second spinner. Whether he was a frontline spinner, I'm not so sure. As Root starts a new over to Sundar, who again makes full use of his height by getting well forward and playing a defensive shot. You know, it's the same with everything. If you don't like the England board or selectors, you will blame them for best bowling full tosses. As Root comes in and bowls again off the leg stump of Sundar down to long leg for a single. It's the same with anything, you know, with politics or with whatever. You know, you find somebody you don't like, and then you find a way of blaming them for everything. You know, Don Bess has started bowling moon balls, then you know, to blame it on the England board or selectors may be slightly misplaced.
Indeed.
Root in again. step down the wicket from Pant, but he can only find short mid-wicket.
I think the other thing with England is that the priority when they look at a spinner has to include their batting, or tactically has included their batting over recent years.
As Root bowls again, and Pant leaves the ball, which didn't turn away from him.
Because
probably hitting another stump outside off stump if there was one there, but there wasn't.
Because at home, the spinner is a bit of a luxury position. So Moeen Ali, as a number 8 who could bat and could bowl a little bit, was really valuable.
Shorter from Root, Pant cuts to backward point, no run. Yeah, I mean, English wickets tend to favour the seamers, so spinners don't always get that much bowling in home test matches. But on the other hand, when England are going to India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, UAE, Sri Lanka, all of a sudden we need spinners as Pant leans forward and defends the next ball en route.
That is the problem with that approach, isn't it? If you value batting much more highly than bowling in your spinner, then you can end up with a guy who bowls a lot of full tosses.
Yeah. Well, Neil Franklin makes the point that the 2-division championship doesn't help. It limits what wicket spinners get to bowl on, and some years, Division 1 especially, might have hardly any for them to do. Also means that batsmen don't face it, of course.
Well, that's more to do with when they're playing the county championship games, in April and September, rather than in August and July, when you'd expect them to be to have spinning wickets to bowl on.
True. Ravi Nair says Jack trying to bring in info to the party, but not Fred bullying him as though he's responsible for Hawkeye. Not Fred clearly deciding he has the Norcross role.
You feel bullied, Jack? Please.
Eric, I will be lodging a grievance with Bear later on, and I hope to receive my £350,000 payout.
That's a new thing nowadays. You just accuse somebody of bullying. Basically, when people aren't any good at what they do and are being told that they aren't any good at what they do, that's called bullying, rather than just, I don't know, because you can't sack them nowadays, so you have to explain to them where they've gone wrong. 188 for 6, India, trailing by 17 runs, and there's no change in the bowling. The human peanut Leach is into the attack again, around the wicket to Sundar. The leg slipper's gone, but the short leg is still there, as it's on leg stump and defended by Sundar to that short leg. Who was called the peanut? Was it the Yorkshire opening batsman, Live, who played a few tests for England? I think he was known as Peanut.
I can believe that.
Because of his hair? Or lack thereof?
Yeah, and also Leach seems to have a seam running down his forehead, which is where you'd crack it open. As a nice bit of flight from Leach, but easily defended by Sundar back to him.
I have a theory that where the England batsmen generally come from probably contributes to their lack of ability against spin as well, and I'll talk through
South
that.
Africa. As Leach bowls, and there's this flipped from outside leg stump just in front of square leg, and a single is taken.
So my idea is that a lot of the English batters particularly will come from the private school setup, and if you come from the private school setup, you play on really good wickets your whole life. So I think we need more players who play on council dirt patches, basically, to improve our overall ability against spin.
Well, this is the point that people have been getting wrong for quite a while now, about Leach and Bess, as Leach bowls again outside leg stump and turn wide of the man to short fine leg down to the long leg for a single. It's not the spin bowlers from Somerset that you want, it's batsmen who learn to play on the spinning tracks at Somerset that you need. Unfortunately, there aren't any of them because they're all shit.
or overseas.
Well, no, even the overseas ones have been pretty bad. I mean, they had Baba Azam, Azhar Ali. They've had a few people, some say, who couldn't score a run. As Leach bowls again on the hip, and this is a very obvious leg stump line plan. As it's, was that a replay? I think it may have been. Yeah, and I'm wondering quite what they're thinking, because if it's just playing a holding role, it's not really working as such. Because as Jack said earlier. So presciently, does that get me off the bullying charge? They are scoring, they are picking off singles at will.
Yeah, it is. I'd like to see maybe a different challenge.
Flighted and whacked into the leg side by Pant. Is there a man there? There isn't. It's gone a couple of bounces over square leg for 4 runs.
It's me, Sanshi. It's me, Sanshi.
Well, England need to do something. They need to keep fiddling. Keep fiddling. If you can't change the bowling, then change the lines, change the... do something, because at the moment there is distinct drift. There's more drift from the England thinking than there is from the England spin bowlers.
So you'll be surprised to know that that Gary Naylor has a little more to say. He says Monty was picked a lot despite being a hopeless batsman and the worst fielder I've ever seen in international cricket. He never developed an arm ball, nor much variation, and though very good at what he did, I always had the feeling that he could have been better. Well, that applies to pretty well anybody. Cricket in View says those questions are for minions. I've placed myself as the commentary overlord. I leave it to them to work out all the details and do all the work. I just name names. Oh, that's in relation to something else. Leonie Hicks says one of the reasons we haven't been listening of late, answering Paul Freeman's tweet. And the Crunch says, has anyone else noticed that Ben Stokes is well sunburned? He's a ginger.
He has a fair complexion, as Root is going to start a new over to Sundar, who has 23, and he drives this one. I think he tried to hit it into the leg side, but ends up just going straight back to the bowler. Yeah, Sundar is obviously a decent batsman. I'm sure Gary will explain to us quite why a number 8 is the most significant position in the batting lineup, but he's doing a good job there.
I'm not going to read those tweets.
This partnership is 49 as Sundar again defends, this time to mid-off, no run. So, if you take those 49 runs off, this has been a very significant partnership for India.
Indeed.
Well, if you take them off, then England were when they took the last wicket, which was in a decent position, as Root bowls again. And it's pushed back to him by Sundar, who stays on the back foot this time. 195 for 6. Still 10 runs in arrears, India, but with 4 wickets in hand, and you would have to think if they get a lead of above 50, that should be decisive in this game, unless somebody plays, 1 or 2 people play a remarkable innings from England. They do have people who are capable of it, as this one is punched into the offside, and a single taken by Washington Sundar.
I don't necessarily agree with you, Fred. If they're going to be batting 4th, England start off 50 behind and score 200 or 250, that's going to be a big chase for them.
It is, but they have to score those 200, 250. I mean, they did score 200 in the first inning. It's going to be harder in the third than the first, you would imagine, as Root is in again. And left by Pant, the ball outside his off stump. They have batsmen, Root, Stokes. Oddly enough, if Stokes found himself with the tail, with England 70 ahead, and decided to go Burko, well, that might be England's best chance. This is well outside the off stump from Root, and it's left into Folkes' gloves. The end of the over, a bit like sort of Headingley went 2019 when the game was completely over. That's when Stokes decided to take it away from the Australians. Let's have some tweets.
So Venkatesh says maybe England should play on pitches that offer something for the spinners on day 3 instead of days 4 and 5. Farong says, afternoon all from Dhaka. Well, at least there have been some improvements regarding the pitch, especially where the bowlers land their feet. Wicket or 2 needed for England. Want to keep the scores at parity, or say no greater than 20. Cheers. And Ravi there says, not Fred spinning politics quite wonderfully. He told us she was incompetent. She bullied him, he got paid rather than the government risking an open trial, but not Fred claims it's about NHS incompetence. Pure tourism. Let's leave that to one side for now.
I have no idea what he's talking about, as usual. But the good thing is I don't have to hear from him very often. The other good thing is that this test match is almost certain to go into a 3rd day. And when was the last time we had one of those? Because the last 2 test matches that have been played have finished in 2 days. A remarkable game where Zimbabwe had a chance of winning a match by an innings. I'm pretty sure they have never done that before. They won by 10 wickets over Afghanistan in Dubai. But an innings victory, well, for Zimbabwe. So that would have been something. And good for them, to be fair, because they're going into pretty alien conditions. You would have thought it would have helped the Afghan bowlers rather than theirs, but they played pretty well and won that game handsomely.
Indeed.
I think we might
Nothing
get
is
day
happening.
4.
Pardon?
I think we're going to get a day 4.
It would seem that way.
Yeah. I mean, like, look, England's batting is a big if factor in that statement, but a competent team would see us into a day 4.
Well, we're dealing with the team that we have. Pant is taking some. It seems to have either cramp or some kind of injury. He's taking a medical supplement, and he was on his knees on the ground, perhaps stretching something out. And the physio is out there helping him. But we are due a change, so now would probably be a good time to do it when there's no cricket going on. So I believe I'll be staying on.
You are indeed staying on.
Bear's coming into commentary, and Jono will come back.
Yeah. Indeed. Yeah, I think he's tweaked his calf, hasn't he? Is Jono coming back? I don't know if he's in on. There he is. When he was turning for that single that he got refused a couple of overs ago.
Right. Yeah, he did pull something. Yeah, he is. It's either a hamstring or a calf. And talking of injuries,
well, he can't be that injured. He's going to have a jingle. It goes a bit like this. I'm going to play the full length.
I got out Ben Stokes, and he called me a oh, if I'd only seen that Ben Stokes was so mean. And he called me up, said he'd punch my...
He is into Washington Sundar. First ball keeps very low.
Looked up and said, "You angry redhead, you'll get fined again."
It's a fine jingle, that. Just a bit long. Yeah, brain's gone empty. Forgotten what I was going to say. Again, it was
wasn't that fault to start with.
Yeah, maybe that's true, Fred. 2 days in a row, up at bloody 3 in the morning. Stokes is in, bowls to Sundar, who ducks underneath that one. It's short and there's no run. Bit odd that they're bringing Stokes back. The new ball's due in 5 overs time, so it's very hot, and he'll have bowled 3 of them. Well, now it's 76, 78.
Well,
he'll bowl 2.
They probably want Leach to take the new ball, so Stokes is just using up the overs.
I don't know if I don't know if they do. I mean, the ball's swinging, and the pitch is a bit responsive to the shorter stuff. It's still going through to the keeper, so they might want to have a quick blast with pace. I mean, they've been bowling spin to these two. That's left alone outside the off stump by Sundar, and there's no run. And this goes back to Bess again. I mean, if Root considered himself a part-time spinner, you want a full-time spinner to have control and be bowling, especially if he's a right armer bowling to left-handers. You want him to be bowling a probing line on that off stump that's challenging him all the time. But if Bess bowls too many loose balls, the runs come, and with so little to play with, it becomes. This is why Root doesn't trust him. And I know everyone thinks it's a bit harsh on him, but that's professional cricket. Stokes in, bowl short. Sundar ducks a little bit and goes through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Well, yes, it's a problem when you can't rely on a bowler. There are times when I remember when Leach was getting absolutely pummeled in the first Test match, and England had got so many runs on the board that it actually didn't matter. When he was going for. Was it Leach or Bess? He went for.
Yeah, no, it was Leach. It was Pant took him apart, didn't he?
He was going at 9s, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was at one point. Yeah, but he
yeah,
pulled it
but
back.
it didn't actually matter because of the match situation. But you're right. In a close game like this, it's a different story.
Outside the leg stump, as Stokes bowls to Sundar over the wicket. He jabs it out to deep square leg, gets himself a single. But if Sundar doesn't like short stuff, I imagine they'll keep Stokes on with a new ball, put a few up his nose. England do have a problem getting out left-handers, don't they? This is where Broad might be quite handy as well. He's good at getting lefties out. And Moeen was pretty good at getting left-handers out, let's be honest. That was one thing he was good at. He did bowl that line, and he would bowl it reasonably flat and not really allow him to get out to him a lot. Stokes is in, and it's a pretty ugly shot by Pant. Looked like he was going to play it square, but ended up bunting it up to mid-off instead of cutting it. Got big on him maybe, and is no run. 197 for 6. They charged off just 8 runs. GPL was in action today. How many did they have overnight? They were about 23, weren't they, or something? No, there's some low scores today. The lowest score is 173. Of course, it's Messi Jez. He's got 173, 183, 193, and 203. The highest score is 267. Hombre Nuevo. Obviously, wasn't watching yesterday, but he also does have 217. And Graham 99. No, who I haven't seen before. Hello, Graham. He has 231.
Scullo saying on Twitter, interesting point on public school wickets. Lara learned on broken glass with a cabbage.
Well, there you go. I imagine the cabbage didn't bounce much.
No.
And he had to dodge out the way of spitting glass as it did, if it did.
And it made a right messy at bat as well with all that broken glass in it.
Well, that's the paradox. I mean, bad wickets can make great batsmen, but they also overinflate what the bowlers are doing, which is why you may think that 2 Somerset spinners are playing for England at the moment, because their figures have been better than they ought to have been, because they're playing on absolute rank bunts and burners.
Well, but then they do also learn their skill, don't they? At least you get the opportunity to bowl.
That's true. That's true, and that's the point. You need wickets where at least you're going to have a spinner bowling.
Exactly. As Root is continuing around the wicket to Sundar, who jabs forward inside edge into the ground to short leg where Ollie Pope is fielding, and there is no run. I think Leach has been exemplary. He's got better as this winter tour has gone on, and he's got a real good control of his line and length, and he can feel proud of what he's done this winter. Whatever happens, he's done all right. That's played out to cover, and there is no run. I mean, he's got 18 wickets now in this series. Slightly higher average than the Indians. He's got them at 27s, 26s.
Well, he's had a better batting line up the bowler.
Yeah, and that too. As Sundar goes right back in his crease and defends that one from Joe Root, just back down the track, and there's no run.
Does the way Root bowls get a bit samey?
Yeah, it does.
That flat, round arm, quicker. He doesn't really have the other one, does it? The
No,
I mean loopy one.
That's it. That's why I don't think he would consider himself, an all-rounder and doesn't bowl himself so much. He can be effective in short bursts. That's defended by Sundar out to cover, and there's no one. But Rory Burns has shaved off all but a tiny little tash.
He's got so much hair under his cap now, though.
Yeah, he could have a man bun, couldn't he? That's defended into the ground to short leg by Sundar, and there's no run. I think Root will take himself off as soon as the new ball's available, won't it?
Yeah.
He's just trying to give some bowlers a rest. And again, this is where Best should be bowling, but...
Well, I think it will be Anderson and Leach with the new ball.
I think Stokes will get a couple with the new ball. Oh, now that's thrown up wide. And, he flew his bat at it, Sundar, but it turned past the Q end of his bat. It bounced off Folkes' gloves and went up. It was caught one-handed behind Stokes. I thought for a minute there might have been a faint edge on it, but there wasn't.
Turned a long way, I think.
Did turn a long way, and there's no run. See, I thought that Leach should have, when Pant was coming down to him a lot earlier in the innings, he changed his strategy and started going back, but should have thrown one up very wide outside his off stump as he was coming down, try and get that one that he's really reaching for. And then if he gets it, he might get way up in the air.
Or if he misses it,
he's
got a keeper, which he didn't have in the first.
Precisely.
Neil Franklin says, in India, they still play on the streets and in the fields. That's where most of your real players come from, not the schools and clubs. Crunch says, agree with Fred, there's nothing wrong with getting a bollocking when you deserve one. And Harriet Atkinson says, right, let's get Siraj on now so I can headbang to his jingle and keep awake to the end of play.
Okay. Edged, tipped over the bar maybe by second slip. The cameraman wasn't very good, but it was edged by Pant, and it went over the slips down to third man for 4 runs. The Sibley, the fridge, the slim fridge.
Well, Stokes has got life out of this wicket.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I think they'll go with a new ball. Oh no, it was over him. He didn't tip it over the bar. It was about a foot over Reeton. Sibley's not a short man, so it was pretty safe. Full shot still, but gets away with it and gets 4 runs. Yeah, he has got a bit of life out of this pitch, and this was a nearly 80 over ball. He wrapped Ashwin earlier. That's left alone outside the off-stump. That one dies a little bit to Pant and through to Folks, and there's no run. They appealed for caught behind, which was given, but it turned out to be off his shoulder. So
Ashwin had some treatment on a finger. Was it on his bowling hand? Because he's broken a finger.
I think it was on his bowling hand. Well, hold on, it was on his top hand. He bats right-handed. No, it's his left hand, I think. No, I don't know. Can't remember, to be honest. And Kohli was out to one that jumped a bit. That's a good shot by Pant. He tries another short one, but it doesn't get up high enough. It's right in the arc and pulled sweetly by Rishabh Pant all the way down to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Interesting to see Ben Stokes trying to bring the 1990s Curtains, aka Nick Carter from the Backstreet Boys look back into life.
What, with the hair, you mean? I think what happens when you don't have any hair and you get the plugs in, you just, grow it, don't you?
Not Fred's looking into the camera, putting his arms up and saying, "What the fuck are you talking about, Jono?"
Yeah, well,
I do that a lot, actually.
Stokes runs up, drops the ball, kicks it in frustration at mid-on, and there's no ball. It's not a no ball, it's a dead ball.
That's why he shouldn't be bowling with a new ball. If he did that and he kicked a new ball, he'd get a bollocking from his partner.
Oh, that's true. Well, the scores are level, and these two have done really well. I mean, they were 45, 50 behind when they came together.
Yeah,
so
they were 60.
Good partnership, and it's been quite annoying. Pant drives that, not particularly well timed, but maybe well timed enough. Nope, Dan Lawrence is pretty quick. Chased it down at long off, or mid off, chases it back, and he gets Pant gets a double. He was 65, highest score to test so far. This
the double. Grubby says root in no doosra shock. I didn't mean that by the other one, Grubby. I meant the kind of slower, loopier one.
He did used to have a leg break, which he tossed in now and again. I haven't seen that this series.
Oh yeah, an actual leggy. Yeah.
That's because A, it was shit, and B, it was telegraphed from a mile away. Particularly effective. Stokes is in on middle stump, clipped around the corner by Pant.
I thought you were going to say A, it was shit, and B, it was terrible then for a minute.
I think everyone laughed when he bowled it. That's probably why he put it back away. England need to come up with something. They need to get a wicket here. It's good to quickly get away from them. It's a shame that Rishabh Pant wasn't given out, because when England reviewed it, he'd have remained out. But gone
I
the other
thought it was
way.
plumb when I saw it in
It looked quite close. It just hit him quite high, but he was very deep in his crease, and he's not a very tall man. But the umpire clearly thought it was going over. Oh my word! I think that slipped out of the hand. That's a no ball. Stokes has just bowled a beamer. I presume he'll get a warning, and he can only bowl one more of them. Should do, yeah. He apologised immediately, but it's a no ball. I'll give it a jingle. It's not over the line, is it?
Over the line! Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. If you were over the line, that's a foul.
Because all the ones we have about no balls are overstepping.
Messi Jez says shit plus shit doesn't always get wickets. Revelations. Nestler's Stokes lobster face. I presume that is referring to him being ginger and slightly red in the face.
Indeed. All that sun. Considering he's got the shits, he's not doing too bad, is he? You can imagine he'd be quite.
Oh, is he?
Well, apparently so. He's got there's a bit of Delhi belly type thing going around. That's outside his off stump, left alone by Pant through the keeper. No run. Ends the 78th over. New ball is due in.
Ankush Goyal says, can't wait to see how the Poms handle the foursome of Bumrah, Ishant, Bhuvi and Siraj in home conditions later this year. Bhuvi is in Bhuvaneshwar.
Kumar, yeah. Booby's
So
good.
he's not still playing international cricket, surely.
Yeah, he's just.
Oh, yeah.
He's
He's
still a bit injured. I mean, he's good in English conditions as well.
Yeah, but it seems like he's been around for about 100 years.
You know, who said that? Who was that? Who said that?
Ankush Goyal.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. It was interesting last time, but in much the same way that England have struggled against India in their home conditions, India often struggle here. I mean, Rohit's done really well here. He's not done particularly well in England, if I remember rightly. You know, and a lot of the Indian players don't get their feet across enough. Driven out first ball of the next over that root bowls to Pant, and there's no run.
I think the Indian seam attack will do well, though. They tend to bowl pretty well in all conditions.
Yeah, they did all right last time. But again, much the same as England, actually, because Leach has bowled all right, and our bowling's not been too bad. We managed to take wickets most of the time, not as efficiently as them, and it kind of works the other way around. Yeah, they do take wickets and they bowl well, but not. I mean, would I have any of the Indian bowlers over Broad and Anderson in English conditions? Afraid not. I'm afraid. Left alone outside the off stump, there's no run. I mean, they're English bowlers. They've got over 1,200 Test wickets, as you know, and 800 as a partnership. If I had one bowler in English conditions, it would always be Jimmy Anderson. I'm sorry. Swept at by Pant. Big top edge, but it's gone over the keeper. And that's a bit unlucky. And you make your luck in this game, it's gone all the way down to what would be a backstop for 4 runs.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball. 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
Remember that huge shrieks of joy from the Indian fans, who were always told are very knowledgeable, but often don't seem to understand cricket at all.
Marg, I think the answer to that question is undoubtedly yes. He asks, do you want a brutal beam and no ball jingle?
Yeah, why not? As long as it's real hardcore. That's what I want. Swept this time. Pant is getting used to root. This will be his last over probably anyway, and it's been swept out to deep square leg for 4 more.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
And Pant has played a really good innings here for his team. He came out and started being quite aggressive to start with, didn't he? And we all thought he was going to try and do the aggressive take back. But he's faced good 140 odd balls for his 70, so he's played what's in front of him, and he's played it pretty well.
Quite a good stat that. He's saying he has a strike rate of 246 playing the sweep.
Just play every ball then.
Yeah. Cut out to point. I don't know who that was. Stokes fielding back there, and he throws it in. He thinks about a single Pant, but he's sent back. There's no run. He's got good support from Sundar.
Yeah, he has, yeah.
Who looked a little bit at sea when he first came out, but he's grown into it. 217 for 6, round the wicket route. Oh, that's got to be close. Out. That's got to be out. No.
It has to be out.
I've got to. I review that if I were you. It's a fast flat ball into Pant. It may have missed his front end. If it missed his edge, it hit his pad. If it caught his edge,
it might be a bit leggy.
They are reviewing it. It might be a bit leggy, but if it caught his inside edge, he's out because he was caught a slip.
Was it? Yeah, it's an either or.
It's an either or. So you might
I have a
as well
feeling it
review
missed the bat and it may have been sliding down leg side, but you have to review it.
I think at
with the match
worst
situation, and they've got 2 reviews, and even if it's clipping, then you will retain the review, so you have to review that.
Yeah, exactly. And you've only got 3 reviews left. It's not hit the bat, so it's not caught out. What's that? That's a middle stump I can see through the gap there. I mean, it's going pretty quick.
Probably hit him in line with middle. It might be umpire's call this. Yeah, it's missing.
Yeah, it's missing. It's missing. It's going down leg.
Good decision, that.
Yeah, it was a good decision.
Umpire. I forget his name, but he has been very good.
He has.
Yeah.
Well, it's the other one, actually.
Is it Menon?
That's the other one.
Yeah, it's the other one. That's still a good call. Yeah, I mean, it looked closer than that, to be fair. But I think it's a worthwhile review. They've used 2 times. They've used their review. They've used it on Pant, and he is the man to get out. I mean, Sundar's now in, so he could go a bit Burko. He got an 80 odd in somewhere, didn't he? Was it in the first test?
Who knows?
I remember.
It's hard to keep track. Ask people who watch a lot of cricket.
I do. I watched it all, in fact, but I still can't remember it.
Yeah, and just your luck that the 2-day test match was the one that starts at 9 o'clock in the morning, rather than the one that starts at 3:30 in the morning.
But this could be my last day anyway, Fred, because I don't do the weekends, and I don't think this is going for I don't think this is going to a 5th day.
Farong says, take the new ball as soon as available. Not much happening at present. I think that you would absolutely take the new ball in this situation. And Mog says, sorry, Bear, I can't do hardcore.
What do you mean? No. I meant grindcore. What do you mean you can't do grindcore? You know you can do grindcore, Mog.
Well, you said hardcore. They're two very different things.
I meant by hardcore, I meant, grindcore.
But what you're saying is that you gave him
what I mean is really heavy,
Yeah, the unlistenable stuff, Mog,
Yeah, the stuff only Bear likes, Mog, that's it.
The first ever jingle you sent in was the 6 jingle. Kind of like that, but Beamer.
I don't think we'll get a chance to use it very often. And when it happened, we'd spend probably 5 minutes trying to find it.
Exactly, yeah.
And that's an easy one. I can put that in the extras cart quite easily. That's not full. There's plenty of space in there. And we even got a BBL. We got a BBL power surge. Jingle in there.
Stokes is bowling another over, the grand supremo of English cricket might be sending telegrams or
furiously texting away. Yeah.
That being Owen Morgan saying, I want him to come off now because I'm in charge of all English cricket and I decide who plays when and where, and I think he's bowled one too many overs, and we've got a World T20 in November, and I'm very worried about it, so please can you get him off now?
Well, yeah, and of course we've got a T20 and an ODI series after this. If England lose this, at least they'll have a chance at a little bit of revenge. I can't imagine they'll be spitting raging turners for T20s and ODIs.
No.
And it'll just be a shootout between the batsmen, right? You can imagine. I mean, there'll be some decent bowling and there'll be some wickets, but
where are they playing those games?
India.
India. There's a fair few still here, and then they go somewhere else.
In India.
But it's not. No, they go Pune. I think there's 3 games.
I'm just wondering whether anyone's listening to us for the first time and going, I thought these people were supposed to know stuff about it.
We know stuff.
Well, we know it's in India.
Yeah, we know stuff. We're kind of fans, aren't we? But we're not as organised, and we don't have producers, telling us shit in our ears all the time.
Yeah, we don't have a Benedict. We do, but Knuckles not on today, to be fair. So.
To be fair, if we did have a producer, we'd ignore him anyway. So.
Yeah.
Well, normally I suppose I'm the producer, but I don't care enough. So.
Messi Jez says the Beamer jingle will get plenty of use in the IPL. Harriet Atkinson says bring on the metal with a rock out. And Nestler saying do a power ballad. Obviously bang into his Celine Dion.
That's the worst.
That's a replay. I think it must have been over Christmas. It managed to turn something on Freeview. There was a Celine Dion documentary of her doing, all these concerts and stuff. Yeah, it was pretty painful.
Can't think of anything worse. Yeah. I mean, you decided to leave it on though, Bear. So I mean, you've created your own misery there.
The wife was watching it. She quite likes Celine Dion.
I was driving through America a couple of years ago, and the news came through that Fats Domino had died, and so they played a couple of Fats Domino songs, and they said, I'm now going to play you the 2 worst covers of a Fats Domino song in history, both Blueberry Hill, and see if you can guess who the 2 people that were played were. Not a quiz, no prizes.
Well, I'm guessing one was Celine Dion.
Yeah, I was going to say it was Celine Dion.
On the back
foot. You won't guess the other one.
Stokes is defending, and Sundar is defending back to the bowler, and there's no run. Have they not?
And it was horrific.
Was it male or female?
Male.
Male.
Not a singer.
God.
Not a singer.
I was going to say Michael Bolton.
No.
Rolf Harris.
It was Vladimir Putin. You can find it on YouTube. It's one of the most disturbing things on YouTube, which is saying something, to be fair.
Yeah,
that is. Yeah. This is the last over for the new ball. Stokes is in, bowl short at Sundar, and the ball has gone very soft, and it's not getting up now. And That's defended. It's a bowler, there's no run. I imagine Jimmy is warming up somewhere in the outfield.
Yeah,
it's
not
Vladimir Putin at some kind of a black tie event singing Blueberry Hill with an orchestra background and plenty of backing singers, and a crowd of people, including I think Gerard Depardieu, cheering him profusely from the audience. It's horrific.
God, that does sound horrific. Well, Stokesy is running in, third ball of the over. Hit into the offside, out through point. And there is a man out in the deep, it'll just be the one. It's Don Bess out there, I think, and he throws it back in. The lead is 13 runs. These are valuable lead runs, and Pant has batted pretty well. Stokes is chugging in the water, probably with hydrolytes in as well. So,
a couple of Imodium.
Well, exactly. And look at the amount of salt on his cap. And his hair is quite floppy.
Well, you get a pass for haircuts during COVID.
Yeah, it's true. Stokes is in outside the off stump and again guided by Sundar. He's faced 80 balls now. He dives that down to deep backward point and gets himself a single.
Neil Franklin says bad wickets for T20 would improve it.
Well, some people would say that.
Yeah, I suppose if teams get bowled out, it might take the games down to about 4.5 hours.
Well, we've got the IPL coming up soon with the PayTM break. And,
oh, God, all that.
I'm busy that 6 months.
Left alone, but it's time by Sundar. It's through to folks, no run. This could be it for Stokes' bowling for this innings with a bit of luck if the new ball gets taken by Anderson and he's just there to fill it through to the new ball. And
he might take one with it unless he looks a bit.
He does look a bit knackered, weary, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But then he kind of always looks like that when he's bowling.
Yeah. And you could have, like the old days of Gordon Greenwich when he was limping, you knew you were in trouble. And Stokes is a bit like that. When he's putting on the injuries, he often pulls out a big performance.
Yeah. He's around the wicket to Sundar, who bunts that sweetly back down the ground. I think he's going to get 4 because, everyone's up. And it's a really nice shot, nice timed on drive, straight back past the bowler, and it goes all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. Was that the last ball of the over? I think it was, wasn't it?
I believe so. We could be seeing the shiny new cherry.
Yep. Which will be interesting. The partnership is 77 of 133 balls, 223 for 6 Indian. Pant 75, Sundar 30. And this should be a change, I think, at the end of this over, I imagine. We don't know who's going to bowl it yet, but I'm assuming it's Jimmy. Unless Jimmy, it's Jimmy. Unless I was going to say, unless Jimmy wants to bowl at the end, Stokes is bowling it. I'm not sure it matters that much. Let us play a jingle for the Jimmy.
As you can see, we've had our eye on you for some time now, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
And a new ball. Oh, we've got jingle for that too. Where's that in?
Mog, can we have a new one for that as well?
Oh, that's a great jingle. That's me. Oh no, not that. What am I on about?
Bear's officially finally lost it.
I have, kind of.
Cue balls, please.
And now hopefully Jimmy can whip through the tail. Well, get one of these two out and whip through the tail. Who's in next? Axar Patel. And who have they got? Ishant. Who else is there? And Siraj. Down the track comes. Oh, Rishabh Pant to the new ball. He's decided to take it on. First of all, smashes it airily. He didn't time it particularly well. If mid-off had been straighter, it would have been interesting, but he isn't. And it's raced all the way down to the mid-off boundary for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And Jimmy won't like that. Bat turned.
No, he won't. But he's skillful enough to.
You'd think so. You'd hope so. Maybe a case that the ball won't swing for a couple of overs until the lacquer goes off it a little bit.
In that case, he'll be quite happy that it's been whacked.
Yeah, true. Second ball is well outside off stump, and he swats it to Pant. It comes down the track again. This is going to be interesting. And it goes out to the extra cover boundary for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, the last hour or so has not been great from England. I thought they did very well during the middle session, was to keep rotating and keep making it difficult, but they went into sort of holding mode once this partnership had got to about 30, and they started worrying about the new ball way too early, sort of about 8 overs before it.
Yeah.
Rather than just carry on doing what they were doing, and they put all their eggs in this new ball basket, if that's not a terrible metaphor, which it probably is.
Anderson is in, and Pant slashes that one again. It's wide, and it goes out to cover, and it is no run.
Let's say Pant's on the charge here, chaps.
Yeah, he is.
Done 3 in a row. He's trying to hit them out of the ground. So there's 2 ways of looking at it. Either he's decided that it's going to get him, and he wants to get some runs, or he's going to say, "I'm taking the game away from you." I think it's probably the latter.
I think it's the latter, Fred. 17 runs from a ton, which, considering the next high score in the entire game, with 16 wickets down, is 55. Anderson is in, and that was a really good ball. Pant jabbed his head back. It was a length delivery, and he was really no foot movement. Jabbed his batter. He was lucky not to get an edge through to the keeper, but he didn't, and he's still there. That was an angry Jimmy. That was a cracking delivery. It was a really poor movement from his feet, though, wasn't it? I mean, he was looking to come down the track again. Kind of telegraphed it a bit. See what Jimmy can dish up. 5th ball of the over. Into the body, and just worked on the leg side up to mid-on. Which will give him just 1 ball, the last ball of the over, to bowl at Washington Sundar. He certainly didn't look that comfortable when Stokes was bowling short at him with the old ball not that long ago. So if he can, this is why I'd be tempted to keep Stokes on for another over or 2. With a new harder ball, bang it into the pitch, see if you can make something happen that way. And especially if you do get the breakthrough, then at the tail, they never like it up them.
Good old-fashioned English attitude there from the Bear.
Absolutely.
Well, it's interesting that Anderson doesn't really bowl short ones.
No, not at all. Defended last ball of the over. Sundar square on the offside out to point where Ollie Pope is fielding. And that ends that over with a new ball. No run at the end of my stint. India 232 for 6 after 81 overs. Pant is 84 for 108. Sundar is 30 off 83. And have a lead of 27. And we welcome back Tone. And we welcome back Messi Jez, I believe.
We do.
Hello.
Thank you, Hello. Fantastic.
And see you later.
Did I just
John
hear you turn into Corporal Jones from Dad's Army for a moment?
What?
There,
Get them up them? Yeah. You did a bit.
They don't like it up them, sir.
They don't like it up them, sir. No, exactly.
But there we are. So it's you're staying on, aren't you, Bear?
I am staying on.
Yes, I thought. Thank goodness.
It's going to be my last stint of Test match cricket for quite a while, because I don't think this is going until Monday, and I'm not in over the weekend.
I think that would be unlikely. 232 for 6, and I heard you say, I think with great wisdom, that Rishabh Pant is in a mode to try and use this spell to take, even though it's the new ball, to take this game away from England. Every run that extends India's lead now is a nail potentially in.
Yeah, and imagine
an English coffin.
Imagine how different it'd been if that umpire had just given that LBW earlier.
Yep,
indeed.
But I'm going to see the Pant again. Just climbs into this and larrups Ben Stokes back down the ground through long off and long on, I beg your pardon, and it's 4 more.
Yeah, that was
Didn't really get hold of it, did he?
No, it was a pretty ugly shot, to be fair. I mean, his feet went down a track and the bat's just wafted out from sort of in an arc from outside off. Broken
But
the
it
wrists.
was undeniably effective.
It was effective.
90 off 140 balls, this partnership, as Pant leans into that, just pushes it to mid-off. This time they just take a single. 237 for 6.
I must say that
Sundar,
Jack,
who can bat on 30 off 83. Sorry, Messrs.
I was going to say Jack called this really well. When there were 10 overs to go to the new ball, he said they were looking comfortable. If they kept going like this, India would be another 40 runs on by the time the new ball came, which would put them 20 ahead, and it did.
Well, yeah, they're 32 at the moment, the lead. They still have the 4 wickets in hand. And Stokes, who has that new ball, coming around the wicket. And he's carved again through point by Sundar. And 4 for him too. And India are making mincemeat of this new ball.
They are indeed.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Yeah, he's coming around the wicket, isn't he, to the left-hander, but it didn't get up, and it was beautifully played actually by Washington Sundar. He just timed it magnificently, just put his foot forward just enough.
That was a nice little bit of width as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it gave him the width to play with. Ben Stokes has his hands on his hips, a bit of a grimace. He's looking like he's trying to think of what to do next, really. In he comes, and this one's straighter, fuller, and necessitates a solid defence from Washington Sundar, which it gets. I've noticed there that Ben Stokes runs very close to the umpire when he comes around the wicket. He practically brushes shoulders with him before then kind of moving away again, as it were.
Well, that's kind of modern thing, isn't it? So the bowler doesn't see him until right at the last minute when he steps out. You know.
Oh, so he's playing like a sort of peekaboo, is he?
There's another bowler does that as well, isn't there? I can't remember who it
There
was.
is, you're right, and I'm trying to think who it is.
Wasn't it against the West Indies this summer?
We've talked about it before. In he comes, Ben Stokes.
Oh.
But both feet off the ground by Washington Sundar. It's uppish, it's over backward point, and it's 4 more.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Well, you have to say this is a great comeback from India, isn't it? I mean, they were 150 odd for 6, and now they're 245 for 6, and this is probably taking the game away from England.
Well, the close-up that we had there of Joe Root's face suggested that might be on his mind as well. He needs something. He needs a stroke of luck, a breakthrough. He's got arguably the finest new ball pace bowler at his disposal in Jimmy Anderson, as this one's left alone by Washington Sundar. It goes through to Ben Folks. There's no run. 40 now the lead. It's amazing how when you're behind, the runs seem to tick so slowly till you get level. Once you get a lead, it seems to accelerate
it's the relief, isn't
Maserati on steroids.
Well, it's almost like these are free runs now, because this is, the wicket isn't easy to score on. It's it's going to be a tight run thing. 40-run lead is invaluable, If England managed...
Well, this is where the cost of selection comes in. I feel really sorry for Stokes, which isn't something I often say, but he looks totally spent.
He's working hard, isn't he?
And as I was saying...
Another seam bowler would be, make such a difference.
Either that or a proper, this is the thing, they can't rely on best. And you had 2 left-handers out there with the ball turning away from the lefties. You really want a right-arm bowler. If you're going to have a spinner, you'd rather have a right armer rather than Leach bowling at them. But they, a Root's too one-dimensional. I mean, he's fine. If Root could have got a wicket in his first 1, 2, 3 overs and then had a new batsman to bowl at, you kind of feel that he could maybe get a couple of wickets. But after 3 or 4 overs, they get used to him. Oh, that's a great shot.
This one, spin. Was that? I looked away to the scorecard and I missed it.
It was a reverse. It was a reverse scoop off of Jimmy Anderson over the top of the slips for 4 runs. That was outrageous.
4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, I was actually looking for Don Bess's figures. That's what threw me. None for 49 off 12 overs. Yeah. If he had 1, if it was 1 for that, you feel things might click back into place for him. 103, this partnership of 146 balls. And they have really latched on to the opportunity to frustrate England here. As Pant drops the bat on that, looks to run. Sundar says, "You must be joking." And they stay where they are. And in fact, Pant looks back down the track, acknowledging that Washington Sundar was probably right. We are looking at that again. It was a reverse sweep ramp.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible shot.
That's an IPL shot all day long, isn't it?
It was an IPL shot. The time being now,
shot.
yeah, but now is probably the time where you go, well, that's fine. This is exactly what India needs to be doing at this time of day, at this stage in the match. So I don't think there'll be anyone complaining. Even the purists will just doff their cap to that one. Anderson in again, around the wicket.
To cricket. Sorry.
That's all right. And it was all a little bit of football from Jimmy. Pant came down the track. The ball dropped at his feet. Jimmy came in, tried to kick it onto the stumps. Didn't look like he really meant it. And it all ends up as a dot ball. Sorry, Messrs, you were about to say something.
Well, Pant is one of those players. It doesn't matter who you support. It's just a joy to watch him.
Yeah, he's box office, isn't he? And,
yeah.
Something's always happening around him. Yeah. Even behind the stumps, in front of the stumps.
And the thing is, he's dangerous as well. You need to get him out.
Even off the field, wasn't he the one who offered to babysit for somebody's children or something? Yeah.
Well, he was invited to.
Oh, it was. Oh, okay.
Who was that for?
But either way, he then took up their offer and made it clear his services were available, didn't he?
Yeah.
Was David Warner or Steve Smith, wasn't it, or someone?
And
like
there's Tim Payne.
Tim Payne.
It was Tim Payne.
Right,
yeah, it was Tim Payne. Now Root and his gun bowler Jimmy Anderson are deep in conversation. Something along the lines of "What on earth do we do here?" could well be the.
Well, I think he might try, rather than bowling around a wicket, he might try packing the slips and bowling over. Try and cramp him for a bit of room, bowl straighter. If you can get this in, if you can get the what would be the way swinging to the right-hander, try and bowl like you would in England. If the ball might take a bit of swing, you can bowl that sort of off stump line, just outside off. Try and bowl it a little bit further and try and swing it in, and do what he does in England, which is the LBW in front of middle and off.
93, Rishabh Pant pulled, but pulled down to deep backward square leg where the considerable frame of Dom Sibley, who a little while ago might have been thinking, hello, I might be getting my batting gear on before the day's out. Now he's probably just thinking, what I really need is just a cooling shower, a lie down and a beer.
Well, if these two are still here at stumps 50 minutes from now, I think
this game is done.
The game will have gone, you fear. Although it's looking anything but troublesome still, this pitch, but the mindset has been right and so aggressive certainly by Pant, as Sundar this time steers this past square leg. They've taken one, they will come back for two. The score advances to over 250. It's 252 for 6. The lead to 47.
Well, you
and
say
England's
that
shoulders are beginning to droop. Sorry there.
But the ball is doing things, and for the spinners it's doing things, and India still have Axar Patel and Ashwin, who aren't gonna, it's not the same as having Leach, who's, stands out as the England spin bowler.
Comes Jimmy. He is coming over the wicket to the left-handed Sundar, who just pushes him to mid-wicket. No run.
But then
wouldn't you?
Well, then you've got Bess and Root, who aren't backing up Leach and don't look threatening. So
I'd still give Bess another go. And I mean, I must admit, I haven't seen the last hour's play. So if he's really look,
you can give him a go. But the problem is,
let me catch up with a few tweets.
Oh yeah.
Harriet Atkinson says, if you play the Celine Bloody Dion Titanic song, I'll send you back my "You Fucking Muppet" T-shirt. Josie Oak says we're doomed. Of course he does. Aninda says, dear El Silva, it is not possible to give more than 100%. Not that this will stop you spewing nonsense. I don't know where that's coming from, but presumably another commentary. Brian 001. I love seeing stuff from Brian. It always brings back memories of his generosity during the World Cup when he kept beer in the towers for a long time.
Indeed.
Why is the first this ball described as the second new ball. Surely it is the first new ball since the innings commenced. They start with an initial ball, and this is the first replacement.
Ah, yeah, but the first ball is a new ball. That's why. All right. If you want to be pedantic,
you could say the first new ball is ball 0.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure. Not as much as I was super grateful for the beer, which was a wonderful, wonderful gesture. I don't completely agree with that.
I do. The beer was great. This is the problem. See, this is where you should be turning to.
Well, you should, and it's going to be Joe Root, isn't it?
Yeah.
Joe Root is going to take up the attack with Rishabh Pant, potentially one shot away, from another ton for him. Is he going to try and get it with a maximum? That would be interesting.
Yep.
And he has done. That's precisely what he's done. He's gone straight after Joe Root. He's climbed into it, and it's a 6 and it's a century for the aggressive, entertaining, and always watchable Mr. Pant.
Let's give him a jingle.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
159 his highest score. Got that at the SCG. Tail end of last year. I forgot there was the end bit to that, the end, the cheering bit at the end of that jingle. I thought it had finished. He's 100 not out. He has done it with a maximum. What's he going to do now? And of course he just steps back and plays this much more correctly. Premeditated, surely, that shot. There, wouldn't you say?
Yeah,
Dog sweep over mid wicket.
Well, he's got license, hasn't he? Now he's got 100. He's got no more license, but this small lead has given him license. They're probably thinking England will crumble in the second innings. I mean, if they get another 50 runs, they could well win this by an innings. That's how precarious this game is.
Yeah. You would look back at that LBW and wonder if perhaps that was a turning point. But at the end of the day, this has been a match-defining partnership, really, as forward comes Pant and pushes this away to cover. It will take an easy single. I mean, no one else had got 3 figures. He's the only one to get 3 figures in the match so far. Well, he has gone on, albeit in his own way, to do what sadly both Stokes and Lawrence failed to do. They got their starts, they couldn't keep going.
Yep.
He has kept going, and often it is those kind of innings that do define matches.
Well, he is the only one. I mean, even Rohit got to 50 and then, or didn't quite get to 50.
Around the wicket comes Root. That one was a decent ball, and Washington Sundar just leapt on him a little bit, but he tucked in behind it, then has to do a little bit of remedial work on his bat handle. Quite why he thinks that was anything to do with the fact he didn't fully connect with that, I don't know, but such is the way batsmen think sometimes.
Leah points out that Washington is now averaging over 50 in Test cricket, 52.25 at this moment.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. He's I mean, and Indo would know perhaps maybe better than us, but he seems to be a batsman that can bowl well rather than a bowler that can bat, from what I've seen of him so far.
Not a bad replacement for Jadeja, though.
No. When you think Ravi Jadeja is not even in this team, they are an awesome outfit. There is no doubt about that. 259 for 6. The lead 54 runs. England have to conjure something up in this situation to break this partnership.
Well, Axar Patel's the man who's done the Jadeja role, really, isn't he?
Joe Root takes up the attack around the wicket to Washington Sundar, who's on 40 himself, of course, off 90.
Or literally, actually, the pair of them make up Ravi Jadeja. Axar Patel's bowling and Washington Sundar's batting.
Root again, plenty of width around the crease, and Met pushed back to him by Sundar. So we have Ben Stokes, who plays peekaboo by nipping out from behind the umpire, and we've got Joe Root, who basically treats him like the Hemel Hempstead roundabout. two quite different approaches to the crease.
So
one, of course, being a left-hander, of course, but one left-armer.
And Indu gives us a quote from El Silva saying he is batting like he is swatting mosquitoes, which is really, really bad for us. Gunawin says, what's with the bat tap before the fist bump with the Indian batsman? They did it all through the Aussie series too.
COVID thing, possibly.
It could be that. It could just be that once you've started to do something and you've just won a series in Australia, you think, well, we might as well keep doing it then.
Yeah. Adrian Lowe says, my 3 favourite chimps, 3 wise men, the good, the bad, the ugly, or hear no, speak no, see no.
I notice how he probably hasn't actually suggested which one is which. From
No,
That's
no,
a wise
we'd rather
move.
not.
I don't think I want to know. I'm not sure I want to know, to be honest. Rishabh Pant, who's got his ton.
Says
Sorry,
India
Mr.
taking the piss now.
Anderson around a wicket, and Rishabh Pant has just smacked that straight to mid-wicket, where it was taken by Joe. He is slapping himself in sort of self-recrimination. I don't really feel he has a need to. Goodness me, he's angry. He clearly had a mission in his mind and feels he hasn't quite achieved it. He didn't really get hold of that, but it was straight to Root, who wasn't going to drop that. He's gone for 101. The 7th wicket has fallen. Has, though, the damage been done?
I fear it has.
So get on your bike and take a hike right out of here.
Toe ended it, didn't he?
Yeah.
In the end, to Joe Root.
Bat twisted in his hand. Well, I mean, I guess England pray now that they get these 3 wickets really damn quick, and then they figure they're only 50 runs behind, which is kind of what we said at the beginning of the day. I still think this 50 runs will be the match-winning 50 runs. I don't think England will muster 150 in their second innings. And the outer reaches of a victory is possibly at 100 if the wicket breaks up anymore. But you can't.
You need a rapid collapse right now, don't you?
Yeah.
And the only problem, as we saw in the first test, we all, England fans would have got very excited about India's rapid collapse, followed by the dawning realisation that, oops, hang on,
England we're going to do it.
Now we've got to go out and bat ourselves.
Well, the one thing you got
it's
here,
that sort of twist in psychology, isn't it? From when you're bowling to when you're batting, you think, oh goodness, we got to do it now.
Are you putting your hand up for that, Tony?
What's that? Putting my hand up for what?
for saying, oh wow, and then thinking, oh shit.
Yes. Yeah, possibly. Possibly. 259 for 7 anyway. Axar Patel comes to the crease. He gave his teammate Rishabh Pant a very matey pat on the shoulder as he walked in and Pant walked out. Pant, it was really interesting to see how he admonished himself. I really feel he has no need to, after what was just
no, he doesn't.
Stupendously entertaining knock.
And not only that, it's put his side from in deep shit to being well ahead.
Yep. Yeah, indeed. Gone from the, I don't know, the sewers to the top of the mountain. Not quite the top of the mountain. Let's see what Axar Patel can do. He's not without some capability with the bat, from my recollections. He is going to face Jimmy Anderson, and he leaves it outside of the off stump. And there is no run. Had a little spell at Durham, didn't he? Did Axar Patel?
I imagine that was quite chilly and miserable. Did he do all right? I think he did all right, didn't he?
I think he did. Yeah, what's he made so
runs.
far with the bat? 5 and 7. So to be fair, nothing particularly.
No. When he was at Durham, I think he scored some runs.
No, I'm looking at the first test here. Yes, he did in Durham.
Yes, his batting
Jimmy
average
Anderson's
is
going to be in to him and squares him out a little bit, but it's pushed back to Jimmy, who's got his wicket. Not really the way Jimmy likes to get them, though, I don't think.
No.
He likes some LBW bowled
and caught behind.
He likes classic fast bowlers dismissals.
Hey, he's a bowler. He likes a wicket.
Any wicket's a wicket, yeah. But he might think he got lucky there. He was stumped, folks, bowled Moeen Ali in the second test. For some reason I haven't got his third test stats. And then he was 7 LBW bowled Moeen Ali. So let's see what he has here to Jimmy Anderson. He's down the track and he's driven it. Well, he was looking to get it through extra cover. Actually, it was a lively bit of fielding by Dan Lawrence, I think.
It was.
Was indeed. And it prevented more than 2. We're having a look at that Haiti M trophy.
It's a big old,
which I
old
suspect is
cup,
absolutely
that.
nothing to do with the fact that it's a lovely cup, more just to get the PTM logo on screen
Absolutely.
for the requisite number of seconds or minutes. Call me a cynic
You're a
if you
cynic.
will.
Well, it's got PayTM on the stand that it's on. Then it's got PayTM in a little plaque in between on the bottom of the cup, and then PayTM plastered on the cup with ribbons that say PayTM. I'd say that was the reason.
And
that's a good shot.
Sundar has driven this away. He got this one through extra cover. Lawrence wasn't going to stop that, and it's 4 more to India as they extend this lead.
1, 2, 3, 4.
But now, you know, one of the beauties of the Ashes urn is that I would imagine it's very hard to sponsor because it's so tiny.
Yeah.
So you're not really going to get a great big logo on top of it, are you?
No.
Not that they ever take it away from Lords. Remember, even when they present the urn.
Well, exactly.
It's a replica, isn't it?
It's always hilarious when they do that big thing where they sort of put the cup up at the end of the
Yeah,
Ashes, and
it's
they got this
so
tiny
tiny,
little
yes,
thing.
it is.
And everyone's going, yeah.
Yeah,
It is.
No, you're absolutely right. It's like drinking champagne out of an egg cup.
Yeah, exactly.
264 for 7. Imagine if your company had a long name. You wouldn't even get it all on that Ashes trophy, would you? The Ashes urn. 264 for 7. Sundar is on 44. The more senior batsman now is Washington.
I don't even think you could get a visible PayTM on the Ashes urn.
Around the wicket comes Anderson, and Sundar is looking very set and comfortable and capable and in control. Just steers it into the offside. And it's the end of Jimmy's over. It's 85. We've had 5 with the new ball. The run rate, did you see that run rate? 8.2. Lord above.
Yeah, they've stuffed up my GPL picks now.
They have, yeah, they've taken everyone.
So, Leah says Pant showed up to babysit Payne's children in his BCCI blazer as well. Bit of class. Warren says, morning all, in a sleepy haze. Nearly sent an expletive-laden tweet to GCHQ. Oh, feel free, we don't mind the odd expletive.
We edit as we go if we need to.
I don't.
Most often we don't.
Exactly.
To be fair.
Veronica says, you've got to give it to the pitch doctors for double bluffing England, who picked the wrong attack for the last test thinking it would suit seamers, and it was more like the surface of Mars after one day. For this test they assumed it would be the same, and it's not. Well, you know,
the surface of Mars, which of course we can now speak about with some authority because we've been looking at photos of it for the last fortnight.
Yeah, it's true.
It does look
that game
about
has been played for time immemorial in terms of fooling people about what a pitch is going to do.
Root comes around the wicket to Axar Patel, who meets him nicely. Yeah, that surface of Mars looks about as appealing as Luton High Street on a
that's where you
Saturday
should be
night.
training.
A place you just definitely would not want to be. I'm sorry if you're listening, Jules. This one's dragged down by Root. Axar Patel is on it like a flash. It's through mid-wicket and it's 4 more.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
268 for 7. 63 the lead. If it was a voodoo doll, this was like a pin going into it every single time. That one, he dragged it down a bit more, but this time Washington, so not quite as much, and Sundar dabs it to forward short leg, where I assume Ollie Pope is hoping not to get smacked full on the head in the suicide position. Root again wide around the crease. Full maker's name defence from Sundar back to Route 66, who's lost his swagger a little bit, I think.
He has.
Of course, of the last 7 or 8 overs.
Well, I guess the one hope you can have is that Root's had a marvellous beginning of the year, and his last 4 innings have been pretty poor, and he still, looks like he's in pretty good nick.
In he comes again. Well, he just pushed that one through a little bit, trying perhaps to give it a bit more flight and loop. It ended up sort of being more of a dart, and Axar Patel dealt with it comfortably enough in defence. Just the one boundary from this over, which I guess is par for the course for someone who is effectively still an occasional bowler. Nicely played by Axar Patel. It's the end of the over. It's 86 have gone. 268 for 7. Update us, Messrs.
Okay, so Parrot Badshaw says ball zero should be isolated in contact traces as per infection protocols. Josh Holland says, at least I'm not listening to a certain ex-England captain who is no doubt going on about rotations and a certain bearded Worcestershire spinning all-rounder at the moment. Predictable or what?
Oh, well, I like the judicious, careful non-use of names when I'm assuming we're talking about Michael Vaughan and Moeen Ali, but there you go.
Yeah. And Indus says, love which is returned in abundance is beautiful. Thank you, Rishabh Pant, for the joy you bring.
Well, yeah, we go along with that. Box office.
Chris the Choir, I liked it when everybody referred to him as Christ the Choir, actually.
Yeah, I did too, but you know.
Saturnalian, and a ray of hope for those of us just a little younger but less youthful.
Who is he talking about?
That's when I asked what I should be referred to, given my great age compared to Jimmy.
The venerable Messi Jez.
Are we due a change?
We might be in various seats, but I mean, there's 16 overs left.
We're not going to get him in, but you're going to get a full half hour. I've been on for 3 sessions this stint, so I'm going to dip off. I think, someone is due to join you two.
I think I had coming in. Looks as though to me it should be Jason and not Fred.
Okay, well, I shall probably not see you again because I'm not due until day 5, which I don't think exists.
Day 5 doesn't exist. It's like
so fare thee well.
The lost city of Atlantis.
I'm not sure Jason is around, actually.
Oh, you might want to stay then.
I'll hang in then.
There, we'll do that for now as Stokes is back into the attack. Sliced immediately through backward point by Washington Sundar for 4 runs.
Yeah, come back, Messi. Come back, Messi.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm not back.
All is forgiven.
I'm back.
And over 70 years, that's probably quite a lot to forgive, I would imagine.
Oh, it is.
Fred, what do you reckon? This game's gone?
Well, it's gone since your last stint, basically. It was a bit closer before you came on, I have to say.
Oh,
Not that I'm attributing blame entirely to you. I mean, you know, the England bowlers share some.
Might have had something to do with it. Ben Stokes is looking frustrated. I'm not entirely sure why. He's in again, and that one is steered again in exactly the same place. Is it going to go for 4 more? No, it's actually just fielded by Dom Bess, who's probably thinking, God, this is what, I should be bowling, and what I'm actually doing is sliding along the boundary sponge. But it brings up 50 for Washington Sundar. And possibly a jingle which may or may not be playing. Perhaps that's because we're not sure. They're checking. I don't think that went for 4. No, I think it's absolutely safe. It was just 2, but that would have been enough.
Specialist fielder he's playing as Dom Bess.
Dom Bess, specialist boundary rider. Have you ever had that in any walk of life, Fred, where all of a sudden what you're good at just stops quite working for a while and you have to sort of haul it back?
I've never been good at anything, so it's not really relevant.
Okay, here's around the wicket. There's cut again by Sundar. This time straight to Dom Bess again, who's being a bit tormented by this. Sorry you can't bowl, Dom, so we're just going to keep hitting the ball to you. And
I have to say that as a specialised COBOL programmer, that definitely applied to me, Tony.
Did you? What, you had programming off days, did you? What's the programming equivalent of the... I was
very good at programming in COBOL, but nobody does that anymore.
Oh, well, no, that's true. That's a bit like being the best horse and cart driver in Perth.
Yeah, exactly.
You should take up roof thatching or
and that one's down leg side and taken away by Ben Stokes. Well, horseshoes. People still use horseshoes. Well, people don't. Horses do.
Not quite as many as they used to.
No, that might be too. And also, roofs still need thatching. But to your point, not as many probably. There's still
not a lot of demand.
Highly skilled professions. So 275 for 7. The lead is 70, and this one is not really got hold of at all by Axar Patel. And it sort of dribbles away into the leg side, and there's no run. 6-7 runs off 5 balls from this over by Ben Stokes, the first of which was absolutely caned away, and the second of which brought up
somewhere at the back of the minds of the England batsmen is that they don't particularly want to be batting this evening.
Well, that's the ultimate conundrum, isn't it? they need to get the wickets, but they don't want to be facing. They've just got to steel their
keep it
nerves and get
dry.
on with it.
Yeah.
I fear. As onto the back foot goes Axar Patel, angles the bat, steers this away through cover. Don Bess is there again, using that right arm that he's not been bowling with to throw the ball back, and it will be another run notched onto the Indian score, and the lead extends that bit further. Messers, I think you're back in the tweet seat.
Indeed. A man says game over for England, I guess. Brian very kindly says, when we're out of lockdown, able to mix socially, and gorillas are able to be together in gorilla towers, I'll organise some celebratory ales. God bless you, Brian.
You are absolutely top man. Maybe we did agree with whatever that tweet was that you said. If we absolutely all do agree to it, will you send us twice as much beer?
We retrospectively agree to it, I think.
Yeah, we retrospectively to agree to it if the beer crate gets sort of mysteriously larger. A 71 is that India lead. 276 for 7 is the score.
Mog says, fucking cop that, all you other struggling batsmen, says our Pant.
Yes.
And Leah says, and now Washington's average is better than Kohli's.
Wow, well, Kohli's had a torrid old time, really, hasn't he, by his standards?
Yeah. Christ the Choir says, this is really encouraging. Looking forward to a test going well into the third day.
Yeah.
Been a while.
That's been a while. Jack Leach is coming on to replace Joe Root. So, change of attack. Left armour for right armour. Left arm orthodox for right arm off spin.
It's Jack Leach.
And immediately goes past Axar Patel's outside edge. Sort of leapt out of a footmark, that, didn't it, Fred?
Well, playing for turn, which didn't actually materialise.
Yeah, not for the first time in this match or indeed series. As onto the back foot goes Axar Patel. Steers this to backward point. No run.
How are you, Tony? Anyway,
6 for 7.
Haven't been on with you for a while.
No,
because you're doing the rotors.
It's partly that. It's also the early starts, mate.
Ah, yes.
You know,
well,
you missed 2/3 of the day, and that's dropped onto the toes of her. You're doing what's known as the reverse dutter.
Well,
in that he won't do the second half of games, particularly, and you won't do the first half.
Well, that's the advantage
between you'd be
all around the world.
Well, that is true. Yeah, that is true. Time zones don't always help. As this one is pushed to mid-wicket by Patel. There's no run. Some of us are here at 4 a.m, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, guiding our listeners through the events that are taking place while you're tucked up in yours or someone else's bed. As forward comes Axar Patel, pushes it again into the onside, and there is no run. 276 for 7.
I saw your bright eyes, but no evidence of a bushy tail at all. I think you're lying.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know what it's like when you know you've got to be up. You sort of, your body clock kind of adjusts, doesn't it? As
it does.
Patel is forward. Leach strolls in a very relaxed manner to pick up the ball off his own bowling. It's the end of that over. 88 have gone. 276 for 7 are India.
So the Void has sent us a niche stat alert saying Pant goes and Jimmy becomes the first bowler to exceed his shirt number with his test wickets since Rhodes or Barnes. Now,
wow.
I a cap number rather than shirt number because they got silly numbers on their backs these days, haven't they?
Yes. Well, who had 800 or 888?
Oh, yeah, somebody said
it.
That was sponsored by a Southeast Asian betting company, I think.
That's right. Yeah.
Ashwin has 999 in the IPL, and I think by shirt number they mean his cap. Yeah, it's cap number, but that's also on the shirt.
It's cap number, I think.
Warren says, can someone explain why Root is now the #1 spinner? Slightly worried that GCHQ would put me on the watch list.
Why have we done that?
Because he threatened to send sweary tweets.
Chris the Choir. Doesn't strike me as the sweary. Oh, Warren,
That was
possibly. Well, lovely chap that he is. Chris the Choir, or Christ the Choir, as we love to call him, doesn't strike me as the sweary type. Because he came in, didn't he? He availed himself of the famous 200 opportunity.
Yes.
And did a fabulous job too, by the way. It is going to be Dom Bess. Well, now let's see. Come on, Dom. Prove people wrong. He's coming around the wicket. Drops that one on the spot straight away, and Washington Sundar defends. Gets a round of applause from Fred Titmus. Not many people get those, let me tell you. He's a hard judge.
Plenty of people get ironic ones, though, to be fair.
Well, I don't think that was ironic. I mean, I think that was a genuinely
that was a good ball.
Good ball first up. He needs to continue that. And he's bowled a full toss, and it's gone back over his head, and it's going to go for 4. And there, in a nutshell, is the conundrum of Dom Bess. Well, he mops his brow in exasperation. Sorry, Fred.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. He bowled a good ball. First ball of the over, you're in the situation he's in. He's been a little bit concerned, I would imagine, and he's popped one absolutely on the spot. Next ball, loopy full toss.
Yep. It must be frustrating him as much as it's frustrating everyone except the Indian batsman. In he comes. That one's Fuller. Slapped straight to Jimmy Anderson at mid-off. There's no run, so 2 dots and a 4 for Dom this over. None for 53. How much better will he feel about life if that none for 53 becomes a 1 or a 2? 280 for 7. 75 the lead. And forward comes Sundar, pushed to mid-off. The optimism that was coursing through English veins is dissipating with every run. I suppose we're just as guilty of it, to be honest.
And some Australian veins too, actually, Tony.
Well, except David Warner, as we've said on a number of occasions, who's quite happy not to play in a Lord's final if it means England don't get to win, which I seriously think he doesn't mean. I hope not in any case. As this is driven to cover, where it's well fielded indeed by Lawrence. Diving to his left. I think it might have been Fred. I think it was. 280 for 7, 75 that lead, 55 for Washington Sundar.
I wonder if he learned to play bowl all these full tosses on Somerset pitches.
And this one's uppish and away through cover. Is it going to go the distance? Is there a man on the fence? Yes, there is. It will just be a single. Did they take 2? It's the end of the over, isn't it? Dom Bess doesn't look at one with himself, it must be said. You just got to battle your way through it.
Venkatesh says, I may be a little harsh, but this is one of the worst touring sides that I've seen come to India. Going into a test with 3 frontline bowlers doesn't feel like England wanted to win this.
I'm sorry, this is bollocks. An hour ago, literally an hour ago, England had a decent chance of squaring this series, and you're saying this is the worst touring team ever to turn up in India? I think that's. I
think I see where our tweet is coming from. I think not so well prepared. Although arguably playing in Sri Lanka ought to have been the ideal sort of dress rehearsal for. I'm sorry to say it, to Sri Lanka, possibly this being the main event. Sri Lanka the appetizer, but at least you get subcontinental wickets and to face plenty of spin bowling.
Well, that would be true if you didn't rotate the team in and out.
Then that brings you on to the next subject. So I don't think it's the worst team by any manner of means.
Well, of course, we don't.
I'm not sure they're giving themselves the best chance.
We don't know which teams Venkatesh has seen. It's the worst one he's seen, he says. But I can think of pretty rubbish Australian teams that went to India as well, to be honest.
Our helpful caption on the screen we're watching says between overs.
Oh, yeah, well, no,
what we're seeing is Bess and
Leach was putting an arm on Bess's shoulder.
He was. In comes Jack Leach, who gets this one to move into Sundar, but he's up to the task of just steering it away to mid-wicket and will get a single.
Because we don't know what Root was saying. He may be saying, well, cheers, mate, we'll see you again in 2028 if you manage to sort yourself out.
Oh, I very much doubt that would have been what he said, but what do you do as captain? Dom Bess is now looking distraught. I'm afraid the cameras are following him with a kind of a hawkish, vulture-like voyeurism. This one is through to Folks. There's no run.
Are vultures into voyeurism? I'm not sure. Have there been studies?
I must admit, I've never discussed it with the one. As in comes Leach, nicely played back to him by the batsman, and there is no Razak Patel. He's on 6, Sundar on 57. No, but there is a sense that Don Bess is clearly not at one with himself, and you know, as this one is met solidly by Patel. The camera's following him because I don't know. Do they expect he might really reveal it?
Well,
His facial
might get
expression
taken
is
off after
clearly
one over.
pained.
But the only person that can sort this out is Don Bess. Literally
Don Bess,
nobody else, because
well,
he's the one who's bowling the deliveries. And
well, is Jeetan Patel still there as coach? As this one is somehow slipped through. I'm not sure there was any bat on that from Axar. He's going to get 4. Indeed, it's 4 byes. It evaded Ben Folks, who's normally so reliable. It would have been tough. It was down leg side, and it's 4 byes.
Ball went through to the keeper.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Through, straight through the keeper. Went through the keeper.
Yes, it's 81 the lead.
I'm
What do we
wondering
think?
whether Bess gets taken off after 1 over. That might spell.
That might
absolute
also
doom.
have been the competition. That might have been the conversation between him and Root. Root's asking, "Do you really feel up to it?" As this one is lofted. Wow. Does it have enough? It does. It's away from the fielder. It's thumping into the mid-wicket sponge for 4 runs.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
And Joe Root's having a chat with Leach, probably something along the lines of, "Can you bowl some right arm as well and put on a false moustache, and then we'll stick you on at the other end." But I'm not quite sure what you do here. Joe Root hasn't really found the answer using his own bowling. His off spinner is misfiring. His left arm orthodox bowler is doing the job for him. He's poor old Ben Stokes is probably 6 inches shorter than he used to be, because he's worn himself into the ground quite literally, and his strike bowler you have to nurse quite carefully just because he's 38 and takes a bit of looking after. But we are going to see Bess for another over. Joe Root is at his shoulder advising. I mean, as captain, Fred, if you were Joe, is it best to be close to Bess and on his case in the most sort of helpful way possible, or do you just give him some space and see what he does?
Well, there was no right answer to that, really. I mean, I'm pleased that he's actually been given a second over, because it was in doubt.
He has a slip, and he's full and driven by Sundar straight to Johnny Bairstow, who is patrolling that short extra cover.
In the same way as they say, football strikers who haven't scored for 6 months, one needs to go in off their backside. It's the same with Bess. Somebody needs to hit a full toss straight to mid-wicket. And
bowling out of his backside might be sort of unusual.
Well, he could try it, actually.
This one, Sundar just dabs this to silly point.
If he bowls a beautiful flighted off break, which a left-hander edges and goes to slip, fine. But if he gets a wicket in some other unlikely way, then
that's what we've been saying. You're right. He just needs a 1 in that wickets column to feel life is better. That's a good ball. Sundar was able to leave it. It turned away from the left-hander, and he's bowling
the question
around
is
the wicket.
Whether he is selectable.
Well,
I'm not sure
the more immediate
yes.
question is he's there, so he's not unselectable during the game, other than by not bowling him. As forward comes Sundar, again pushes this away to point. Ollie Pope has just pushed a little bit deep. He's not really silly point.
Well, yeah, he has to bowl in this innings, and hopefully he'll have to bowl in a 4th innings. But beyond that, who knows?
Well, I think after that, he's not staying on for the one day, the limited over stuff anyway, is he? So he has some respite to go away and figure out how to tackle things when he goes back to Yorkshire. This is just pushed to extra cover, no run. He has one ball left of this over. The lead
I
is
wonder if
85.
Yorkshire are looking for loopholes as we speak.
Who knows? And forward comes Patel, and there's no run. Well, remind
so
me.
let me in with a few.
Oh,
we
yes.
hadn't had any tweets for a while.
No, you better have. Sorry, we've been chitter-chattering.
So, Diana Pattinson saying, I wondered what happened to all those COBOL programmers whose programs I used to document so long ago. And the Light Roller says a very good COBOL programmer is a contradiction in terms. COBOL belongs in the dustbin of history. I resent that. I can't get too excited about it. Nakul Pandey says, wait, what? I left the meeting an hour ago and I swear Rishabh Pant was on 40. Yeah, well, these things happen. Brian Peacock says, I understand the need for pre-planned rotations, but on the other hand, it would have been better for England to go into the second test unchanged whilst they had some momentum and confidence.
I have some sympathy with that view. If perhaps not unchanged, then at least having played your best bowler in the best bowler in England's history, who'd just done wonderfully well in the first test match, saying no, we're going to rest him for the second test match is distinctly odd, especially since he hadn't bowled many overs.
Yep.
Very true, very true. Where are we? 20 to 10 minutes. We should have. Oh, this one ducks back into Axar and he jabs down on it rather late. So, do we have a hard finish time of the extra half hour being 10:30 anyway? Okay, so we three should carry on. I was thinking whether we should do our own rotation, but probably not worth it at this late stage. In comes Leach. Patel just steers that to Ben Stokes, who's plodding somewhat, I would say.
Fortunately, we don't have to run our rotors past Owen Morgan for his approval, unlike the England team in India.
Well,
but there have been 266 runs today. I'm just wondering if the GPL is still in play, Bear.
Bear will check that. I had a question for Fred as well, actually, with your knowledge and love of county cricket like me. Why did Bess decide to go to Yorkshire when surely he and Jack Leach played on more preferential wickets that were doing them favours and were a brilliant pairing at Somerset? What was the attraction of Yorkshire for Bess? There's this one's shorter and pulled by Axar Patel. Pull's probably not right. It was more sort of guided down to deep mid wicket. I'll let Fred answer that question. Just a single.
Well, Bear's got something to say.
I was just saying, GPL, Hombre Nuevo is on 267. He is the highest entry in the GPL, so no more runs. If any more runs are scored today, everyone is out.
Right.
Okay, so he has to. Okay, so highly unlikely.
8 minutes of nothing for Hombre Nuevo.
Yeah.
Or a freak lightning storm.
I think John Best not bowling might work, at least in his favour, but we shall see. In comes Jack Leach again, and that one is, well, I'm afraid, there it goes, Hombre Nuevo. If you were holding any hope at all, it's just been lost by that single which was turned around the corner.
Well, about the Somerset question,
yes.
I think that Somerset, after the last 5 or 6 years of trying to garden their way to county championship success, and have only managed to extend their 140 years of futility as a county by still not having won a single county championship. Literally, if you pulled names out of the hat, they'd have a better chance than they've had over the last 140 years.
In comes Leach to spare Grubby and Annie Chave from the ravaging from Fred. There is no run.
And also the fact that they've been time and again hauled in front of the pitch's beak for the monstrous beaches that they've been preparing at Taunton. And after all that, they've got nothing to show for it. I think they've decided, actually, we're going to go back to playing normal cricket, and we're not going to have these ridiculous wickets at Taunton anymore. And therefore, they're not going to be playing two spinners in every game. And it was a case of, having to one of their spinners having to move on to get a game elsewhere. And I'll be delighted to welcome Somerset back to the confraternity of normal cricket pitches, because unlike what some of their mad adherents have said over the previous years, it's not done anything for English cricket at all.
Well, they are
incredibly stupid.
God, I'm glad I asked that question. As around the wicket comes Bess, and down the track to him comes Sundar. It's in the air. There's a man underneath. He's not going to get there. Poor old Jimmy. Did he actually get something on that? They've taken two. Dom Bess is down on his haunches. I think Jimmy may have got something on that, or lost it in the flight as it went up. It certainly steepled. Let us have a look for you. Does it turn? Yes, it does. Away from the left-hander. It's lumped up into the air. Jimmy is running backwards to chase it, and it evades him. He didn't get anything on it.
It didn't lose
it. Was just too
the sun
far
was
away.
in completely the wrong direction.
The sun was in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
And Dom Bess, who went to Yorkshire, as we've just found out, because there probably wasn't going to be the opportunity.
Cheating.
There wasn't necessarily going to be the opportunity for two regular spinners. Was the simple answer. As this is pushed away to him at best. Reaches down to his right.
You know, they're not the first county to try and garden their way to victory. Fine, other teams have done it, and other teams have also had points deducted, as Somerset have. But they're so sanctimonious about it. Oh, we're doing it for the good of English cricket. Stop lying!
As this one beats Sundar's outside edge, Dom Bess has a rueful smile on his face. Where was the edge, he was thinking. Why didn't that just take the top of off stump, he was thinking. And probably, why me? It was an absolutely terrific delivery. Could so easily have taken an edge. Just sometimes when it's not going your way. No, well, there's decision pending. I didn't even know we were reviewing. What are we reviewing?
Well, must be caught behind. What else could it be?
I didn't see anyone appeal.
Nor did I.
Oh, stumping.
Oh, stumping. Folks does lift the bails off, but to me that foot is... Oh, he does raise that foot. He does raise it.
Yeah, but it gets back down.
But I think he gets it back down again. Yeah, I'm fairly sure Dom Bess is just toying with his psychology a little bit there to raise false hope. And Cycle Pure Agabathi, who are the sponsors of that sign, have probably got enough exposure, and it is indeed not out. 294 for 7, 89 runs the lead. Around the wicket comes Bess, forward comes Sundar, no run. Is it battening down the hatches time, Fred, now?
Who, us, them?
No,
India.
Our hatches have been burst apart. But for them overnight it might be.
I think allegedly Ben Stokes' hatches have been burst apart, but that's more to do with the conditions in India and his Imodium.
As this one is nicely played by Sundar. He went onto the back foot. They do use their feet well. You know, I know Virat Kohli had been quite critical of batting, but this innings, certainly the later order batsmen, have used their feet both backwards and forwards very tidily. Bess in. Shout for LBW. Given! Is it given? Yes, it is given. Yeah. Are they going to review? That was the question I should have asked. Does Dom Bess have his wicket? Is the world going to change? Are the birds singing again? Is the sky turned blue for Dom Bess?
To most of those questions. It looked a pretty good shout, I have to say, unless he got a little feather of an edge on it.
He's going to have to get the bat down quickly if he did.
He did.
Ooh, I think he might have done.
He's got an inside edge.
Oh yeah.
Dom,
big one.
Dom.
It's not his day, week, month.
And we think
I'll be there
there
for
was
you.
an inside edge.
Yeah.
There was. It's not out. Poor Dom Bess. Even the hardest heart will be feeling for him at this moment.
So while we're farting around with that, I'll get through a few tweets because there's a few left. Mog points out that Chris Squire got a jingle as well.
He did.
Nitin Bajaj says Dom Bess looks like he's got a mild case of the yips. Mog also says, I seriously think David Warner would have two brain cells to rub together in that vacuum-saturated skull of his. He's also sent a Beamer jingle in. Apologies in advance. That was quick.
Wow. 294 for 7, 89 the lead. Dom Bess again was down on his haunches, possibly not believing just why the world is doing to him what he's doing. It was an excellent delivery, but it's just the faintest inside edge, but very discernible, even with the naked eye, before ball tracking or ultra edge had the chance to confirm it.
Yeah,
and he doesn't have a wicket.
It was a big enough of an inside edge for us to say poor decision by the umpire, actually.
Yeah, it was. 2 runs came off that over. Jack Leach is going to be back into the attack. 2 for 66 for him. He's going to be bowling to Axar Patel.
Makes a change for the on-field umpires to make an absolute rickets instead of the third umpire, which has been happening for most of the series.
1 minute left to play today, so this should be, we think, the last over. England are surrounding the bat, and it's through past Patel into the gloves of Folkes. Well, Jack Leach thinks for a moment he might have been an edge there. Right, I'm not even sure what that was, but okay.
That was Beamer.
Oh, that was the Beamer jingle. Okay. And this one is pushed to forward short leg. Normally jingles are played when the event transpires that would necessitate them.
I was going to say Bess is more likely to bowl a Beamer than Leach.
A fairly regulation ball that pitched and just went into the wicketkeeper's gloves. Suddenly you play a Beamer jingle. Fooled me. Pushed again to forward short leg, and again no run by Axar Patel. We think this should be the last over of the day, a day that has swung into England's grasp and rapidly away from it, we fear. 294 for 7, 89 runs the lead. 3 balls left of this Jack Leach over. We think it probably is the final over of the day. That clock will tick round, and big shout from Jack Leach, because the left-hander thrust his pad forward outside of off. That's surely it wouldn't have pitched in line. What am I missing there?
No, he didn't play a shot. He could have been out had the ball been hitting the stump. Oh, well, I mean, most normal people said he wouldn't play the shot, but that umpire from the second test might have thought otherwise.
I think there you absolutely 100% could say play a shot on Jack Leach. A little bit slow to pick up possibly on that. Suddenly thought, whoa, I'm going to appeal for that. You know, a millisecond after Ben Folkes had done the same.
If you don't ask,
that would have been almost impossible to give. I mean, it was that wide of off stump, full, and Axar Patel tried to flick it to leg, didn't get anywhere. Ben Stokes took it. It was very quick to hover over the stumps, but there was no run. And yeah, it was one of those warning hovers, and that's dabbed down to short third man. There is no run again. We think that should be the end of proceedings for the day. Joe Root is taken the first of his caps off, nearly knocks his glasses off the back of his head, and it's frustrating for him, horribly frustrating for Don Bess. The 2 Indian batsmen tuck their bats under their arms and will be feeling it's a job very well done. They can thank the live wire, that is Rishabh Pant, for taking them from adversity to a position of dominance. 294 for 7. Fred, your thoughts?
Well, yes, I mean, obviously India are in a very strong position, but at various times during the day, particularly when India were 60 runs short of England's first inning total with 6 wickets down, England were very, very much in this game, and had the game taken away from them by a very good stand between Washington Sundar and Rishabh Pant. We shouldn't underestimate Sundar's performance this afternoon, because if he would have got out early, we could have seen England possibly have a first innings lead. So a terrific partnership between those two has taken the game away from England, possibly terminally for this match and for the series. But as I say, amid the doom and gloom, let's not forget that after a day and a half, this was a test on a knife edge, which couldn't have gone either way. And one good partnership, and it was a very good partnership. They played really well. They weren't being beaten by the bowling, particularly, but they batted really well, and that's got India into this position.
It has. I will just run through the scorecard quickly, and then, Messrs, you can tidy up communications across our various social platforms. India started, of course, on 24-4-1 this morning. Shubman Gill had been out last night. Sharma was LBW to Stokes for 49. Pujara had looked resolute for 17, but was LBW to Leach again, 4th time running, I think. Virat Kohli a duck off 8, caught one that really bounced on him and was taken behind off the bowling of Stokes by Ben Folkes. Rahane, 27 for him, was caught brilliantly at slip off the bowling by Stokes off the bowling of Anderson. Then, really, I think the match-defining innings, that of Rishabh Pant, who swung and battered his way to 101 from 118 balls. He was finally caught at mid-wicket off the bowling of Jimmy Anderson, but the damage had been done. 101 for him. Ashwin had made 13, caught Pope, bowled Leach. Washington Sundar still there on 60 and looking every inch the capable all-rounder that we saw in Australia. Axar Patel's the other not-out batsman, 294 for 7. The England bowling, Jimmy Anderson, 5 overs last night, remember, for a wicket and no runs at all. 3 for 40. The elder statesman doing all that could be asked of him. 2 for 73 for Ben Stokes, having been almost worn into the ground for a bowler who's been used only occasionally. Jack Leach 2 for 66. Joe Root none for 46. And Dom Bess, well, I suppose if you look at a economy rate of 3.73, not that bad. None for 56, doesn't quite tell the whole story. He thought he'd got a 1 wicket towards the end, but it had taken an inside edge. He'll need strength of character tomorrow, as will England collectively, if they're going to somehow haul this around and give themselves a chance in this game. Messers.
So I have to apologise for missing quite a few tweets in the last 20 minutes or so with 2 spinners on and Fred. It's hard work. I would point out that they finished 8 overs short despite the extra half hour and having spinners bowl more than half today's overs. And it's interesting to note that more than half of today's runs came in the last session when England were just worn down. So there's a few comments complimenting Mog on his Beamer jingle, which he says it even surprised him. And a few comments in relation to the sadness of the situation for Dom Bess. And I think we should just finish up with the Light Rollers' last tweet saying thank you all again for the entertaining commentaries. Frustrating for England once Pant got going, but that's life. Root Century will all make us all feel a bit better tomorrow.
Well, yes, I can tell you that tomorrow, goodness me, you've got a fantastic cast of gorillas. We've got Hendo, Knuckle, Al, Dave, Cricket Bat Cat, Jack, Grubby, Fourthy. Who's Fourthy? Well, Fourthy's anyway is on.
That's
and
Grubby's
Jason, so
mate.
you've got quite a crew.
Fourthy is another Australian.
Is he?
Hey.
Well, there we are then. He'll be...
Oh, he's English, but he's in Australia.
Okay. Well, either way, they will be there tomorrow. For today, it's as ever, it's a huge thank you to the Bear, without whom we don't get on air. It's a thank you to Messers, to Anindo, to Al, to Jason, to Jack, to Jono, to Fred. Have I missed anyone?
Jason.
Jason, goodness me, Jason. And a thank you to Jason. The team will see you tomorrow. England have a task to do. You will not miss a ball of it with us. See you then.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Guerrilla cricket.